Stage is set for the best junior surfers from around the world, convening Mona Lisa Point, La Union, Philippines, on another beautiful sunny morning. A big couple of days of competition have brought us into day 3, getting some vision on the ocean. It's a couple of lines out there. There is still some energy. Drew Starling, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Paul. I'm doing really well.
What's your vibe this morning? What are you feeling?
Well, we're on, obviously, and I'm excited for it. We had some big heats yesterday, some even bigger heats on the first day, and round of 16 potentially on today as well, so let's see it.
In terms of performances out here, everyone getting a little bit more familiar. We've still got a little bit of work to do with the women's elimination. We've got to finish that round off before we go into round 3.
Yeah, so I feel like everyone's still figuring it out, and now I think day 3 is a day where key lineups start to get solidified. You know, the best waves start to be identified throughout the rest of competition. So, yeah, we're on for a good day, surf.
All smiles this morning. It's a beautiful temperature here before it heats up in the morning. It is a lovely time of day to come and get vision on the ocean. Get waxed up and prepared if you've got a heat. Otherwise, just get a nice cup of coffee.
Yep.
Just sort of sip it, look out to sea, think about life. Life in the Philippines is pretty good. We're really enjoying ourselves here this week. Once again, delighted to be back here in the Philippines. We'll check out some highlights of what went down yesterday. But as we're expecting, these are the best surfers in the world, and they absolutely tore it apart.
They really did. And I feel like we had some huge moments yesterday, particularly that 9 from Isla Huppets. That was huge.
Let's get into some of these highlights and see how it all went down. So reminding ourselves of some clutch moments yesterday. We ran through quite a few heats. Got a bit more to do as well before we really settle things down and get some indications on who are the front runners, who's making a mark out here. Let's get down to Jessie Starling on the beach. Morning, Jessie.
Morning, Paul. Morning, True. I've got Miss 9-Point Ride herself right next to me, Isla Huppets. Isla, you had a free surf this morning. It's a little bit smaller, but still looks pretty fun on this reef.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple. It's a lot smaller and slower than yesterday, but definitely will be a fun day.
All right, you've got the call. Let us know what it is.
Well, we're starting off at 8:05 with the last 2 heats of the girls' elimination, and then into the men's round of 16, and then the women's round of 16's on standby.
Before we let you go, let's talk about that 9-point ride yesterday. What was that?
I don't really know. I just got a big end section in front of me and thought I'd smack it.
Forever humble, Isla Huppets. Well, that's the call for today. We've got a big day of action again, day number 3. Take it away, guys.
Love it. Let's go. We're on.
Yeah, we're on. Let's see it. Round of 16, that's a big round.
Yeah, getting that big number like Isla did. Put a bit of a marker on yourself as well. A lot of people talking about her. Kind of like a lot of attention on her.
Yeah, target on her back is huge now. It's big. I mean,
a statement from her.
It really is. The heat, and as well, that heat was so stacked with Reed Van Wagner and also Sierra Kerr. And then for Isla to just go out there with a 9 was just pretty much on her second wave was insane.
Setting up our first heat of the day will be that Heat 7 from women's elimination rounds. Vahiti Mahana Inso taking on Stella Green. And as you mentioned, a little smaller today out there. Not quite as much height on the wave. There are sets with multiple waves. What are we looking at? What's it going to take to get a couple of scores out here this morning?
Yeah, that's a really tricky question, Paul, because it is smaller. I feel like it's going to change a lot from what we've seen the last couple of days in regards to, you know, those critical sections. I think finding those mid-size ones that's really just hitting the reef well and has at least 2 good bowly sections would be ideal. Otherwise, making the most of those one big turners would be, where you're kind of thinking.
Saw a little bit as well throughout the afternoon yesterday when things did slow up a bit. Some of that sort of mental game coming into it, maybe sitting with priority for a long time and having to make decisions, just kind of stay cool and calm. That's going to be all part of it as well. So these two calm at the start of this heat, so they'll just look to kick things off on the inside, How do you think they sorted that out? Is that rock, scissors, paper?
I'd like to say yes, but that's a definite tactic there. Maybe Vahiti Mahana got herself out there a little bit later than Stella and was like, I'm going to get this inside. It's so, it's a little 1%ers, moments like that when you're getting the inside at the start of the heat that really, get you in front of that 8 ball.
Green just having a little look at a wave and quickly identifying those smaller ones, just going to sort of slip inside and not do much. So we'll see just how tricky this lineup proves to be to read today. But already you can see these extended flat spells, and then they do come. We saw sets of 3 to 5 waves even this morning. There are waves when they come.
Yeah, there definitely are waves when they come. It's just being in the spot and being, really prepared to hit the sections when they're in front of you. I feel like today it's really going to come down to, identifying that there's going to be sit and wait moments and capitalizing when you're on your feet. You can't really make too many mistakes once you're up and riding.
We heard from Isla Hupperts this morning. Who else has impressed you yesterday or even day one? What sort of standout performances for you?
That's a really interesting one. I feel like yesterday there was lots going on. I was really impressed by Yanira Gonzalez-Extabari. For some reason, I'm feeling like there's something going on there with her. There's more to give. Isla, of course, as well. And Laura Raup, the very first of the women's opening round. She was one to watch for me.
What about names that you were maybe expecting something from and haven't quite shown it yet? Anyone there that you're still...
Yes.
Waiting to sort of stamp a bit of authority on this event?
Yeah, Sierra Kerr in my mind. She had a good heat yesterday, but we haven't really seen her lift that level just yet. I know that she's been not feeling too great, so progressing through that elimination round is a big weight off her shoulders, and a day to rest today would be nice. What about you, Paul? Tell me. What are your thoughts and feelings about the rest of the day?
Yeah, definitely sort of echoing you with Sierra Kerr. I think, I fancy her chances in terms of just building that momentum, as you mentioned, not feeling great, but with a little bit of a rest and then maybe trying to come strong into finals. She's already won one of these events. For me, she's definitely one of the favourites here. In terms of the boys from yesterday, people that impressed me, I mean, it's probably not going to surprise you that much. I'm going to go with Lucas Skinner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him. Not surprised to see what he did. Otherwise, it was one of those days with that men's elimination round yesterday where everyone that you kind of expected to do well kind of did. There weren't really upsets as such. Maybe kind of a few sort of slightly raised eyebrows at some of the names that were in the elimination round. But in the end, the way it went down was kind of with the form book. We saw some good performances from some of our local wildcards as well, but ultimately against like the very best in the world, you kind of did sort of see a little bit of that sort of golf maybe in sort of class. But it's really cool to see, particularly some of the younger ones, and this is under 20, but some pretty young surfers in the draw here as well. So it's really cool to see that, and you'd be thinking pretty bright future as well for Filipino surfing. So that's really, really cool. But this stage, you can't win the event, can you? Kind of Monday or Tuesday. It's all about sort of staying alive and coming back for the weekends.
It's a full marathon, isn't it? You can start off really strong and then have, a heat 3 days later, 2 days later. And we're looking even at the opening round heats of people that surfed on the very first day, didn't get to surf yesterday. So they're putting themselves back in Arashi today. And even just looking at some of these round of 16 heats, they are stacked. That first one, to me, just screams excitement. Lennox Smith and Lucas Skinner. That is going to be a crazy heat. They're both super talented, real different approaches. Lucas has that real fast, whippy kind of style, whereas Lennox, he's a little bit smoother but has definitely more power behind him. And there's so many. Heat 5, Winter Vincent and Huey Vaughan. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a final
that really
there,
is.
Isn't it? You look at the kind of form guide coming into that, you're thinking, that'd be a worthy final.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be. It's going to be round 3.
I know.
Cannot wait for that matchup.
How crazy is that? So much going on. There's so many heats and so much surfing to get through, but when you're seeing big names like that in round 3 already.
What about, with these smaller conditions that we got, anyone that you think might kind of favour, who like really excels, or anyone where you think, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a surfer that's bigger in stature? Someone like Winter, for example.
Yes.
Maybe you think, I mean, he's great in small waves, but obviously he would prefer a bit more size out there.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say that as well, because Winter, he's tall, he's like 6'2". You know, he's so tall, he's a man. And you're looking at that heat with him and Huey. Huey, he's a little bit shorter, he's, you know, a little bit skinnier, I would say, and he's definitely more electric on his feet. He's obviously really good in the air. But finding those moments between those two, I think it's going to be really interesting, their approaches.
What about shred sticks today? We're going to see a bit of a change, raping equipment?
For sure. We saw some longer boards, PUs, round tails, you know, maybe different fins compared to what we're going to see today. Feeling like we'll be seeing epoxies, maybe swallowtails, you know, fins that are really allowing them to kind of get that extra pop and that extra kind of fizz off the bottom as well. So there's a lot that goes into it. Equipment is such a huge thing. Even comes down to the leg rope, you know, finding the leg rope that's just as thin so it creates less drag. Some people are really into it. Some people don't really care and they have that superstitious lucky leg rope. So there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah, I think equipment today, we'll see a massive change.
So we've lost a few minutes off the clock here. 7 gone. No waves, no real paddles as yet. So quiet start to the morning. Let's hope this heat kind of finds a bit of rhythm, some energy pulsing through. Looks like right on cue. Here goes Inso, and she's up the goofy. Nice little shiny opening to this one. Displacing some water. A couple of quick turns. She'll get a third here. And important to finish that, which I'm not really convinced she did. So a little combo out the back for her. It's going to feel pretty good to get a wave nevertheless.
Yeah, she started, she's up on her feet, and yeah, she's, you know, applying that pressure already. And I feel like sometimes when you get the first wave, it's good to just surf the nerves out, particularly in these elimination round heats. You want to be into that round of 16, that round 3. So for Inso, she started it, and she waited 8 minutes, so a full finish would have been really nice, but
we're back here for World Juniors once again this year, but the fun doesn't stop there. After this is another event.
Yep.
Longboard event.
Yeah.
That's exciting. You're going to be here for it?
Yep, I'll be here for about another 2 weeks, I think, in beautiful La Union.
What I learned yesterday was my mate Lucas, that I was talking about, who impressed me. He's entering the longboard event.
Get out of town.
How good is that?
That is awesome.
Can we make a new rule that everyone has to stay and enter it from the World Juniors?
I think
How
we should.
good would that be?
I really think we should do
like
that.
Like a biathlon where you have to do the 2 disciplines?
I back that.
I think there's a big swell coming as well they're talking about. It's actually going to be, might be quite large for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, solid. So let's see. I think also all commentators have to stay as well, Paul.
What if they've got really, really pressing engagements elsewhere? People need them.
People need them.
Yeah.
Need it all over the globe.
But you guys should definitely stay for that.
Yeah, well, we are.
Yeah.
You know, we're holding down the fort.
So you're here in town for a couple of weeks?
Couple of weeks, yep.
How good's that?
I know.
A couple of weeks of Philippines to kick off the year.
Well, I feel like it's just standard for Jessie and I. We're always in the Philippines and we love it. Keep coming back.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place to be. Really good vibes up and down. Everyone real welcoming. They are morning people as well, aren't they? There's a lot of people on the beach. When we've got a nice commute to work. We're just walking down the beach here.
Yeah.
It's kind of busy in the morning, like 7 a.m. Even before that, there's crew down. Quite a lot of people taking selfies and making videos of themselves sort of dancing.
Yes.
At 6:30 a.m. on the beach.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Yeah, I love that morning energy.
I mean, that was just Stace, but there were some other people as well doing that.
Yeah, I thought we were going to keep it under wraps for Stace, but we'll throw him under the bus. It's all good.
Yeah.
No, I love it. I actually had to maneuver around him this morning because I was like, didn't want to ruin the shot.
Yeah. Yeah, he will stay until he gets it as well. He makes sure he nails it.
That's why he's not here.
All right, so the number in for Inso, it's just a modest one, 283 for her. But she does manage to draw first blood in this. What can we expect from Stella Green?
Hopefully a good answer back. We know Stella's from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. So
Tell me more.
I will, okay. The sunny coast, it kind of doesn't get a lot of swell. So it's usually small, it's usually a little bit fickle, doesn't have much power. So I feel like for Stella, maybe she's feeling really comfortable out there right now in the sense of finding those ones and being really light on your feet as well. When it's small, I feel like that's such a key thing to be, approaching in heats, is to feel light on your feet. You almost want to go out there and pretend you've had, an energy drink or 4 coffees and just have that real sporadic energy.
Pretty quiet on the peak at the moment. And it is the patience required in surfing. You do generally more sitting than you do surfing or even paddling. And when you get to this stage, at this level, you'll be well versed in surfing quieter heats and really trying to pick the eyes out of it. Does seem to be the name of the game here this morning. We've lost quite a bit of energy from the swell, but I think decision's been made really looking at the forecast and what we've got. We do have waves out there. We did see, in the warm-ups, it's a full lineup, so you've got quite a lot of people out there. All sorts of waves being ridden this morning, almost until this heat started and someone's turned the surf off.
Yeah, ocean needs a minute. Everyone needs a rest, so I think that's happening as well. There was also a lot of longboarders out there too this morning, so they make it look, a lot more different than what it actually is when you're on a shortboard. So let's see what Stella can do here.
Here goes Stella, paddle, and she's up and swinging. It's just a touch sticky on the opening section, but she's light on her feet and she'll stay with it. Just trying to keep the board moving. And the wave just sort of went out with a bit of a whimper, didn't it? Went into a hole. So she blinked, facing it wasn't a great choice.
Yeah, I think she had to do it, though. She had to try her luck and see if that one was going to stand up on the bank. Now she's in a good position to just sit on the inside and try and find some under the priority of inso, and that's probably the best tactic for right now.
Yeah, almost happened right on cue there. She showed a bit of interest on the inside. It's probably the first one of those insiders we've seen really a surfer have a look at. It does seem sometimes easy when you are in motion, when you're paddling back. You just kind of see stuff. Doesn't seem to come to you when you're sitting out there on the peak. It will be a pretty small number that drops in for her, 1.5. So not a lot to get excited about in terms of scores in the early parts of this heat. A little more energy and line standing up now, though. This could be a bit more of a legit set. It will be Inso in the spot. And she'll go from a deeper position with a little bit of a wall on the backhand to build up towards. First turn, nice rhythm to it, doesn't push too hard. A little slash back into a steep section, gives it a good crack, so the best of the action for sure. It's going to be a decent number for her.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave, really smart surfing. I feel like, she was in the zone with priority to be able to get that wave. And then, as you said, she didn't try and push it. She didn't try and force the turn. She was like, you know what, I'm just going to match this wave's power and not try and outrun it. And she'll get really well rewarded for that. 3 really clean consecutive turns. It was a really, smart for Vahiti with almost 15 or 16 minutes to go. We're almost halfway down this heat.
All right, so if you're Stella Green at this stage, are you thinking that should have been mine?
Yeah, you're looking at it not feeling happy that she's paddled into this one for Stella, but Vahiti is just loving it. That was a good first turn. She still has that energy and that kind of excitement to her surfing, and then to be able to just link that last turn up was really strong. That first turn was so nice. Just kind of sets herself up here. To be honest, these first 2 turns, they were really smooth, but they put her in a great position for this last one, deep off the bottom, and just tags it once again. Doesn't do anything too special, but she gets the job done. And in conditions like this, when it's small, sometimes all you have to do is just make up the numbers, get the 5s, get the 6s, and then you're looking at progressing.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive surfing. All right, here comes Stella Green with an opportunity to get involved here. Got a better wave herself. She's got some speed and a section. Slashes off the top. Gives a little tickle on the white water to finish. So it's going to compare unfavorably with that last wave. For Inso, you would say the number in is actually pretty good. For Vahiti Mahana, it's 6.5. So that's actually a huge number for today. We'll get a reply for Stella Green, but I don't think it's going to be quite that good. Just that one turn of significance, really.
Yeah, and the wave, you could see it was smaller. It didn't have that kind of cleaner, more kind of critical face that we saw from Vahiti. So, yeah, I mean, Stella's is going to come in well. It's going to lower that requirement of a 7.83 that she needs. But, yeah, she's still going to be chasing the tail of Vahiti. Let's take a look at it. You can see as she paddles in, it has that fat section at the start, which is already different comparing it to Vahiti's, but she does really, really well here. That was a good connection, adds a bit of flair to it, and then just, yeah, taps it to kind of get a third turn in. I feel like bulk of the points coming off that second turn, but you can see the wave height here. It's really going to let her down, unfortunately, and this is where the judges really be critical on moments like this, particularly when it's small. That was nice. She did so well to kick that tail out. Her boards are looking really connected to her feet and has that speed. But I think now for Stella, she just needs to go out there and find herself on one of those bigger waves.
Yeah, 2.93 in for Stella. So a bit of a lead for Inso. Well done to her for being in the spot and then taking that opportunity. Not easy to do. We'll be crowning our first world champions of the year, of the 2026 season here in the Philippines once again this year. That's good. Have I had your picks for winners here? Have we done that? Did we do that yesterday?
No, I don't think you
What
and
have you
I
got
did
for me?
this.
What are you feeling?
Well, are you just give it just one, or can I have a couple?
No.
Okay.
I just need a name for men's and women.
That's a tough one because I actually had three deciders for myself. I am going to go with Dame Henry for the men's. We'll get back to it for the women's. I'll have a think.
There goes Stella Green trying to come back and just chip away at the scoreboard. That was nice. Gives it a good hit on the closeout. And wants to come around and get another one. Won't quite get there. There's a little look down the line just to see if she could maybe have connected with that. But did get one good turn away. Showed some energy. It's going to improve her position somewhat. She's chasing down 6-4-1 at the moment. It's not going to be that number. But she'll chip away if she improves on a high score of a 2.93. Who do you like for the boys?
Dane Henry for the boys.
Yep.
For sure.
Girls?
This is where I've got two picks for this one, and I'm trying not to be, too Aussie, but
Don't overthink it.
Okay.
Just say it.
Isla.
Okay.
Huppets for the women. But if not, I'm really, really loving Yanire. We watched her go to victory in the ISA World Surfing Games last year, and I was loving that. And
Yeah.
she kind of...
She's on fire.
She's on fire. They're my two picks for the women, but I'm going to back Isla.
3.5 in for Stella Green. It's going to help her campaign. It'll bring that requirement down. It's under a 6 now. 5.8 for the number. 11.5 on the clock. What about Big Tour?
Winter?
Fully grown.
Oh, Big Tour.
Yeah. Fully grown surfers.
The fully grown surfers.
Who are your world title picks? What have you got? I mean, let's look ahead to the year.
Okay.
This is something that's quite
I'm
nice
going to have
do
to
in
remind
January.
myself who's actually
Who
on tour.
are you liking for that? And then we'll get in some of the other just general forecasts for the year, what you expect in kind of
Well, Paul,
fashion
who's your pick, though, to win this event? Because I don't even know yours.
I don't have to say if I don't want to.
Oh, mate.
Do I?
I knew that you were going to do that. Okay. World title.
Yeah. So I'll just remind you what happened last year. So our defending world champions are Molly Peckham of Australia and Iago Dora, the skinny goat of Brazil. So they're your defending world champions.
I am going to go with Katie. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, because
Feeling
she won a world title already probably, and she's quite good at surfing now. That'll be why. Yep.
I'm thinking that.
I like
and
it.
Ethan. Is that a road call?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, nice picks.
What about you?
I'm going with Molly. She's going to win again.
Yep.
Yep.
Definite possibility.
Yeah, I like Jack Robinson this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's going to do well.
Yeah. Change up in his equipment. It's a definite possibility there.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the forecast, Paul, for your year? Any
Overall,
other thoughts?
in fashion,
In fashion?
Alien Core. Do you know about Alien Core?
No.
It's really big. It's going to be big.
Enlighten
It's already
me.
a little bit big, but it's going to be bigger.
Where is it big? Because it's definitely not in Australia.
Oh, you'll find some alien core in ours for sure.
What
I
is
think just think
alien
you need
core?
to go into more like the urban centres maybe than in the bush.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what it is. It's just alien core. It's like
Dressing like an
sort of
alien?
futuristic sort of stuff
Oh,
from
futuristic,
space.
okay.
Kind of, I think maybe some shapes that are like him and her. They're kind of like interchangeable. It's like a bit more that sort of style.
Yeah.
Maybe some of those long coats.
Okay.
Like a collar up.
Collar up. Are we thinking like metallics?
For sure, shiny gear. Exactly right. Here we go, live action. Here's Inso on the backhands with speed. With a nice hit off the top. She's so smooth. Just love this. Smaller waves. Nice, really clean style. Great control. And she'll work on the back up here. She'll improve that. You'd have to think 2.83. Not sure she'll threaten the 6.5. She's in rhythm.
She really is. She's found herself on the two best waves of this heat, and she's just done so well. I mean, the 6.5 has already set herself up for 1 foot into that next round, and that last wave feels like it might even tie the bow. It looks like maybe Stella has a score to lock in as well, or she's going to put herself back into that priority rotation. But I feel like for Vahiti, she's been on the two best waves of this heat. Let's take another look at it. You can see she's taking off behind the peak, which really is allowing her to find these steep sections and be really tight in the pocket. She doesn't do too much, but what she does is a lot, and it makes an impact. That last turn there was really smooth as well. So backing up the 6.5 really, really nicely. I mean, she's doing exactly what needs to be done when we talk about small wave surfing in heats. And you can see, I love how she took off behind the peak and just surfed into it and behind the sections, because it's not running off this wave. You can catch up with it, and you can see it's just putting herself in these tight pockets to just find a little bit of extra excellence on her turns.
All right, 7 minutes 30 on the clock. We went for that last score, a drop in for our surfer out of Hawaii, Inso. She's in a good spot here. Someone else in a good spot. Jessie Starling is down the beach for an update. Jessie, come in.
Yeah, SMC infrastructure update. We've got a surf conditions report for you guys. As you can tell, we've lost a bit of swell here this morning. We've seen a bit of strength die in that period. Good news is it's a straight north swell, so this is perfect for this reef. It really starts to wrap in around the point, hence why we're seeing these really fun little inside sections. Wind is great for the day. We've got light offshore winds all day, and we've got great surfers. We've got the world's best surfers here, so let's see it get it done a little bit smaller, but at least we get to see the entire variety of surfing here. So consider yourself updated, guys.
Love that positive
Thank
approach
you,
from
Jessie.
JJ.
She's loving it.
When she says it like that, it sounds really good.
Yeah.
Let's get out there.
You know why she's saying that? Because she's got a pretty good-looking twinny sitting back in her room. Actually, so do I.
Good day for the twin.
Yeah, good day for the
Do you
twin.
think we might see any of that from this slot?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No.
Fun though, wouldn't it?
It would be cool.
Score in 5.67, a really useful number. I'll tell you what, I'm so impressed. 12.17 is a big score to get in these conditions. So really well surfed for Vahiti Mahana. That's super impressive. She is blazing out there. She's just got the right amount of push on the wave to be aggressive and be incisive, but at the same time not kind of force it and do too much. So a bit of work to do for Stella Green right now. She's on the wrong end of 8.67. That feels huge. It's best not to think about that. Think of a couple of scores, a couple of high 5, 6s will get you there. She's in second priority. She's just ridden away. It wasn't a good one. So this one just kind of ebbing away from her a little bit. Alien core. Yeah, so some shiny stuff as well. Do you know other big looks that I foresee for the season? Poet core.
Okay.
You had a poet core?
No.
That's big as well.
What? You need to explain.
Yeah,
because I'm not into this fashion.
It's a different look.
Okay.
I'm
seeing Shakespeare.
Well, there's some
frilly.
There's some roll necks like turtlenecks.
Okay.
Fountain pens are part of it.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of a trench coat type thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm feeling like that could be maybe in my realm.
Yeah.
Maybe not alien.
I think you could run poet core.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Feel free to like look it up. Maybe.
Yeah. Just to like
start
correct.
Pinterest
Start
board.
Pinterest board. Yeah.
Get
Just
some
get
ideas
some
together.
ideas.
All right, getting ready for the next heat. We'll see Maria Salgado of Portugal, and Catalina Zaraki. And she just steps lightly. It's some sharp gear just as you get into the water, and then it's a little sandier as well. So just taking her time. Don't want to rush things on the entry and really sizing up those conditions. Here goes Stella Green into it here. She needs to get her skates on. Nice little hit off the top from her, but once again, a wave, just a bit of crumble, and it's a real contrast in the waves that she's ridden. Because every time she gets that wall in front of her, the lip line's just a little bit sluggish and crumbly by comparison to Inso, has been able to go much more top to bottom, and it's reflected in the scoreline.
Yeah, it has. It's just been the wave selection right now. Vahiti's been on the best two, but this turn, that was really nice. If that wave kept going, Stella could have put herself in a position to be breaking into the fives and above. Just the one turn was really, really smooth, but yeah, it's not going to go into the top two, unfortunately, for Stella. But Paul, I'm intrigued. Do you have like an event that you're most looking forward to watching this year?
Surfing event?
Yeah.
Other than this one?
Other than this one.
I just think sort of the first one, it's been quite a while for the CT, hasn't it? It's been a long wait. Just the way we finished in September,
Yeah.
Fiji, was it?
Yep.
A long time ago, and it's going to be April, end of
Yep.
March, when
Bells.
Bells kicks off. So weirdly, I'd say Bells, which is not something I always say that I'm most looking forward
Yeah.
to. But yeah, at this stage, I just want the CT back in my life,
Yeah.
back in my heart. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yep.
I think the Aussie leg in general is going to be pretty cool.
I think so
It's
too.
nice to have
It's
three-
always pretty good.
3 events in one location. It's pretty sick. They're all quite varied. The Gold Coast is coming back.
Yep.
It's championship tour. That's
We're
good.
back at Snapper.
But that's going to be the last of the 3, right? So that's actually going to be sort of
Yes.
May time.
Yeah, we'll go Bells, Margs, and then back to the Goldie. I'm actually looking forward to watching the Pipe Challenger series.
That's in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Mainly because Jessie's going to be commentating it, but I'm also I hope it's really big. And it's just,
Good time of year.
yeah.
Here we go, live action. Inso doing really well in this seat. Super impressed with her. The wave selection has been pretty incredible, really. And look at this rhythm through an inside section, relentlessly just tagging it. And to be able to get that sort of mojo going with this ocean that is a little bit sluggish. Very impressive. She's already got big totals posted. 12.17's healthy. Let's see if she can attack and improve that. Final couple of minutes here. But she has just been in such good rhythm with the ocean. How do you even do that? And it's small like this. I mean, it looks like she's kind of surfing a different heat.
Yeah, she's got the wave magnet on for sure, and it's just even just taking off on that one a little bit late, but she's going, I'm just going to stick with it. You can see it has a little bit of extra height to it on this inside section as well. Her board's looking smooth. She's just connecting those turns so well. It's quite clear she's maybe had a lot of time practicing on those smaller waves, but that flow in between turns is really just accentuating each moment on this wave. And a 6.5 and a 5.67, she might even just throw away this wave. She throws so much spray on her turns, and she's so strong. You can see how low she gets off the bottom. Yeah, Vahiti, she surfed a really, really smart heat because it is slow, and you have to make the most of those moments, and she identified that early on.
Yeah, we talked about the equipment as well. And hers just looks like no kind of sticky patches at all. Just really, really good. Effortless generation of speed as soon as she gets to her feet, which always looks good. She's not fighting with sections, everything connected. Very impressive indeed. Final 30 seconds here. She's going to get another good number. She likely will improve and just make things that much more difficult for Stella Green. Good news for her. She's got priority. Bad news, she needs an excellent score, and there's like 15 seconds to go. It's a 6.03 for Inso. She's been on a bit of a clinic here this morning. If you are a surfer coming up, well, next heat particularly, but just at any point really throughout this morning in these kind of conditions, she sort of put a good demonstration on how to get it done. Well done to her.
Yeah, that was a really smart heat, and to start your day off like that is it's pretty lovely.
She'll bring it in with a left. It's always nice for the goofies. Miserations for Stella Green, who's just really not had many opportunities. hasn't been able to find the rhythm out there, and that will be a story, a bit of a theme this morning in these slightly underpowered conditions. There are opportunities out there, but there aren't loads, and you don't have much of a chance to make mistakes. We'll keep it rolling here. The next heat, Maria Salgado against Catalina Zaricki. We're going to get a quick break. Back to the action here. Beautiful morning in La Union, Philippines. Mona Lisa Point plays host to the best in the world. Two of them in the water. Maria Salgado of Portugal taking on Catalina Zaricki of Peru. I'm Paul Evans, joined this morning
for the surfers, but it's just inconsistent, that's all.
We saw that in the last heat, didn't we? And it all went to our surfer out of Hawaii. It's amazing how that happens. It's like every rotation in the priority, it's that same surfer that gets that one wave that has the size on it, that has the power, and it all just went her way. And I guess the question is, like, how do you make that you? How do you become that person that just gets all of that energy from the ocean? It's something that surfers at any level are always trying to figure out.
Wow, it's a quick start from Catalina.
Bang! Oof. Pushing hard, which we like to see, but we talked about it just at the end of that last heat. How many opportunities are you going to get to make mistakes here and fall? You will really need to try and grasp everything. So Catalina pushing, with the board getting away, and she goes incomplete on the inside. Maria Salgado, she's an intense competitor, but really impressed with her career already. Surfer out of Santa Cruz in Portugal. And she likes surfing heats, she likes winning heats. She's super focused with her approach to everything. She'll be ready to go here this morning. She'll have had a look from early at this ocean and realized what we're doing today, because it's really different from yesterday.
Definitely. You know, these ladies surfed on a day one, and they haven't surfed with these smaller conditions, so definitely it'll be tricky for them. But you know, they are the good surfers in their region, so they have to adjust in the 30-minute heat.
Let's get some fresh insights from the lineup. Winner of the last heat is with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, guys. By unreal heat to start off the morning. Not looking phased by this surf change at all.
Yeah, no, I've been here for a couple days, and I've been kind of confused by the wave, and it's just nice to have this elimination round and kind of get the first, heat jitters out and kind of just have more one-on-one time with the waves. So yeah, it's still fun. It's lining up. It's a little bit slow, but still fun.
In the booth, we've been talking a lot about knowing your lineups here at this wave, especially when the tide changes. It does really start to shift a little bit. You're traveling here by yourself this year, so it would have been pretty hard to figure that out on your own.
Yeah, no, I've been kind of confused just here by myself, but it's so nice. Everyone here has kind of just been like family to me, and everyone's been helping me out, so I just am so grateful to have everyone here helping me. And yeah, it changes so much. It kind of reminds me of like this wave at home that we all practice at for heats, and kind of the closest thing to like a beach break, point break, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of home. But even just the vibes over here and having everyone around here, just feeling really comfortable.
Speaking of home, you're heading back there soon for a big Challenger Series event at Pipeline, but this is a pretty big focus of yours. I mean, what would it mean to be the World Junior Champion?
Yeah, I haven't had the best run at the Challengers this year. I haven't actually recalled for the Challenger either, so winning this would, of course, just mean just so much, just to have a world title under your name, especially the juniors. This is my first year competing at it, and it's just, I've watched it the last couple years, and I've always wanted to be a part of it, so I'm just super grateful to be here.
Well, you're definitely one of the front runners. You're looking very sharp on your equipment. We obviously know you've got a big support crew back at home. Feel free to say hi.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone at home who's watching. Love you guys, and also just thank you, Matt, for the boards out here. They're feeling really good here, and also just at home, and I'm excited to compete at Pipe in a couple weeks.
All right, well, best of luck for everything. Thanks, bye. Thanks, guys.
Love it. Thanks, Jess. Incredible performer. She should be really, really stoked with the way she put together a heat out there. Found great rhythm with the ocean. Just picking up on some action that we saw, and another mistake there. Maria Salgado will be kicking herself a little bit. She was on her way to a number, fell at the end.
Definitely, you don't really want to make mistakes here, because, like you said, there's a few chances that turn things, around in this heat. I mean, today's conditions, so you don't really want to make mistakes here, but there's still 24 minutes left. There's plenty of time left, so I'm just hoping to see a lot more sets rolling through the lineup, because we are just reaching the low tide of the day, and the ocean will push the tide in. With that, hopefully more energy to it.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit more. I think the last 10 minutes of the previous heat, and even the opening exchanges in this one, we're seeing a little bit more life out there. Here's a replay of Maria. What went wrong for her?
Nice first turn to generate the speed, and really loved the second turn as well. She was just eyeing for the last section probably too early on the carving turn. I love the first turn and the second turn, so just she just timed it really well. But on this third turn, probably she was eyeing for the last section too early, so that catching the, she was just catching the rail.
Gets a 3-5 for her efforts. Nevertheless, it puts her in the lead. She'll win the opening exchange, and really, you got to be thinking about these kind of marginal gains and try and win every little battle out there. Each exchange that goes down, you can keep that momentum with you. On the inside now, Salgado down the line with speed. Got a little bit of a wall to work with here. Makes some space for herself. Banks off the top. And then kind of thought about squaring up for another turn. That's the wave went soft. She kind of pulled out of it. She's in motion. It will be more points her way. I think she's got plenty more in the tank than what she was able to show us there. Just sort of feeling her way into the heat here this morning.
This was just one of the inside ones there, but there's still potential on the inside breaks. Nice first turn and second turn. She was just trying to get one more turn, and this is the second wave for Zafar in green, blue, Catalina. But unfortunately, couldn't really stick the landing there.
Yeah, it's sort of similar thing to what happened on her first one. Just didn't quite have the speed, did she, to execute that manoeuvre? So a bit of a false start from her. The good news is she's got priority, and it will be another number in for Salgado of Portugal with 3. So kind of a modest number for her, but nevertheless building up a bit of momentum and a bit of a lead. So next wave for Catalina, she's going to have to try, obviously, and go complete with her turns. Just find a bit of that momentum. We'll fly high. Absolutely dreamy scene. So that blue sky, the ocean looking really beautiful on the west coast here.
Super beautiful morning, glassy. Every day walking, on the beach to the contest venue is a good routine for me. It's just temperature is really nice. It's not as hot as we have during the day. It was nice and chill in the morning, and just walking on the beach with a lot of crowd. Actually,
it's a lovely temperature for drinking a cup of coffee, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you can drink coffee outside. Actually, it's not too hot.
Love that, mate. Are you a morning person? Like to get up early?
Sometimes I do, but sometimes not a problem.
Is Dawn Patrol? Are you the kind of Dawn Patrol warrior, or maybe just prefer that kind of after breakfast sesh?
Yeah, more of the kind of person. But definitely when I'm traveling, I'll be trying to up early and just feel the morning energy. And yeah, especially place like this, La Union, definitely you want to get up early and just go for a walk, cup of coffee with your hand.
Surfing's, I suppose, quite rare for that. There aren't many sports that you associate with kind of like dawn.
Right.
Like sport normally happens up in the afternoon, doesn't it, generally speaking? Like when's the sport? 3 o'clock. Like it's in the arvo, usually. Surfing, you sort of have to be used to kind of getting up in the dark, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
It's one of the quirks of our sport.
Yeah, it's a different sports, compared to the others. Like you said, they play at night time or like late afternoon, but we get up early, and I'm loving about that surfing though. Yeah.
Beautiful place to be up early and looking at the ocean here this morning. What we're seeing is sort of smaller conditions than what we had the last couple of days. We've still seen some decent numbers go down. A strong performance for our surfer, Ada White, in that last heat. So she absolutely blazed out there, really. Didn't put a foot wrong. We've seen a little bit more nervy type of surf. A couple of mistakes in this one. Just feeling the pressure and realizing, facing elimination here. All right, important way for Catalina, the Peruvian. What's she got? She'll open up using the rail and then just being patient, looking down the line, seeing a setup. She's got a bit of glide going into an inside section, but the white water just breaking next to the board and unable to get onto the face. So it will be her best score. It's going to be a pretty low number, though.
Right. That was if there's a wave in front of you, then probably in this kind of condition, you have to go for it. See if it's gonna turn into a good wave. But that wave really didn't offer too much of the walls or like steeper sections for her to just hit. But she was doing great. She was engaging the rail and just maintain the speed really well. She was just trying to be in the power source of the wave and just eyeing for the section to stand up. But just, this wave really shut down on her and unable to generate the speed and come around. But definitely there's a surfing is there. So that was just a wave selection. But there's still 18 minutes left on the clock, and hopefully more waves with a lot of steep sections coming through the lineup.
Yeah, she's definitely got the right approach. I think rolling the dice, good idea. Just take opportunities when they come. It's very hard to tell at the moment when the wave stands up on the peak what it's going to do through the inside. So you kind of have to speculate and just go. And I like the approach from her. The number, it's not bad, 367. So I tell you what, in terms of what the wave had, I think she got to maximise that. It's the high score of the heat this morning. So it puts her in a reasonable position here. It's actually a really low number for now that she needs. We won't get too caught up on those numbers for the moment. I think we expect these to improve significantly. Salgado really want to get involved. I mentioned just quite a lot of fire as a competitor. There's some surfers that you see around venues, training, prepping, they look quite intense, like intense concentration. I'll definitely put Maria in that category. She loves to surf heats.
Definitely. I can see her surfing. And then, yeah, great job for Catalina, getting 367 on the wave. Even though she didn't have the big finish on that wave, still getting the highest score in this heat. And 3.67 is small score, but I think in this kind of condition, 3.67 is a good number to keep.
Yeah, does feel kind of solid just in terms of what's come through. What we've got in motion here, Catalina from under the priority of Maria Salgado from deep. First turn, it's kind of stylish, but there's not loads of power in it. This wave is soft, but she's gotten inside. It's kind of steep, and she'll just about get up there and give it a hit. Sustain busy. We talked about that approach. That's what she's doing. I think it's a right call.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Great call for her, just staying busy, just capitalizing the under priority there and get on the one of the smaller size waves. And then she was just approaching every section right. 2 turns and then 1 big turn in the end. So I think that was the kind of wave that she was looking for on the first couple of waves, and definitely she's getting those, good rhythm in the ocean.
A few more lines coming through here, getting down towards that midway point in the heat. Be another number of sort of similar order of magnitude, 293 in for Catalina. So into the lead right now, and that is exactly what you want to do, getting away from the scoreboard, but just thinking about the heat. You don't have priority. If you can get yourself back into first. Meanwhile, Salgado, a closeout really, just the one section. Interesting that she went that, pushed quite hard. She will surrender priority here.
Mike liked it though. Just one single maneuver, but definitely it had a steeper wall, and then she hit it really hard. Little bit of a tail release there, but this is a replay of last of Catalina on a smaller size waves. Little bit hang up on the first one, check down on the second, and it gets the vertical off the top in the end. So great combination, and she found this wave under priority. So great job.
Yeah, good hustle from her. It's interesting just to contrast the styles, isn't it? Lighter on her feet. Bit of a smoother sort of approach to it. She is really polished. By comparison, I love the power and aggression from Maria, but she hasn't been able to unleash it yet. And you sort of have that feeling that's kind of building up in her. Right. Bit of that tension. That's going to go a couple of ways. Either she gets a big section and hits it really hard, it'd be a big number. If that doesn't happen, things can unravel a bit. But you're really interested to see how it plays out. She'll get the improvement. She'll go back to first just for that one. Closeout turn, gets a 4-5. You liked it when we watched it live. The judges enjoyed it as well. And she's back in first place. She does have a little bit of extra power, and at the moment it gives her a slight lead. She's catching better waves as well. Just over 13.5 minutes to go. More live action from the WSL World Junior Championship, live from the Philippines, right after this. Welcome back to the action here, as we'll pick up our second heat of the day. We're wrapping up women's elimination round in the water out of Portugal. Maria Salgado taking on Catalina Zadiki of Peru. And a bit of activity. Seen some busier action in the lineup last 5 minutes or so. This just happened during the break, Di.
One of the small size waves, but that opening turn was beautiful. And it sets up for the second turn. Tags it with a lot of sprays, a lot of power, and still going to get the third turn in. So definitely it'll be a best performance for Catalina in this heat. And then there was another wave for Maria as well. Actually, this was a 4.50 where she hit it and with a single maneuver. So that was a great turn. And I think there's another wave for Maria coming as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to get. But looks like healthy numbers are on the way.
Yeah, Lennox Smith watching on men's round 3, hitting the water real soon. That's going to be an amazing first heat, as we'll see him take on Lucas Skinner, Great Britain.
Yeah, that's going to be a stacked heat in a round of 16.
I mean, they're just all amazing heats, aren't they, at this level in this round. Really looking forward to that. Just wonder about the approach going through here with these smaller conditions. What these two have got planned. Preparation. Lennox takes in some final instructions. I think he's got a pretty clear idea in his own mind as well about the sort of surfing he wants to do. Meanwhile, back in the present moment, Maria Salgado built up some momentum here. That number did drop in we were waiting for. We've seen improvements from both of our surfers. Not really surprised to see that, though, given their quality. 5.83 for Salgado. So a decent number to go into a 4.5, gets her into double figures. That in itself will feel pretty good. And then a move made from Catalina, 5.33. So both of these two adding a point onto their best number. A little more than that in the case of Catalina. So definitely the quality ramping up here. It's exactly what we expected as they surf their way into form. We've still got over 10 minutes to go now.
Great answer back from Catalina. She got the inside wave and got a 5.33. But Maria's last wave, 5.83. That is a healthy number on the bigger set, actually.
Yeah, we felt like it was coming, didn't we? Here we go, late takeoff for Catalina. Can she come around a section here? She's going to have to be patient. Doing a little bit of snowboarding as she just kind of waits for this. Here we go, nice steep section to bank off. And a clean, precision, carving snap in the pocket. Couple of those. And then off the bottom, if she can pull this down, nice finish. So everything real critical. Check the speed, though, from Salgado. She's flying down the line. A great looking wave. Really nice rhythm to this. Opens up. Gets a little caught, but does well to clean it up and recover. Tries to snap out the tail for a finish. Just overcooking it a little bit on the end, but really nice rhythm in the early part of that ride.
Interesting, exchange between red and blue, Definitely different approach. Let's take another look on the Catalina's last wave. There's a little bit of a downtime in the first section, but she did well to just hold on to it, just waiting for the section, and a beautiful carve, and another beautiful carve, just setting up for the next turn here. This was a money turn. It was one of the big turns in this heat. Really loving the performance from Catalina. But this is Maria up and riding one of the small size waves. A lot of speed. Love the check down there. Just setting up for this action there. And another big turn. So completely different approach from Maria and Catalina. But both of them did a great job.
Yeah, impressed with the drive Salgado's able to get. Going top to bottom through that middle part, that critical section. Decent number for her, 5.27. So she's going pretty well here. We're waiting for the number to come in for Catalina, 5.78.
Ooh.
Is there a requirement? What are you feeling?
That was a good 3-turn combo, but there's a downtime at the back. So I'm not too sure what judges going to think about that. But
Finish was super critical, wasn't it?
super
Think
critical.
about that end section, how steep it was. I tell you what, the number's really good. She goes to the lead, a 7.33. So this thing's really fired up right now, and it looks like Salgado will get priority, and she'll need a number. Here comes that quality we were expecting. We look at both of these two, and we think how they can perform, and they're showing it right now in conditions that they've had to kind of just feel their way into, and then the ocean has pulsed for us. Let's get another look at this high score. The high score of the morning so far, this is the 7.33.
Definitely, she did a great job to just stick to the wave. Loved the first turn, beautifully nice setting up down there, and this was money turn. To me, all the points coming from that last turn. It was one of the biggest turns here, but this is important wave for Maria.
Of action, Maria Salgado takes a wave. Didn't really take her very far. Meanwhile, here goes Zadiki. Hit off the top. Sort of very similar waves for both of those surfers right there. Not sure we're gonna see the kind of numbers that we just saw in the last two previous exchanges. They've really lit this heat up, and they've stayed pretty evenly poised. There's about a 1.5 in it at the moment, though. It is our Peruvian in the lead. Here's Lennox Smith making his way down the beach. All right, this equipment, we expected maybe kind of step down stuff, a little wider, a little shorter. Looks like what we're seeing from Lennox.
All right, this is an important wave for Maria, needing 6.84, just waiting for the section to stand up. Nice slash down, throwing it back in some sprays, gets the second turn in, trying to get one more turn in. Unfortunately, didn't have the steeper walls. But this is another wave from Catalina. One of the smaller size waves, trying to stick to the wave. And she managed well and able to get the last turn in. So a lot of actions in the last half of the heat.
Yeah, really enjoyed the way this one's fired up. 5 minutes 40 on the clock. As we see men's round 3 hitting the water. Really stacked first heats. Lennox Smith taking on Lucas Skinner. There's Lucas making his way down the beach. Be ready to have at this. Good performance from him yesterday in the elimination. Lennox as well. Had a fun interview with Huey Vaughan as well afterwards. Really enjoying their time over here. Not taking anything too seriously as yet, but make no doubt about it, they're both absolutely here to win this World Junior title. As we'll go inside 5 minutes here. And it's still the Peruvian in the lead. Maria Salgado, that requirement 6.84.
It is a big number for this condition, 6.84. But also, Catalina got a 7.33 in this heat. So I think there's a, potential on the way.
Yeah, what the judge is telling us there, I guess, because that way, no turns at all out the back. She sort of stood up and had to wait a long time. I think what they're saying is those combos that she did on the end, there are still big points available. You can go right up through the scale. That's a really good number, and it's encouraging for surfers. You don't necessarily need to go crazy all the way down the wave. If there's just that one moment, it will get rewarded.
Definitely one moment that you only need to get a good score. But looks like there's some energy at the back.
All right, bring it on. Here goes Zadiki off the bottom. Really nice drivey turn and loads of spray. I think that's her biggest carve that we've seen. And then, just wobbles herself off, pushed too hard. A mistake from her. Salgado out the back with priority. Kind of a late entry into a wave, and I'm not real sure what happened there. Looked like we saw a quality set wave. She didn't find one.
There's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But the last wave for Catalina, she was on the way to another great score. Loved the first turn and loved this, second turn. But unfortunately, she was kind of catching the rail, broke the rail, and goes down. But she was on the way to get rid of the 5.33. This one, loved the first time, throwing a lot of sprays and setting up for this little bit of tail release there. Unfortunately, catching the rail in the end, but loving that first opening carve there.
Really dynamic, wasn't it? Great technique from her. Just kind of skidded out here, didn't she? Got that slide in. And then just couldn't quite bring the fins back underneath that back foot to get the drive going into the bottom turn. But I love the way that she's really opening up the last few waves. And it's amazing what getting a 7.33 can do as well for your own confidence and just get you to push that much harder, surf with more freedom.
Definitely, just like you said, she's starting to open up right now. It's exciting, the end of the heat, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's a crunch time for Maria as well, needing big score, but still, she's capable of getting those 6-point range. And, the conditions are showing that there's a potential to get those 6 and 7-point range.
Yeah, what an interesting heat this has been. They're really evenly matched. Like, they've both ridden 8 waves, and almost every moment between the two of them throughout has been really, really close, with the exception just that one exchange, and it was that 7.33 that's really been the difference between these two. It has put that requirement up there close to the 7, and Maria's mind is thinking of a wave up in the 7s or better, under 2 minutes to try and find it. The good news, she does have first priority. She will need to find a quality set waves. Bit of motion here. We see a couple of lines. There might be 3 waves coming through. Let's see which one she goes to take. Didn't find anything significant in that last set. This might be the opportunity. 90 on the clock. Salgado, bit of a crease in the wave in the opening section. Not what she wanted. And you can see the strain on her face and some of the stress she's feeling. Meanwhile, Catalina, an awkward wave of her own.
That was really unfortunate for Maria. It was one of the sets, but the wave didn't really cooperate at offering the opportunities for Maria to just actually hit the section. But Catalina did a great job to pull out really early on that last wave.
Okay, what do you do here if you're Maria Salgado? If you paddle all the way back to the peak, you won't have priority, Catalina can control it. Do you kind of hang on the inside a little bit?
Probably, I would say just hang on the inside area and maybe slowly paddling towards the lineup, and then just see if there's going to be a little inside ones. But looks like there's another one at the back.
Here we go. Zadiki once again up on a wave. And she'll open up with that first turn. And again, off the top. And goes with that slide of the tail for a finish. Not sure it's going to add significantly. It will be a wave that Maria Salgado can't ride. We're going to count down from 5 seconds. I'm not sure Maria's going to find herself another wave here, and we're all wrapped up for women's elimination rounds. Very impressive. Catalina Zadiki, the Peruvian, really blazing her way to big numbers. Disappointment for Maria Salgado. Just couldn't quite get hold of it. Got a little bit lost at the end as well. A really entertaining heat. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, men's round of 16. Lennox Smith of Australia, Lucas Skinner of the UK. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point, San Juan Union in the beautiful Philippines, and we are into men's action. This is the round of 16, heat number 1. Lennox Smith out of Australia taking on Lucas Skinner from Great Britain, and what a matchup this is. We've seen this one on paper for a few days now, and everyone has been absolutely fanging for it. Stace Galbraith in the booth with none other than Di Wacko. Good morning, Di.
Good morning, Stace. Beautiful morning again.
Beautiful morning. Yeah, I've been up early. I feel like I've just been waiting to get into things. Thanks for having me in here.
You've been filming this morning?
Yeah,
again?
went for a little walk, filmed a few waves this morning. Good to see everyone warming up.
How's the surf looking right now?
To be honest, when we first got down here, I thought no chance. I thought I was starting to look at some options for what else we're going to do today. But just before we had to make the call, a couple of nice sets started coming through and thought, you know what, there's enough waves out there. And I think we saw that in that last heat.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It was really slow in the first heat, but that second heat, he had a lot of sets coming through the lineup, actually.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Yeah, so we're going to hear what it was like in the water down on the sideline with Jessie Starling. Morning, Jess.
Yeah, morning, Stace. Nice to hear your voice in that booth this morning. Catalina, incredible back and forth heat between you and Maria. I feel like those heats, they're kind of what you look for when you get a really solid competitor.
Yeah, I'm super happy to have made it here. It was really hard. I felt like
in almost all my waves. I was kind of nervous, and it was a really hard heat. But yeah, we were going back to back in like every wave, and I'm just happy I got the better waves in that exchange and to make it to the next round.
Feels like you're a bit of a momentum surfer. You know, the more times you're on your feet, you kept improving all the way through. Is this going to be that same sort of strategy we'll see you continue through the entire of the event?
I think so, because the waves are really small, so I'm just trying to like get the most waves in the heat and like get better scores each wave. And yeah, I'm just...
Give us the insight. Did you have a board change with this drop and swell? Also, love the design on this board. It's really nice.
I've been using this board the whole event. When it was big, I also used this board. So I'm just going to keep using it. It's a really good board, and yeah, I'm feeling confident with it.
How good's a magic board? We love it. We also know you have a lot of family, friends back at home. Feel free to take it away.
Bueno, quiero saludar a mi mamá, a mi hermano que probablemente están viendo, a mi hermana también. Agradecer a todos mis auspiciadores y a todos mis amigos que me están viendo.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy Stace and Di.
Yeah, thanks, Jess, and congratulations, Catalina. Great heat there. And like you said, Di, the first heat of the morning was pretty tricky. A little bit harder to figure out the lineup, but yeah, the second heat, the girls got going and got some good scores, good battle.
Definitely. And then, exactly what she did was to just keep the momentum going, and then that strategy is really working well in the second heat. And do you think it's gonna be like that in the men's side as well?
Yeah, I think we'll see the men get pretty active. I don't think they'll be too selective. The main reason for that is I think there's the waves that come through out the back. They actually don't look that good. The shape is pretty flat, but actually down the line, they're hitting the inside really nice. I think we saw that in the last heat. I know that Lennox and Lucas would have identified that. Pretty nice to be like the third heat of the day.
Definitely.
And they got a few little tester heats. They got to see what's going on out there. I think when you get those little double ups down the line, I actually think there's some really good scoring potential. But you have to try a few times, I think, to figure out exactly where that is on the reef. And I don't know exactly where these boys are sitting right now, but when they first paddled out from the keyhole, none of them wanted to come over. They were both like holding each other really, really deep. So now that Lucas has got a wave and Lennox has got priority, I think it's good that they look like they have moved over, and they're definitely on the better part of the bank for sure.
Yeah, that's right. You don't always have to be waiting for the wave at the back. There's always waves and potentials on the inside area, and that's exactly where Catalina got the 7-point right. She didn't anything at the back. She was just holding on to it and just waiting for the section to stand up, and actually she did a 3-turn combo on the inside area. So there's definitely the opportunities on the inside.
Yep, no, for sure. And we kind of saw that yesterday, didn't we? But when it was bigger, it was harder to identify those waves. They kind of, every wave looked the same, whereas now that it's smaller, I think it's actually lining up a bit better, and was really consistent at the end of that heat. So hopefully we see that continue, and it hasn't sucked the air out of it for the start of this heat.
Definitely, always it's hard to be in the first heat of the day, always, because in the morning there's a lot of people surfing, and you don't really know where to sit, and you kind of want to go deeper and deeper so that you can get a wave in the lineup. So it always has to be in a first heat of the day. But like you said, it's great to have watched a couple of heats before their heat.
What about you this morning? Did you go for a surf, or you just got a coffee and watched?
I just got a coffee and watched, and I had a nice walk on the beach. So
yeah, it is a nice walk to work, isn't it?
I always like walking to the to the contest venue in the morning, especially in La Union, this area. It's nice temperature in the morning, nice and chilly.
Yeah, exactly. The sun hasn't quite hit yet, so it's always nice and cool in the morning, and then by the afternoon it's absolutely scorching. So you've only got one male left in the draw from Japan, Iko
Watanabe. He was really nervous in the first run, and I talked to him yesterday when I was surfing after the comp, and he's ready. He said he was ready. He just shaked off all the nerves now, so he's probably be ready, and he's gonna have a great heat today. Yeah,
as we come down to 22 minutes on the clock, Lennox Smith with priority yet to get his account underway here. It's one of those events where Lennox did really well here last year. He got an equal third, and had a bunch of different heats. He had some buzzer beaters. He had some heats where he was really good from start to finish, and this event so far has kind of been same again. First heat didn't really go his way. Second heat through the repechage round, he was on fire. And so, yeah, today with different conditions, I must admit I don't really know what to expect out of Lennox. He's a pretty wild card type of character.
Right.
Looks like he's got a good board under his feet there. I think a few of the lads opting for that, either an epoxy type construction or maybe a PU with like epoxy resin, something a bit lighter today. But
definitely, the equipment choice is coming into the play today's condition, right? You kind of have to have, because 2 days ago it was big, 3 foot or solid 4 foot. Definitely you need a bigger boards, but today's condition probably, carbons and EPS will do the job.
For sure.
And that's exactly Nick Smith was, was surfing in this heat. But there's all the 8 heats are
stacked.
Super stacked. Look at the Heat 4 and Heat 5, 2 Australians up against each other in a row.
Yeah. Everyone else will be happy with that. 2 will get through and 2 will go home. And, it's just the way it goes. Obviously, a couple of Australians getting the wild cards into this event. And so, obviously, qualifying through the region as well was Dane and Willem. That's actually kind of funny to see them. They're number 1 and 2 from the Australian region up against each other in round 3. Which is a bummer, Australia's obviously a really strong region, as are all the regions, but obviously
definitely
Australia's had that name on the title a few times. There's any male Japanese winners?
I don't think we have Japanese male winner, but Amuro
won the
obviously
women's.
won the women's back in not sure when, but in Taiwan.
Okay, in Taiwan,
She's now in Hawaii, just preparing for the CS event next month.
How's she going on the Challenger Series this year?
Oh, she's doing great.
Awesome.
She's just out of the qualification line. I think coming 8th or 9th. But she has a good chance to just get on the CT tour again. And then also the Hiroto Ohara is in a good position as well.
That'll be amazing. He's been so close so many times.
I think this year he's very, very focused and really dedicated to surfing more than ever. So I'm really, excited to watch the pipeline in the CS event.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the Challenger Series go there on January the 29th. And a lot of competitors in this draw on the Challenger Series. Lennox will be on the Challenger Series next year. He's had a really strong QS showing this year, and this is his last year in the World Juniors, and that's the case for a lot of the guys. Winter Vincent as well. You see a lot of the surfers and on the women's side as well doing the 2 tours, and it just goes to show the level of where everything's at, and also how much this event means that they would take their time out of their schedule to come here and compete in this event. It still means a lot, a World Junior title, and it's a name, it's a trophy, that you want to get your name on for sure.
Definitely, you get your name next to Andy Ayers, Joe Parkinson, Gabriel Medina, all the legend, all the world champions on the CT level. So definitely you want to put your name next to their names.
Yeah, it's a good company. Yeah, pretty slow start here for this heat, unfortunately. Lucas Skinner, the only score at the moment that sort of resembles anything, a 3.5, but that's sort of not something that I think he'll keep in his scoreline at the end of this heat, as we see a little bit of motion here. And this has sort of been the case throughout the day, that the biggest waves aren't always the best. It's these smaller waves that sort of double up, that don't break on the outside, and Lucas Skinner will take this wave with second priority loose out of the top there. Heaps of squirt in that surfboard, but unfortunately falling off there, not able to capitalise, and 2 for 1. That's one of the best feelings in surfing, I reckon, when you blow one and another wave pops right up, and let's see if it happens a third time.
Wow, really unfortunate for Lucas Skinner. Just like you said, there's great opportunities on the inside area, and that's exactly what he was looking for. And that wave actually looked really good. Good-looking waves. Unfortunately, maybe pushing too much because it's kind of fatter out the back. It kind of horrors through the inside area. So maybe he should have just waited for the wake section to stand up. But that was a great speedy surfing.
So he looks like he's riding an epoxy, or at least a stringed epoxy there, or something along those lines. What is the difference between, say, a carbon construction or an epoxy construction versus just a regular PU? Like, what are some things that you've got that do really well, and what's some things that maybe they can be a bit tricky with?
Maybe, with the EPS, it's really light, so it's easy to just swing around, and that actually makes it really hard to just engage in the rail really nicely. And then on the carbon surfboard, you can push really hard, and so that you can get more drive through the turns. So if I were in the comp, I would rather using carbon surfboard because I like pushing the surfboard really hard. Have you ever had the carbon?
I have. Yeah, I've been lucky to have a couple actually. Yeah, you're right. They're really stiff, so you can push really, really hard. They are obviously really light though, and I found that they're really, really responsive. So you have to be really focused. Like what you saw there with Lucas, really nice turn. He pretty much made it, but it just had that extra like 10% of kind of release. And PU just doesn't do that. It sits in the water a bit heavier and kind of that more traditional kind of carving and fin, throw maneuvers, whereas the EPSs, they sometimes, what I don't like about them is they can have a bit of a mind of their own. You think the turn is finished and your board is still going,
Definitely.
But that is also the beauty of them. They carry their speed. You don't have to work as hard to get going. But yeah, it all comes down to personal preference too. Like I know some people that will just always stick to a PU. They might just go a bit thicker or a bit wider. Maybe use bigger fins or something like that to try and help generate speed. But if you love an EPS, I know a lot of people love like a wooden stringed board with like EPS resin, so it's kind of not as heavy. It's not as heavy on the glass, but yeah, the surfboard technology these days is so crazy. And
so crazy. Like every year, there's going to be a new surfboard system, and then everyone uses everything, and it's a time of the era that it's so hard to pick surfboards for every condition. You kind of have to have like 10 surfboard for every contest.
Well, we have a little pause in the action here. We're going to take a break at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Stay right up of the men's division. We wrapped up the ladies division this morning and by finishing the elimination round. So 8 surfers have been eliminated from the draw on the women's side. 8 surfers have been eliminated from the draw on the men's side, and we're starting to get into the business end of the event now. It'll be mono, one-on-one competition all the way to the final. So we have man-on-man here, Lennox Smith from Australia versus Lucas Skinner out of Great Britain. We had a massive cricket match in Australia recently where it was these two countries playing against one another.
Who won?
Big rivalry. Australia, according to the English media, had the worst team they'd ever seen, ever.
So there's
wiped the floor with them, beat them 4-1.
So there's another great matchup here then.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of an Ashes rivalry here. Well, at least I hope so. But at this point in time, there's no rivalry to speak of because we haven't really seen a whole lot of action from either lad. A couple of falls from Lucas, and as we see Lennox here on his first opportunity, talking about different constructions and boards, and you can see there Lennox opting for the carbon fibre this morning. Looks really good going down the line, holding his speed really well. Beautiful carve, staying tight in the pocket. Big slash there. It's a really well surfed wave after waiting nearly 18 minutes for this ride. You always wonder how a surfer's going to perform after they've been sitting on their legs for that long, and you've got to give that one a round of applause. A very, very well surfed wave, and I think in today's conditions, when you get those opportunities, you absolutely have to execute. There cannot be any stumbles, and Lennox has just done that to perfection there.
Definitely, you don't really want to be making mistakes. But Lennox Smith, that was a great combination. But just like you said, he was waiting for the wave for over 15 minutes, but beautiful wave. It was one of the set that, breaking beautifully along the reef. A beautiful couple of hits, throwing buckets of sprays. That board looks really, really working well under his feet right there. And he was surfing all the way to the inside section there. A lot of sprays coming off from the surfboard and into this last section. Little bit of fin release there. It's a beautiful surfing.
Yeah, beautiful surfing and just nice tempo. Didn't try too hard at the start here and just kept his speed going down the line. as we've seen from the difference between today and yesterday, you can kind of chase the wave down the line onto this next part of the reef where it stands up. Whereas yesterday, if you chased it off, it was just going into the channel. And we have seen some really nice double ups here. And again, Lennox just, I think the most impressive part of this wave for me was the turns where he didn't push too hard. You know, he just let the board do the work. And then when the wave got steep, he really gave it his best. And you see even with that finish turn there, in conditions like this, like small wave surfing is one of the hardest things you can do well. And yeah, to finish a wave like that strong with that much speed is just an indication of how dialed in Lennox is at the moment. A really well surfed wave and a great start to the heat. He's going to go straight to the lead with a 7.33, and now he's put young Lucas under immense pressure. There's 10 minutes remaining, and he essentially hasn't started his heat yet. So it's all up, looking up for Lennox at the moment, and he will have priority. So this is huge.
This is a huge heat. It's been over 19 minutes now. 7.33 to start his campaign. That is a good, healthy number for Lennox Smith. And just like you said, on the smaller waves, you have to keep the momentum going. You don't really want to be waiting for a section to stand up. Just you kind of have to create your moment right there. But this is the last wave from Lucas. Nice first down. Keep the momentum going. A lot of speed, beautiful, slashing down there, and floats the section. I love this beautiful curve, engaging the rail, using upper body to just swing around and all the way to the inside. So another beautiful surfing from Lucas Skinner.
Oh, great replay there. And this wave is something we caught off air, and a wave he absolutely needed. And it's going to be a really good score that puts him right back in this heat. So great timing. He didn't want to wait another minute to get himself into this heat die. And there it is, a 5.5 for this ride, where he looked amazing. Just coming off the bottom, he had so much spark. He kind of felt like this wave was going to give him a bit more down the line, but unfortunately for him, it just didn't give him that finish. I think if it did, you would see a score similar to Lennox's, because the surfing at the start was really nice.
Definitely, yeah. Totally agree with you. He wanted to have a big finish there, even without a finishing time, 5.50. So definitely, like you said, with the finishing time, he would have get the pretty much the same range with Lennox Smith.
Yep. Which is, you kind of feel like a lot of the heats today could go the way of like Lennox right now with the 7.33. He could easily, win this heat with, say, a really high score and just a score that gets the total to 10 points, you know what I mean? And so now and then Lucas has kind of got himself in a really good position here where he could almost do the opposite. He could just have the two scores in the middle. You know, like he doesn't need to get an 8 to win this heat. I know that the boys haven't really got their second score yet, but these are the kind of things you have to think about with 8 minutes left. What total do I need to get to make sure that my competitor is out of action? And Lennox can do it both ways. He could just wait for the very next big set and just close it out. Or with the clock counting down, he could just pull the trigger on, an in-between wave and also get the job done. So it's... Yeah, these are the mind games. This is what's going through Lennox's head right now. Like, how do I win this heat? How do I close it out? Because he is in the box seat for sure. Although he's in second, he does have the highest score. He does have priority, and it's like that wave there from Lucas is keeping Lennox. It's keeping him honest. It's keeping him sharp. It's that number to him is like he's still in. He knows he's still well and truly in this heat.
Definitely. With a 7-point ride, you don't really feeling safe right now, because
not at all.
Lucas is on the way to the good score on the last wave, and this is an important wave for Lucas. Beautiful first turn, and just like mentioned, keep the momentum going all the way to the inside. Beautiful second turn, throwing back a spray. Here comes the last section, turning into the air reverse, kick reverse, I would say, and there's a bonus section, another one, so
one more.
Maybe one more in the end. Beautiful surfing again from Lucas, needing a score, important wave for him.
We're hearing whistles there. I could hear from the crowd. I don't know if that was for blue or for red, but we did see Lennox there finishing the end of her ride, so we'll catch you up there in a minute. This is the first time we're seeing Lennox Smith's wave here. Nice check turn down the line. Wow, this wave's standing up beautifully. Nice snap in the lip there. Didn't overcommit to it, just sort of let the size of the wave do the talking.
That was a great surfing, great wave selection as well. So it's going to be a great exchange between Lennox and Lucas's last waves. What do you think?
I think it's purely just on the wave selection for Lennox. Like, I think Lucas looked a lot more sort of lively and sparky, and he was doing some great surfing, but he had to work really hard to get the points out of that wave, whereas Lennox's wave just had that beautiful flow. We are on a point, so the judges, they are looking for that as a big part of the criteria. Obviously, it's in every part of the criteria everywhere we go, but when you're on the right-hand point, they want to see you stringing your turns together with no downtime. And Lennox definitely got that done on that wave. So I'd be saying that just on the size of the wave and the flow is what's going to take Lennox's up there.
The Lucas is what he could do on this wave, because before Lennox's wave, he only needs a small score on this one. So probably he knows that he needs to get another 5-point range or 6. And that's exactly what he did. 2 air reverses in the end. So he was on the way to the requirement, but he didn't know that there's another wave at the back.
And with second priority, you can understand why Lucas went that wave. It was a nice wave, and he's probably going to get his best score of the heat so far. But unfortunately for him, he's kicked out and just seen Lennox out the back on a real quality wave. And Lennox did some awesome surfing himself. So it's a great wave here for Lucas. I wouldn't say he did anything wrong on the wave. It's just the wave itself was quite small. And there it is, a 6.43 for that ride. And he'll be stoked to hear that, but once he hears Lennox score get read out behind him, I think he's going to realise he's going to be in a world of hurt.
Well, beautiful surfing from Lucas, though. 2 air reverses in the end. Looks like Lennox got a sick wave for the second.
There it is, an 8.33, which is essentially just a dream heat right there. He did really well not to freak out and chase Lucas into that little double up. He let him have it with first priority, and the reward was 30 seconds later. And it paid off greatly for him.
Wow, great, wave selection from Lennox Smith. So now, Lennox has first priority and Lucas has second. What's the mental game right here? So,
to be honest, you're looking at flights. It's like at a wave. Chopu, different story. Pipeline, different story. You could be comboed in 90 seconds, like get it sorted, no worries. But as good as a surfer as Lucas is, I'm not taking anything away from his talent. He's an amazing surfer, absolutely charges. It's just this wave is a wave where to get 9 points plus, you need the wave as well as the talent to get the score. And I don't think that we've even seen a 9-point wave today. As good as you could surf it, I don't think that there's much more out there that these boys could be doing. I think the judges will be really critical of that today. I think obviously we just seen an 8.33 there, but you look at how good that wave was and how good that surfing was. It's a 9.23 is a huge score, and particularly without priority. I mean, he's still in it. I'm not counting him out, but the question was, what are you thinking about? At this point in the heat, you're just going, damn.
Yeah, especially when the time is winding down. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and last 25 minutes there weren't many sets with the potential. So just like you said, it's really big requirement for Lucas. 9.23 has to be the highest score of the event.
Yeah, highest score of the event so far, and he has the talent to do it. He would just need the perfect wave.
Right.
And unfortunately for him, if the perfect wave came through, Lennox will be on it because of this requirement of what he needs. Lucas can try to sell Lennox on a wave, but you very rarely do you see someone sell someone on a wave when they need a 9. You know what a 9 looks like, and Lennox won't go unless it looks like a wave that probably would look like J-Bay. Just the perfect wall all the way down into the cove. That Lennox will just put himself on that wave. Like Lucas can try to go this wave here, but I can't see Lennox blocking him. Up and riding here, 9.23. There's 2 minutes on the clock. Probably just enough time to do it in 2 waves, but unfortunately not the case. And also, too, just really mature decision-making there from Lennox, which is, as you know, Di, being a competitor yourself, it's a hard thing to do. You look at every wave and you just think, maybe he could do a backflip and get a 9. But you have to be realistic. You have to try to think calm and just, no, there's not 9 points in that wave. I'm not going anywhere near it. I don't need to be on that wave. I'm just going to hold priority until this heat ends, and that's what Lennox is doing really well at the moment.
Definitely, Lennox is doing really well to manage his emotion. He really want to have a win here, make it to the next round. He's doing a great job, like you said. But this is World Junior Championships, and you need to have that a high level over decision making.
Totally,
yeah. Well, it looks like some some sets rolling through the
So this
lineup.
is good for Lennox. Like Lucas is paddling himself deeper up the point. Lennox will be fine with this. He'll just chase him up the point and either block him on this wave or just happily sit him a bit deeper. All right, so Lennox has opted to use priority. Good news is for Lucas, there does look like there's a wave out the back. Lennox is looking to better a 7.33 here. Plenty of speed as he comes around the line. That's probably the turn of the heat so far. Plenty of power, plenty of style as he comes through to the inside and the reverse. Len has absolutely activated here.
Wow. He started just open up right now. Looks like Lucas was on that wave. But definitely, Lennox.
I think I said that the 8.33 was going to be the highest score of, that we'd see probably for the day. I think I'm about to be very wrong.
That was a beautiful
That was a
surfing,
beautifully
right?
surfed wave and just beautiful use of strategy. Like, there was 9 points in that wave. And he did so well to use it and better his score. And I dare say that Lucas now is going to find himself probably in a situation that he can't come back from. I think it'll be a 2-wave total after that score comes in.
Definitely. He, Lennox pushes really hard on that wave, unleashed his skills. He ticked every boxes, so definitely it's going to be a great number for Lennox to miss.
Yeah. Do you like it better than the 8.33?
Close.
Yeah.
I think 8.33 wave had a bigger size, so.
Yeah.
But definitely surfing was there.
As we see Lucas Skinner here, this will be his last attempt for this event. He's got plenty of spark in that surfboard. He's a fantastic surfer when he gets the opportunities. Just hasn't been able to find himself on the best pieces of ocean today. We are waiting for a score from Lennox Smith. A huge Larry, incomplete there for the young surfer from Great Britain. We'll assume that's all said and done. We are still waiting for a score here from Lennox Smith. We'll take a quick break and bring you back to the live action. Heat number 2 coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan in the Philippines. This is heat number 2 of the round of 16. Rickson Falcao taking on Ryan Carnalo. We've seen a lot of double ups in round number 3 here. It's 2 Brazilians taking on one another. Stace Galbraith in the booth with True Starling. Morning, True.
Good morning, Stace.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
How's the heart rate? It's pumping out there. Plenty of action.
Yeah, lots going on. We've had some that last heat, Lennox, went to town.
Wowee. Yeah, that was a tale of 2 heats, really. There was, not a lot of waves. When they came, they were really fun. And Lennox certainly got a hold of a couple of really strong rides there. And, it was a lot different at the start of the day. The first heat of the day looked really tricky. I think everyone was kind of scratching their heads going, where are the waves at? Are we going to be able to get through a few heats? But the ladies and the men have since sort of figured out their positioning, figured out the lineup, and there's plenty of fun opportunities out there.
Yeah, sometimes when it's smaller along here, maybe it hits the bank a little bit better, offers some better connections. But that I just feel like some huge scores in surfing going down in the last one with Lennox and Lucas.
You see getting underway here, not wasting any time. Rickson Falcao out of Brazil. He had a couple of nice turns yesterday. Had to work really hard for his scores. I think you can see he's got a lot of firepower there. He just wants to try and find himself a good piece of ocean. And I think, it's going to be a real tricky one today for the surfers and figuring out, okay, do I just try and get going and work my way into this heat, or do I do the Lennox Smith route and just drop the anchor and wait for the waves when they come? And as we see Rickson here just getting things going, he's made his intentions pretty clear. He's going to look to try and ride a bunch of waves and just surf his way into this heat, which is very typical of our friends from Brazil. They even on the tour, they love to ride a lot of waves. They love to sort of build their own momentum and put the pressure on. And, it's sort of taken that Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto and Jack Robinson to really show them the other side of strategy, which is just sit and wait. Sometimes, obviously, it pays off. Other times, it blows up in your face. But I think this wave today is going to have both of those stories unfolding all day here today. But while we're waiting for Ryan to open up his account, Jessie, you've got the Beagle.
I do have the Beagle. Lennox Smith, that was always going to be a huge heat between you and Lucas. Been a little bit gassed, though, right now.
Yeah. Mate, I'm actually cooked. Oh, no good.
But you got a big win. I mean, I love when you see a heat between you and a competitor and you guys just keep pushing each other to lift, start to grow. And it felt like you and Lucas, it was that energy from the get-go.
Yeah, 100%. Lucas is such a freak. And, that's why I'm so gassed, because I freaking had to use all my energy out there.
What happens if you got to surf 2 heats in one day, mate?
we're going to have to tell him to call it off. I won't be able to be crawling out there.
Will, if you're listening, 1 heat per day for this guy just here. Thinking about last year, had a couple big buzzer beater finishes. Not the same strategy this year, which we're loving to see. You're just kind of rolling with the momentum here.
Yeah, just, taking it heat by heat. I'm just enjoying my time here, with all my mates. And I was actually vomiting this morning before I surfed. I was like walking out with Huey, I was like, dude, I'm going to vomit. Had to do a quick tacky in the free surf and straight back into it. So, yeah, just rolling with emotions,
I hope no one was eating watching this interview here. Lennox Smith through to the quarterfinals.
Oh, Jesse, sorry, I just had one there.
One more.
Can you get Lennox to clarify what a tacky is?
Lennox, Stace would like you to clarify what a tacky is. Actually, let's not. There might be a couple of children watching back. Anyways, let's wrap it. Wrap it here, guys.
DM him. He'll tell you.
Oh, he's a funny guy. He actually sounded gassed.
I reckon he's bunging it on.
Do you reckon?
Yep.
Okay, this was during the interview. Ryan got this first wave. It's so small, but these Brazilian surfers, they just, enter these waves with so much excitement and energy, and you can really see that flare showcased on that last turn. Lots of spray and different equipment choice, it looks like today, maybe on the epoxy for him to just get a little bit of extra spark and pizzazz out of these turns. I feel like this one here, really nice, maybe setting it up for this last one where he was really able to open up and get more vertical on that critical section. That was smooth.
Yeah, 5 points, I'd say the majority of that score came from that last turn there. Beautiful projection through the lip, driving right through that turn, plenty of spray. It's one of his hallmarks. He's definitely got that turn on lock. But it is one of those days where you do have to be really, as you saw at the start of that wave, really light at the start and heavy when it matters. And I think for Ryan and for Rickson, they're both big kids, so that they're not gonna waste their time on anything that doesn't sort of look like they can have the wave kind of help them out a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like even Stace, looking at the rest of this round of 16 for the men's, there is so many heats. I'm particularly interested in heat number 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are. There's there's our 2 of our brightest stars out of Australia. Unfortunately matching up against one another. Huey coming in as a wild card, so he's seed number 24.
Yeah.
And Winter's seed number 1, came second here last year, and he's the one that everyone's kind of touted as the one to take it out, and rightly so. He's been warming up really well in his free surfs and in his heats. His one heat that he's surfed, he's looked really solid. So, yeah, it's going to be a big heat.
And I feel like the beauty of having such a long waiting period as well is we're going to get so many different, conditions, and we're going to see so many different personalities of this wave.
Yep, definitely.
And I'm really intrigued to see how Winter is going to approach it out here. He's obviously a lot taller than Huey. He's a man. He's like 6'2", whereas Huey's a little bit more sprightly. He's a bit shorter a fair bit shorter than Winter, as is everyone else basically in the draw.
Except for Geordie Smith is probably the only surfer that's taller than him.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like it's going to be, I think it'll be a cool heat to kind of see the different approaches. But also this last one, I think you and I were watching that heat with Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah.
And Nadavatar. I think that's going to be a good heat too, because they're both quite passionate surfers.
Yeah, exactly. You'll see the flare come out, and we saw a couple of come-on claims yesterday, but not too many. I think that now that we're getting into the the real pointy end of the draw here, you can kind of start to see the draw kind of collapse once we get out of this round. It's into the quarters, and all of a sudden, the final's in sight. So, yeah, I think this is where we'll start to see the tensions flare. And we haven't seen too much hassling this morning. Lucas and Lennox in that first heat were pretty civil. They kind of sat a little deeper for a bit, and then came over with plenty of time remaining. It was just the ocean went kind of flat, unfortunately. But worked out well for Lennox in the end. But as we see Ryan taking a look at that wave there, I think these boys would have to take notice of that last heat and sort of see how the rhythm played out, and notice that there wasn't a lot of waves, but when they did come, they were really good. So you don't want to be riding a wave that you're not going to keep, and then find yourself on the inside with the set out the back. It's a big danger today.
Yeah, I agree.
You can see here with first priority, Rickson, Falcao. And this wave's got some magic down the line. He's going to want to have to really work hard here on this one. And a nicely put together their wave, but with this amount of time on the clock and with first priority, I doubt he'll be holding that score at the end of this heat.
And it's really interesting as well. These two surfers, they're first and second in their region. But they tied, I think you and Jesse might have been talking about it.
Yeah.
They tied on points and then won opposing events in the South American junior season this year. So I guess it's a bit of a decider to see who's better.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. I didn't know they were going to match up though. So this is it. Who's the king of South America in the junior series on the regional titles? This will decide it. We've got another matchup like that too. Heat 4, Dane Henry, Willem Watson. That's 1 and 2 from Australia as well. Those boys didn't tie though, but it's cool to see 1 and 2 linked up against one another.
Yeah.
And this wave here from Rickson, look, I'm going to say that's just a massive mistake. Like with 21 minutes on the clock, there's some really nice surfing here. You can see how talented he is, but there's a lot of waves that you'd hope are going to come that are a lot taller.
Yeah.
And he's a big kid. He's got lots of power. I think his skill set would be better utilised on a bigger wave for sure. He's got great technique. There's nothing wrong with this surfing at all.
Yeah.
It's just the wave height that you just got to be careful with. The judges are never going to reward you too high if the wave height doesn't give you that kind of critical canvas to play with. So. Yeah, I hope that doesn't come back to bite him, but he'd be hoping now that there's not like a perfect wave that comes out the back and then he's not on it.
Wow, he's being busy.
Nice first snap there in the pocket. Beautiful bottom turn. He's got, for a bigger kid, he's got great technique. You can see that through his board and through his surfing.
I think as well, Stace, back to that. We'll come back because Ryan
Carnalo up and riding. Check turn out of the start there. A lot of the characteristics of the waves today have been similar to yesterday, but they've been a lot better through the inside. They haven't run off the reef. They've stood up a lot more, and we'll see that here. Nice big snap there for Ryan and a big finish there. Might actually give him a little bit more to work with here, a bit more vertical face. And he'll be stoked to kick out of that ride to get in a few major turns.
I feel like for Rickson on that second wave that he got, I agree with you. Like it comes in at a 5, so it's great for him for right now. He's got another score to come through. But when you're looking at the heats and the previous moments, particularly in that first heat, the men's round of 16, there's those waves coming through.
Yeah.
And it's just, that really comes down to that sit and wait. And if you are actually comfortable to play that patience card.
Yeah, totally. And you just saw a minute later, the wave came through for Ryan, which will no doubt be the best score of the heat. And look, now he's going to try to fight himself out of that rhythm. He did well to match Ryan on his first wave, actually. I didn't think that was actually going to be the case. So the judges haven't really split it there. There's 2 5s out there. So now it's kind of this next exchange that has a lot of importance on it. And it's this wave here that Ryan managed to get some nice turns on out the back.
Yeah, he did really well. It's this inside connection that's really going to be where the money's at. That was a strong connection, just setting it up for this one. 2 good back-to-back turns and then gets a bonus section here. I feel like that's where the sit and wait really pays off. And then you can see the patience on the wave as well from Ryan Kainalo. He just put himself in the best parts of and the best moments of this wave. Really tight in the pocket there. Just throws so much spray as well. But then to finish it with that, nothing too crazy like we were seeing from him in the earlier days, but he does just enough to be like, okay, that is going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
There's just enough exclamation on there to know that it's going to be a keeper.
Exactly, just had enough to work with. As we see a nice looking ride here. We're talking about the passion. We knew it was coming.
Absolutely.
And there it is there for Rickson. Excited to see that wave. We know he's a great surfer, and it looks like he's found himself a great ride.
Okay. Replay, let's go. Let's see what the passion was all about. Quick on his feet to start. Bit of patience, not much going on just yet. He's going to start to open up, winding up through to the inside. I'm wondering what's going on because potential for a good section. This is where he's gaining some speed, opens up really nice there, gets a good strong connection. Wow, and a finish. Okay, those last 3 turns were pretty good.
How's the sequence of turns
I
there?
liked it.
That was crazy, yeah.
The start, I was like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah, where's the passion? I want to see some passion.
I was like, where is this happening?
Pretty crazy 3-piece feed it there at the end of that wave. To get that surfing done in that tight of a section and keep his speed through all those turns. It's insane small wave surfing as we see the slow-mo replay here, True.
Yeah, the start of this wave, I was thinking, okay, what's going on? But then it really links up and bowls up on that inside, and that's where he gets a lot of the work done. 2 really different approaches from both Ryan and Rickson. That was smooth. You can see how tight he's getting in the pocket, so vertical there for our Brazilian surfer, and I liked it. I liked those last 3 turns. They had that kind of extra oomph to it. They had that extra spice, and you can see as well the personality shining at the end.
Oh, big time. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for the judges to dissect there. You know, Ryan sort of, like you said, he throws a lot of spray with his turns, but the direction of the surfboard is a lot more... There's a lot more going on with Rickson's surfing.
Yeah.
Like how much he's all over the wave. And, yeah, the judges really appreciating that there. 7.5, which is now the highest score of the heat. So he's stoked. And he's finally got a good wave under his belt. I've seen him surfing all week. He's had to work so hard to get his scores. And that wave there actually let him kind of do the surfing that he wanted to do. And it was beautiful to watch.
It's nice when you're on your feet and you find a wave that actually allows you to open up.
Yeah, not having to pump your board through every section.
Yeah, you find that flow, that one gorgeous line. And I feel like no matter, you know, who you are, what heat you're in, as soon as you open up and find that, it's like, okay, yeah, I already know this is going to be a good score. Yeah, no, for sure. And like you saw there at the end, he was really confident with himself. And that's the best wave he's ridden all comp. And that's a really good feeling. And now... this is where he can have some fun. He's got second priority. He's got the single highest score of the heat. Now he can look to kind of be that sort of, you know, keep asking questions of Ryan. You know, but if you don't go, I will. You know, and that as with first priority can be, that's the biggest test. You know, can you remain focused on the wave that you want and not fall
sort
into
of
that trap.
sort of buckle at every time you get asked the question. And like, look at where he's sitting. That's not a mistake. He's doing that on purpose. Just underneath him, just inside him.
Yeah.
And, he's going to have to, you know, you're making the surfer make a decision.
How is that as well? You know, you're looking at their second scores, they're both the same, and then you're having a look at, you know, where their highest scores are ranked and even how they're going throughout the heat, the trajectory of their scores. It feels like they're just matching each other and asking more of each other. I feel like this could be a really cool battle. I mean, a 5.84 for Ryan Kainalo. He can get that in his sleep.
Totally. He can get that with one turn. You saw the 5. It was essentially one turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. He doesn't need, a perfect wave to get that kind of a score. But as we wait here for the next half of this heat to unfold, we're going to take a break here at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships. This week we are going to be crowning our World Junior titleists for the 2025 season. Out in the water at the moment, it's the number 1 and 2 surfers that qualified out of the South America region, both representing Brazil. Rickson Falcao taking on Ryan Kainalo. Both had good starts this heat. They both got some numbers. Ryan, first priority here, is going to look to execute. We've seen a decrease in wave size here today, but these waves have been doubling up down the line beautifully, and Ryan's identified that. Great start to that wave. Throws a ton of spray out the back there. Good sequence of turns on the outside, but he will need this wave to give him a bit more magic if he wants to get the 5.84. We've seen some long rides today with multiple scoring opportunities. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with True Starling. True, what did you make of this one?
Loving the takeoff. That fade to just come from behind the section really allows him to go tag on that first turn and then gets even more vertical on the second. It was a good wave, but then you can just see it lacking the power on that inside, you know, losing that kind of momentum that we've seen on the last few waves. But I liked the start. I thought it was cool. He needs a 5.84. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite get it. But, you know, I like how he identified that he had to kind of fade through it and hopefully come behind to go a little bit crazy on it.
Yeah, like what we were talking about earlier, like the small wave surfing is probably not the first thing you think about, but it's definitely the skill that you have to have the most if you want to be on the World Tour. Like to qualify, you're going to have to get through some conditions that might not be perfect, and then, you know, days like today, the waves are really fun, but they are not as much power as yesterday. So it's those little things like you identified that, like fading the takeoff and standing up a bit later and, you know, changing your board and changing your fins, and all of those things come into it. It's, you know, most of these guys are pretty comfortable standing up and getting barreled. It's pretty easy. You just need a board that goes straight, and that's, you know, you do that a lot on the World Tour. But then when you get, you know, before you get there, you have to really learn about your equipment and get really good at kind of all those sort of minor details. And we saw that there from the big fella. Because when you are, these two lads are big units. You know, you need to do the little things right when the waves are small, because you're, you know, you're your mistakes are really highlighted. You know, if like you catch a rail or you kind of don't pick the right wave or you pick the wrong turn for the section, it's sort of, you know, in small waves, it stands out like a sore thumb. So
yeah, it's crazy how, like, you know, those 1%ers, those small little details in your board or in your, you know, your feet placement or whatever, how your entry into the wave, those 1%ers make such a big difference.
Yep.
And it's like you see the people that are just so in tune with those small waves, so dialed into it. And then, unfortunately, when you're not, it really stands out.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't, you know, most people just think, oh, you know, smaller surfers are better small wave surfers. It's not always the case. You know, there's some big units out there that are fantastic small wave surfers, and we're seeing that here. Look at like Rickson 7.5 through the inside there. That sequence of manoeuvres is just flawless.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you could have surfed that wave any better. And it's not an easy thing to do. And he certainly, you know, deserves to be out in the lead now. And he's got himself in a pretty good position because unfortunately Ryan didn't get the score on that last wave. It was only a 4.17 as we expected it to come in under. And so now he's got first priority, less than 10 minutes to go, and he's got the single highest score of the heat. So he's sitting in a fantastic position as we see Keone Lasser warming up there with the Bass crew. His father, Julian, on the side, been working with everyone, and everyone out of that part of the world's been doing a great job. So we see Ryan out the back here. This is his second priority, so he's been creative here, trying to find a wave under Rickson. A couple of nice turns here. He's got some good speed down the line. He'll look to go to the air. He's got that air reverse on lock. It looks like there's some ocean moving out the back. This is Rickson on the outside, and he's got a reverse of his own. You called it true. These boys are just going one for one.
How is that? It is just crazy. They're so, like, it's like they're preempting what each other are going to do. This is really a really interesting heat, and it's super exciting because it's like one does something, the other one wants to do it better. And, they're both really evenly matched right now and less than a point separating them in the scoreboard. So I wonder what Rickson did out the back, but I feel like for Ryan, you know, we've seen that air that he's got. It's on lock, as you said, stays. Didn't quite have the height, but we'll see. They haven't really been going too big with those airs this event just yet that he's had, but we'll see how it goes. That first turn, super whippy, really sprightly. It's like he's so light on his feet in this wave, and you have to be when it's small like this, and then we see him do that stock standard air that he's just got on lock. So it will go into his top two. I'm such a traditional surfer. I really love those first three turns that he did, but love the variety that he brings, something different, and identifying that end section as well. 5.84 is what he was looking for, so it's not a big ask. It'll probably be right there. Gets a completion. He knows exactly how to do that. He does it with his eyes closed, and then you could see here for Rickson, you knew what he was going to do. Widens that stance, gets a backhand air rev, but feeling like that won't really touch his top two score lines.
Well, look, it won't, and neither will Ryan's. It will touch it, but it won't matter because it doesn't improve his situation. It doesn't lower the requirement, and he didn't quite get it, so it was a 5.77. So unfortunately, as exciting as that exchange was, it meant absolutely nothing other than Ryan now has priority.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for Rickson, a bit of a mistake there, not being able to further increase his lead. Thankfully, he is still in the lead for his case.
Yeah.
But he has handed over priority now to Ryan, who, the positive out of that, he got a completion on the board. He'd be feeling good about himself. He just needs to find a better wave. So now with first priority, he can do that. And he's got, pick of the lineup now with 7 minutes to go. It's been an interesting heat. The first heat of the round, we had Lennox Smith, who the time in between his waves was enough to wait for those individual three highest scores that he had.
Yeah.
Whereas this heat, the 6.7 and the 7.5, they basically came like one behind each other, so that you could have never been on both of those waves. You either had priority for the first one or the second one, and lucky enough for Rickson, it worked out in his favour that the second wave in that set was actually better, and that's why he's in front now. He did some good surfing on that wave, but other than that, like you said, it's been a real battle. Every score's been really similar. And as far as backup's concerned, no one's really differentiated themselves until now. Nice third turn on that wave. Beautiful small wave surfing. He does need to better a 5. And if he can do that, he'll push the requirement out. The requirement for Ryan here is a 5.84. A couple of nice turns down the line as the big finish that we're used to him seeing. But again, true, just a lot of waves that are really similar. None of them super convincing that they'll break into the good range. Everything's kind of just sitting in that 4 to 6 bracket. It's really up to the judges now to decide sort of where that sits.
It's so tough because the waves that these two are getting, they're good. They're surfing it really well, but there's no point of difference. They're almost carbon copies of every wave. Some are a little bit better. Some have, different moments, but there's nothing where you're going, oh, okay, that was it. That was a turning point in this heat. The 7.5, of course, was the best wave of the heat and had some really great moments at the end. But since then, everything feels very, very similar. And it's like, okay, how are you going to make yourself stand out?
Yep.
You're hearing that you're getting 5.77s or 5s and you're still going to, surf the wave the same. What are you going to do different? You're going to tweak out the turn a little bit more, and I think for Rickson right now, super great. He's gone back out there with first priority. I thought taking that his fifth wave where he did that backhand air was a mistake.
Yep.
But now he's put himself back in a commanding position.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just by way of the boys being probably a little bit too edgy.
Yeah.
And it's just product of their environment, like you look at the waves they grew up surfing, you look at these small fun beaches, you ride a lot of waves. Lennox Smith from the south coast of New South Wales, he's happy to sit in a long period swell and not stand up for 30 minutes. So, yeah, it is. It's just sort of what we're used to seeing, and that's the reason for it. It's not they're doing bad surfing or, like what you said, how do we get bigger scores? It just comes down to wave selection.
Yeah.
And on a day like today, it's so hard to be, like, that patient. You just want to surf.
You just want to surf and be on your feet, particularly if you're a momentum surfer like these two obviously are. I mean, Ryan, he's chasing a 6.04 now because that last one of Rickson was a 5.2. Yep. So this needs to be his best wave. And it's looking like it might not be what he's looking for. So I just feel like, however you can make yourself stand out, whatever you can do as a point of difference is so important. I mean, those two turns were huge. He probably would have got the score if he wasn't needing a 6.04 now. So they're just slowly creeping out in front of each other.
Yeah, well, like you said, the scores are almost identical because the surfing is too. It was a 5.77 on the second last, a 5.8 here, and I agree with the judges. It's just there was nothing in there that made me think, oh, this is half a point better or this is a point better. It's just very, very similar. So, yeah, he's... Again, now he's back to second priority, and he's tried to sniff out a wave under prior. It didn't work. He tried to get one with priority. That didn't work. He's going to need a bit of luck here. He's going to need a really good two-wave set, or he's going to need Rickson to make a mistake. Yeah,
it's never nice when you're relying on anything but yourself.
No, exactly. Yep.
And it's so tough. I mean, Ryan, his surfing has been really good this whole heat. He's up and riding, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, it's not the first turn he would have been hoping for. I think he probably needs to cut his losses here. He's had some really nice turns at the start of a few different waves, and there still hasn't been enough, so he's got to start to think about that. Unless the wave offers you, this beautiful double up down the line, I don't really think he can be having any kind of hiccups or bobbles on the wave face. I think he needs to be really clean from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree, and the judges are obviously being quite critical on that, and he needs to just level up on a good wave, and his surfing's there. It's all good. I feel like he's just been so unlucky in regards to that. The 7.5 for Rickson has really just been the biggest leg up for him in this heat. Finding that inside little double up.
It's an interesting equation here for Rickson. Yeah. Does he go the wave or does he hold priority and sit out the back? The answer is he goes the wave. He's looking to better a 5. 2 beautiful first turns there. He's definitely done that so far, and now he can just look to add points from here on out. Great surfing on this wave, and an amazing decision to go the wave in the first place and execute like that and push the score line further out, because now leaving Ryan out the back with priority, I wouldn't have been surprised if he just wanted to let that wave go. You do see that a lot in heats on the World Tour where they just sort of, unless you're going to go, I don't have to. He's got his total now. He's in the lead, 2 minutes on the clock. The good thing without that wave is I think he will improve his score line substantially and put even more pressure on Ryan.
It's pretty important that he does too, because, taking a wave like that with 2 minutes to go, like you said, Stace, it really opens up the door for Ryan. It really gives him the opportunity to go, if a good set comes through, I'm going to go. We know he's good in the air. He's been surfing really smooth. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, always an interesting sign when a surfer looks out the back before they've stood up on the wave they paddle for. But this wave does look like it has a nice double up on the inside. 3 really nice turns. Very similar to the 2 prior waves that we have seen. Just need a bigger finish here, and he gets it. We will see an improvement, though, on Rickson Falcao's scoreline. So now the requirement for Ryan Carnello is a 7.31, and here was the last wave of Rickson True.
Yeah, 6.47 for this one for Rickson. So he just has that quality of turns. I really liked it, those first opening ones. You can feel that he liked it as well with that claim. And Ryan Carnalo, he needs a 7.31 on this. I don't know if it's going to be that. I mean, he had some really good connections, tagging it there once again. Pretty similar, hit to carve, and then gets that hit again to finish. So really, really good surfing, but don't know if it's a 7.31.
Yeah, it was probably his cleanest effort so far, but I know what you mean. Is it enough to get up into the sevens? It's a big question. We'll see if he's answered it. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Rickson is calling it a day. He's going to leave it in the hands of the judges. The requirement for Ryan is a 7.31. He's had multiple attempts, multiple scores, getting close to turning the heat, but not quite. His previous rides have been a 5.77, a 5.80. And now that requirement getting pushed out, he's going to need the judges to really appreciate his surfing.
Oof, this is going to be really tight.
We won't see another wave getting ridden here in heat number 2 of the round of 16. Catch up here. I think this is just a little victory lap potentially for Hickson on the way in.
This is a tricky kind of situation. A 7.31, it's... Yeah, he's out of this event if he doesn't make this heat.
That's it. It's super crucial. His 4th time competing at this event. He wants a World Junior title more than anyone. And that number comes in there. 6.27. It was not enough for Ryan Carnalo. Rickson Falcao wins the Battle of Brazil, and he progresses through to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere and take a short break at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Heat number 3, round of 16.
It's 2026, live from the Philippines. We'll have a look out of Euskadi, the Basque Country. Keone Lassa taking on Gabriel Klausner from Brazil. Another heavy hitting heat. Couple of surfers put their hands up in elimination round yesterday and said, keep me alive in competition. I want a world title. Let's see how they go now in round 3. Drew Starling, what are you making of what we've just seen? Opening couple of heats from the men. Where are we at? Have they moved the needle a little bit performance-wise?
Absolutely. We've seen 8s and 7s drop. That first heat with Lennox Smith and Lucas Skinner, huge. Big scores. Lennox was pretty gassed after the end of it, but happy to get the win. That last one between the Brazilians was huge.
Speaking of which, let's go down to JJ Starling. She's with winner of the last heat.
Rickson, a huge heat win there. Us commentators were calling that the decider between you and Ryan. You guys obviously tied on points in your region. Pretty cool rivalry brewing between you guys, but you got the job done.
Yeah, I'm so happy to make this hit. When me and Ryan is on the hit, always firing. And Ryan's a great athlete. And I'm so happy to make it. My boards are incredible. Thank you for my all sponsors, my all family. My old friends is watching in Brazil now. Now it's so late in Brazil. I'm so happy to make this into the quarterfinals. And hit by hit, made good scores, improving my surf. And so happy.
A lot of passion when you surf as well. We love when we see that emotion really come out of you. It feels like you're really starting to lift every single heat. Do you have a bit more in the tank to keep lifting in those bigger quarterfinal rounds?
Yeah, I feel amazing. Just improving scores, just improving my surf. Surf calm, competing calm, and go to the quarterfinals. I love surf backside. This wave today is small but so good. It is. Go already.
Quarterfinals, a big heat coming up. You're going to be coming up against one of the best juniors in the world, probably not from your region. There's got to be a couple of people you have your eye on that you'd love to surf a heat against. Is there any big names that you want to come up against?
Yeah, thank you. This competition is so incredible with great athletes. My first time here, first time in the World Junior, first time in the Philippines. I'm liking too much this place. I like too much this competition. So happy to make this. And yeah, surf calm, competition calm. Go ready.
He's ready, guys. Feel free to say something back home.
Beijo para todo mundo que está no Brasil torcendo. Foi mais uma bateria difícil ali, não sabia as notas, então saí surfando, soltando surf. E amarradão que os juízes gostaram do meu surf, me valorizaram. Muito feliz por isso, minha prancha está mágica. Beijo para todo mundo que está torcendo no Brasil e é isso, vamos para a próxima. Valeu.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Great job for Hiki-san. He's delighted to be through the quarters, picking it up live here. We'll see his compatriot, Klauster. He's got a bit between his teeth. He's got a section. Nice loft and lift to that punt. Gets the recovery done in the Cheetah 5. Lassa on the backhand tools. Check the whip that he gets. Really nice rhythmic surfing from the Basque. Recovers a little stumble. So two different approaches, different ways of doing it.
Different ways of doing it, different personalities shining through. You've got Keone, who's sticking to the rail, the Brazilian kind of electric spice coming through as well for Gabrielle. So this is interesting.
Can be quite tough to wear the baggy white trunk.
Yeah.
It's not an easy look sometimes. Can look a little bit like a nappy, can't it? Which you don't want, I don't think. But it keeps
Is
you
it
cool.
fitting into the alien core, or
No,
are we poet
it,
core?
neither. Not at all. No. Right, let's check this replay of Gabrielle.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave to start, but he does really well to identify that, hey, I can maybe get a hit off the top here. He has to, meet this with a lot of power, a lot of spice, but he does it. I'm feeling like this wave height is really going to cap the score. It's not going to be of much consequence in the end of this heat, but cool to go for it. Keone goes left, one of the very few that we've seen this event, gets a reverse and nails it, 4.33 to start. I definitely question going left on the right point, but it could help him out towards the end of this heat. Not too high in that reverse, but does get the tweak, gets tail around as well. Clean finish for Keone, and then really love his backhand. I love when he opens up on it. You can see he's just like a coil. He's low to high, and it gives him so much speed out of those turns. Good recovery, but yeah, feeling like this first wave exchanges probably won't stick around by the end of this heat. Maybe the 5-5 of Gabrielle's, but
yeah, numbers kind of filling in. 2 ways apiece. We're actually pretty close on the scoreboards. We're in the 8s, half a point on it. By the way, the Brazilian Klauster right now, he's got second priority, so the next move, if Keone decides he wants to go, will be his, and he'll just sort of settle on where he is with his numbers and what he got for his left. Does he want to do that again? Is that plan A? I'm not sure it is. I think sometimes surf on field, see a little left pop up. Why not? If he does a really big air, for example, he gets huge. I think go up the scale. Probably want to stick to the backhand tools.
yeah, I think that's plan E or F. That's the last plan that you go to if you really need it. With those lefts, we saw that happen, on one of the first days of competition. People going left, it didn't really work out in their favour by the end of the heat. And I think Keone, he has such a strong backhand, and he's looking really in form and in tune at the moment. So I do feel like sticking to that should be, the only plan that he's got.
Yeah. Part of a strong team to come out of Spain and the Basque Country. Real deep talent in the junior ranks. Once again here this year. Good representation for them at World Juniors. And you would love to go really deep into competition. Maybe not one of the sort of out-and-out favourites, but definitely with that kind of dark horse energy from Keone Lassa. Some experience on the Challenger Series over this past season, which I'm not so sure maybe wasn't necessarily one of those names that people were expecting. The amount of quality there is in Europe from all around, and he got that done maybe just a little bit earlier than people were thinking.
Yeah.
And he's gone all right, actually. He's not had a mega consistent type of year, but some of his performances, he definitely looks capable on the big stage. Got a lot of power. That's sort of coming season on season as well as he grows. He's always had the spark, but sort of cheeky energy in some of his early days to his heats, and now very much getting the game face on. Been really cool to see his development.
Yeah, I love that cheeky kind of, I guess, Grom energy that you see coming out of a lot of the competitors on the Challenger Series. I feel like it brings, a different sort of vibe, a little bit of a fun edge to it. Keone, I know that he, works with his dad, Julian, who also coaches the Extabare sisters, as well as Teresa Bonvalot, Leilani McGonigal, and those 4 women are full of spice and sass, and they're definitely very, very focused, and they want to win. And I think that also is kind of rubbing off on Keone as well. You can see that personality shine through. You can see how important it is for him to do well in these events, and it's definitely helping him to get those, bigger results.
How big is the World Junior title? Where does that sit, you think, in terms of sort of prestige?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not up there with a full world title.
I reckon it's just below it, though. Number 2, I'm thinking. World Junior Champ.
It's massive.
World
It's
Junior
huge.
Champ, it's gold. That and a gold medal is amazing.
Pretty big. It's sort of, your name is there forever. You look down the list, some of the greats, and you see them, and you're really saying from a very early age, well, I'm number 1, best in the world. Let's see who it's going to be this week. We'll be crowning champions here. And we will obviously have new winners compared to last year. There's a lot of surfing yet to come before we get there, and part of putting a campaign together is dealing with some days where maybe conditions not exactly ideal. That's all part of it. You've got to manage that, just surf to what the ocean provides. We have seen some pulses actually, a little bit more height on the waves. The early part of this heat, maybe the back end of the last one. Here's a smaller wave. Klauser driving down the line on the wave. Never quite got hold of it, just went real soft. Just having a push from under priority from that deeper position. That's sort of been something we've seen quite a lot. Surfers in second prior, they'll go a little deeper, try and find something. Now he's on the inside, he'll have a sniff in here. Here goes the Brazilian into it through the gears, picking up speed. And he just opens up, displaces some water in that morning sunshine. There's another slashing turn for him. And as it shoulders off, he's out with some speed. Keep it in motion. He's buzzing around. A narrow lead for him at the moment. But in terms of the high number, it's got about a point on it. So trying to work on that back up, the 3-3-3.
Yeah, and it's so important to be doing that nice and early, getting that pressure in, edging out a little bit more in front, making that 4-5-1 into a 5 or whatever that is, And I think when it's small like this, the further out in front you can get, the better. It's one of those really tricky decisions. I was talking about it with Stacey in that last heat. Do you sit and wait for those big ones, or do you catch waves like we're seeing of Gabrielle? And that's that real kind of differing style with the Brazilian surfers who love to be busy, love to be on their feet, catching lots of waves. It was good connections. He's obviously, really working on his small wave surfing because he's still bringing that power. And you can see that board a little bit smaller, a little bit wider in the nose, which is allowing him to kind of go through those sections with that speed and, real ease. Love that he's being on rail, that sharp eye is looking smooth, but it's just the wave height for me. It's really going to be a big, big difference here.
Are you getting any Leo Fioravanti energy?
For sure.
You seeing a little bit of that?
I am, yeah. Is it the Quicksilver from back in the day?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
I like
There's something
it, though.
sort of similar.
There
his
is.
body position.
Yeah. The height, but also, structure.
Claw. 17.5 on the clock here. It is Gabriel Klausler, the Brazilian, with that high score, with a little bit of a lead over the Basque Keone Lassa out of Zarauts, which has been a hotbed of surf talent throughout the years. Surfers having great careers on the championship tour. Role models like Aritz Anamburu representing that region really, really well. Still surfing amazing and charging. It's been an incredible winter. Unbelievable days down the coast at Mundaka this season. Just relentless. Been real big and busy in the Atlantic. It's balmy and warm right now in the tropical Pacific region in the Philippines. And here's Keone Lassa just slicing, really. Super busy, light on his feet, adjusts the feet, gets back on the tail block to go up into the lip and gets a nice finish. And after a long wait, bit of a hold in the lineup, good call to go, well served.
Yep, I liked that. He waited for it. He was coming from behind in the sections when he had to get nice and vertical. I said this to Jesse the other day, and I'll say it again. He's giving me shades of Cowley Vast. It's really reminded me that back arm kind of hook as well into it. I feel like I'm really loving it. The style, the whippiness that he's got in his surfing. You can see right now he's just top to bottom, smooth, seamless with speed. I'm loving this from Keone Lassa. This end turn as well, he just timed it so smooth. It's really tricky to do this on a small wave, to adjust your feet, to be in time, because you have to be super reactive. You have to go, oh, okay, that's a section there. Oh, okay, maybe it's not. It's sort of dying off a little bit, but Keone's been in tune, in form, and really just seamless surfing through those parts. Gets a little bit of a fumble there, and you can see that in the slow-mo, but love how he just draws off the bottom. Releases the tail a little bit, and I'm feeling it's given me, I don't know why, but Calivast in Bolito.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. I like it. Let's see if the judges like it. Number's going to come home for him. It gets him to first, 4.93. Just about gets there. I tell you what, there's very little in this. Hello, what's happening here?
Yeah, Stace. I think that's one of Huey Vaughan's boards. D. Juliet, I think that is.
I mean,
Bit of board talk.
He just can't get off camera, can he?
Yeah.
Loves it.
Yep. He loves it. That is definitely one of Huey's boards. He's just like, yep, this is the board that he's riding later today in Heat 5, 2 heats time. Well, this is that last one of Gabriel. Whoa, big numbers coming through. Nice opening turn. Oh, this one is really starting to open up. Look at the wall ahead of him. Belts it there for the Brazilian surfer and gets a drift. Okay, that was smooth. That was really good surfing. This wave just built through to the inside, Paul.
It wasn't really good. It was excellent surfing. A big number in for Gabriel Klausner. He's gone 8-1-7. He's gone absolutely ham on this thing. The finish with a little drift right in Lasse's face on the end as well. And right now he's wrested control of this. He's in a really commanding position. It was super tight. There was 0.02 of a point between them prior to Gabriel Klausner just grabbing hold of the heat, smashing out multiple turns for the 817. And right now in the lineup, a chance to exhale for him.
Yeah. Yep. He gets a little bit of time to breathe.
That feels good.
It does. Hearing you've got an excellent score on a day like today is like, ooh, that's a 10. That's highlight reel moment.
Okay, what does Lasse do? What's he feeling? Where is he emotionally?
I feel like he needs to really find those big, steep sections and just go to absolute town. Bring something electric to it.
He knows what he needs to do. He needs to go big. Just over 13 minutes remaining. It's heat number 3 of the round of 16 for the men. More live action from the Philippines real soon. Let's go. Welcome back to the action here. Our surfer out of the Basque Country, Keone Lasse, having a swing. He needs to make something happen. He's got 12 on the clock. That's not the way to do it. A little frustration, understandably, from him. The wave fizzles out. This isn't good. He's not happy.
It's not what we want to see from Keone right now. I mean, hearing that you need an 8.74, never the best thing to be hearing this early on in the day, as particularly with 11 minutes 45 seconds to go. But I do feel like for Keone, he's got the ability to get an excellent score. It's just this wave. He needs to find it and make it count. He's going, what, how did this happen? He's going, what is going on right now? It's, 10:25 in the morning and in 8.74?
He needs a change for sure.
How did this happen?
Yeah, he needs just this heat to go differently, and there's still plenty of time for that. It really would just take one wave, actually. Make a big connection with some solid energy out here, and he can completely turn the heat. But right now, he's just in a bit of rhythm on sluggish waves that are just fading in that midsection. And he needs to find something that runs and goes for a big finish. Basically exactly what Klausner got. The surfing is there. It's really about finding that wave, unpicking the lock here. We'll fly over the coast. Have a look. You can still see a bit of white water fringing this coastline, which means there is still swell energy out there, but definitely on the dip a little bit from what we've had the last few days.
Yeah.
I think we're making the most of it here. Still seeing, obviously, excellent scores going down in this one. Good performances throughout this round.
It's always hard to walk away when there's waves, isn't it? You know, and particularly, I think, looking for the forecast and for the rest of the event, I think it's only supposed to get a little bit smaller. Hopefully an increase by the end of the period, but it's just making the most of what we got in front of us right now. I think the best is behind us.
Really entertaining heat here. 2 different stories playing out. The heat leader, the momentum with him. He's got this wave. It's standing up in front of him. He'll deal with some bumps pretty well. deeper water on the outsides. Just joining up the dots now. A little double up section for Klausner. He'll snap the tail and release. Some more carving work for him. Been real busy, kind of twitching, everything moving around quite a lot. Thinking of 5-5 as the backup number. Will this finish be enough to improve or replace on that? He's pretty much right in the shallows there. Then he'll go starfish to go flat. What do we reckon?
How's the confidence he's seeing off him after that 8-1-7? You're seeing that confidence just shining through on that wave, and then you're seeing the frustration, a little bit different from Keone. That was a good, strong first turn for Keone, but wave selection, super important. Unfortunately, this one let him down a little bit, and you can see he's noticing that now. And for Keone, it's important for him to just not let this rattle him.
I think it's early to fall apart.
There's
plenty of time. Just one wave will do it. I mean, Gabrielle found that thing bashed out, and you don't need to kind of get too bummed on yourself at this stage.
Right now, it's just take that pressure off. Don't worry about it. You know, at the end of the day, a wave is going to come through, and you just need to surf. And that, I think he's putting too much pressure on himself. A wave will come, and he will get that opportunity. But this one from Gabrielle, he's looking smooth, he's looking sparky, and it's tricky to kind of battle and get someone who seems to be in rhythm with these good ones. That was a nice turn, just kicks that tail out. I really love when he goes on rail like that, though. Looks like he's riding a swallowtail sharp eye there, so you can see that swallowtail gives him a little bit of extra squirt off those turns, and it's really working for him. Goes into the top 2 of 5.77 as well, so he's just getting better each wave. And unfortunately for Keone, he's getting left behind a little bit. He needs a 9.01 now, and that's a pretty decent score. Yeah, it's a tough one. 8 minutes to go. There's still plenty of time. Keone's been working really hard for it, but these last 2 waves of Gabrielle, you've been seeing that excitement from him, that, you know, really electrifying surfing. He's obviously really light on his feet as well, so everything's working in his favour right now.
I mean, you've got to try and flip that from Keone's point of view and stay positive in his own mind. The judges are throwing excellent numbers in these conditions, and the surfing that we saw for that 8.17, it was great, but it wasn't life-changing.
Yes.
You know, so Keone Lasser's got to think, I need an excellent number myself. I just need a set wave, need to belt it.
Fully.
He kind of smashes it 3 or 4 times on the back and on a decent set wave. I think he's right up there and he's back in the game. He's got to try and kind of think like that at the moment because he's getting a little rattled.
It's almost like the excellent scores are actually easy to get because you know what you have to do.
Here he goes, trying to find one right now. 7:20 on the clock, a little whip on the outsides and some speed and momentum. Can he find clean water? It's crumbly business and he doesn't like it. And he kicks the board away in frustration, really at the rhythm, because you can see from his surfing he's really sprightly, he's on edge, he's quick, whippy, but the waves are crumbly around him and it's falling apart a little bit here.
Yeah, unfortunate for Keone. He was trying so hard to get up and vertical into it, but those down the line floats was all that wave was really offering. Ooh, dream team right here, Dane Henry, Adam Dufner. We saw them go gold twice back to back in El Salvador. Can they do it here? Thoughts?
Yep.
Okay, loving it. That's huge. Bit of energy. They look pretty laid back. How is that?
Let's have a giggle.
Have a giggle. You know what? It can't be so, you know, hardcore all the time. You got to be a little bit lighthearted every now and then.
Yeah. Also, I think if you win quite a lot,
yeah,
that's generally quite good for your mood, isn't it?
Sure.
I mean, I'm just assuming.
Assuming.
Yeah.
You haven't experienced that yourself?
I just walk around with a cloud over me wherever I go. Yeah. No, not at all. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. I think in terms of not loading up too much pressure on yourself as well, I think that's a good call. I think even by now, these are juniors, but they've been competing a long time. They know kind of emotionally what the right levers are to pull before they paddle out as well, where the headspace needs to be, how much kind of fire they want to bring, how much levity. Speaking of which, Klausner is enjoying himself. It's 5.5 on the clock. He's got a massive lead in the heat, and he's through the motions and swinging and just opening up and expressing himself. Once again, connecting with the wave, which has got clean water in front. He'll come from behind a crumbly section. a little tentative finish. Nothing particularly emphatic about the final turn, but some sprightly stuff with speed done out the back.
Yep. Don't really think it'll go into the top 2. I don't know. I feel like that was a blocking kind of tactic there for Gabrielle.
Okay, all right. How do we surf good angry? You can only lassa, you're rattled. You splash in the water, you're peed off. You're not happy. How do you turn that into good anger, positive aggression?
There's so many different ways you can. I feel like maybe for Keone, it's that visualization. Visualizing, hitting the lip as hard as you can. Using that for the better is there's so many different ways that you can do it. But I think just you've got to stay focused on the end goal. What is the end goal in this heat for Keone? It's to progress through to the quarterfinals. And I think for him, maybe, visualizing himself before he takes off, going to town, getting a 9.01, that can always help. Breathing, whatever that is, you can visually see the anger.
At the moment, he's fighting 2 enemies. He's battling Klausner, but he's battling the ocean a bit.
Yeah.
And he needs to just make one enemy. He needs to consolidate all of that emotion against Klausner and go with the ocean and think, what, you're with me.
Yeah.
Please, I hope you are. Give me an opportunity.
I don't want Paul's dark cloud. Okay, stay over there.
Nah, he's gone. Yeah.
I just think, like you said, Paul, you don't want to be fighting too many demons in these heats. And I think for Keone, the most important thing is don't let it get to you. Just use everything, use whatever you can for good. And he's had so many heats where he has been able to change the tides. And I think he's got time right now.
Yep.
It's just... not letting it get the better of him.
He's got priority. The lineup is his. He's got 3.5 minutes. He's going left. He'll open up the stance and he'll go for a punt. He'll click the reverse. We've sort of speculated on where that kind of gear was going to go points-wise. Just feel the criteria on those lefts. He's sort of almost like the score's got reduced by a couple of points, maybe. I mean... Well, let's see where it goes. I'll have another look at it. It's nicely done.
Yeah, I love it. I like to see, the difference and what he's got in his arsenal. It was a good air. He did well to make it. And I'm loving how he's like, yep, cool, I'm going to try and do something different. Might be his best wave and lower that requirement. But I just think, like we said earlier, lefts aren't offering those high, excellent scores, but maybe he'll put himself in a better position.
It's the use of priority as well, though, isn't it? And that maybe even more than the score, he's going to get a marginal improvement. He has brought the number down a bit, but he's basically still needs an excellence. He kind of needs the same way, but similar sort of stuff. But what he doesn't have anymore is priority.
Yeah, it's tough. It's so tough to make those decisions and go, I'm going to go left when it's clearly a right. And I like that he's, trying his luck, showing us what he's got. That air was really good, but unfortunately we're not at a beachy. It's Mona Lisa Point, it's a right point, and there is those odd lefts, but the rights is where those bulk of the points it's going to come from. And an 8.47, he basically needs an 8.5, and he has the ability to, but now he just doesn't have the priority and the time isn't on his side.
Been really entertaining battles so far in the round of 16 for the men, who we send into quarterfinals. It looks like another Brazilian, Gabriel Klausner, who's made a good fist of this heat. He's gone into the excellent range. And I still feel like he's actually got plenty more surfing as well. He's not surfed at his absolute best by any stretch as well. He's just surfed smart. He's made good decisions. A little bit of the rub of the green as well. You've got to be a bit lucky when conditions are smaller, and he has paddled into waves with good energy. And that's part of the story. You've also got to make the most of them. And he's absolutely done that. And I think he'd be feeling pretty good about life with a minute to go and a big, big lead.
Yeah, that's when you're thinking, I'm sweet. I've got priority, 1 minute left, under a minute now, and my opponent needs an excellent score. It means that the plan's worked. You surfed to the plan, you've done exactly what you have to do, and you're controlling the last 45 seconds. And for, Team Klausner on the beach, they're thinking, yep, thank you very much. Buzzer, please go. Whereas Keone's team is thinking, let him have this one.
All right, he'll use priority, and just to block it move for Keone really is a smaller wave for Gabriel. But he's got some speeds, and he's looking down the line. He's focusing in on a section, a little pop over it, and a spin in front of the white water to finish. And again, Good decision making from him, just identifying. There was a kind of a glimmer of hope at that excellent number. Keone could have done something really sensational on that wave. A good decision. You have to look out the back as well, kind of think, is there one behind it? Didn't seem to be much happening. And a frustrating heat for Keone Lasso, who's in really good form. The rhythm of the ocean wasn't there, and you won't be able to get through these heats without that. So he'll bow out competition. Well done to Gabriel Klausner, who's looked good, and I think his confidence will just swell in a very competitive field. The heats are absolutely stacked, and all Aussie clash coming up next. More live action from the Philippines right after the break. Welcome back to the action here. Mona Lisa Point plays host to the world's best. A couple of them in the water, both from Australia. Dane Henry, a lot of people's pre-event favourite, doing big things at the moment in his career, taking on Willem Watson, another highly rated Aussie. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by Dai Wacko. How do we like this matchup, mate?
Wow, it's a big heat, and it's a sad moment for Team Australia to up against, and one of them getting through to the quarterfinals. But it's a great matchup. You know, Dan Henry is one of the standout surfers in the draw and Western, you know, and William Watson is another great surfer from Australia.
Yeah, we got another clash coming up as well. Next, Winter Vincent taking on Huey Vaughan, another all-Australian affair. We had a great performance from Lennox Smith, who made pretty short work, actually, of Lucas Skinner first thing this morning. Absolutely ripped in the opening heat of this round of 16. He's through to quarters. So that strong Aussie contingent definitely being represented. And right now in the middle part of the draw, we're looking at some real quality. This one at the moment. Just a patient start to it. As they're just kind of sussing out the lineup, figuring it out. Someone that did that in the last heat out of Brazil, Gabriel Klausner. He's with Jesse.
Yeah, pretty convincing win, that last one from Gabriel. Excellent surfing, an 8-1-7. You are now a quarter-finalist in the World Junior Championships. That's going to be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, I'm super happy to make this heat and make the excellent score. And the waves are kind of hard to find a good one, but I'm glad I find the 8 and it was doing okay during the heat.
Looking really strong. We were just talking about your equipment. You've got an all-carbon board under your feet. Give us a little breakdown on what you're riding.
That's a 5.8 Flip Torero model 7.7 from Sharp Eye. This board's been amazing. I have her for more than a year. It feels pretty good. I already have some good results with this board. So yeah, that's my best board.
Bit of a magic stick here in the Philippines. Obviously, we mentioned you're into the quarterfinals now. Going all the way, taking that trophy back to Brazil. That's obviously the goal here. What do you think it's going to take for you to get to that trophy?
Step by step. And a heat win is a heat win, but need to reset because the next heat will probably be against Dane or Hugh Vong. And they are both incredible surfers. And just reset and just keep the vibe.
We look forward to seeing that vibe. Obviously, a lot of fans back at home. It's pretty late over in Brazil, but feel free to take it away.
Eu quero agradecer a todos meus amigos que vêm me dando suporte, me ligando, mandando energia boa. E é isso, amarradão de estar passando mais uma bateria. É isso, estou muito feliz. Obrigadão pela torcida.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, nice work from Gabriel. And you can see a mixture of he's delighted, but also just kind of relieved as well. It's a tough battle out there in conditions that are really asking a lot of questions of our surfers. Well done to him. He's going to have to keep that going. So, during that, we saw this, mate. Good start from Willem.
Definitely good stuff. One of the smaller size waves that actually peeling nicely along the reef on the inside. Great whippy turns there, and another beautiful vertical off the top here. And there's actually another one throwing buckets of spray. I really enjoyed watching this performance from Willem Watson. Great start.
Timing from him crucial here, wasn't it? Really well connected as he goes into the lip. Just kind of slaps it a little bit with the board. And because the timing's so good, displaces plenty of water. It's nice and critical. And Henry watches on from out the back. He doesn't get a crazy finish, but just the rhythm of those turns.
Keeping it really tight in the section. Really love this vertical off the top. All the fins out the back, throwing back is spread, but this is Dane Henry.
All right, here we go. Setting himself up. And look how loose that board looks for him as he's able just to tweak these turns, and then the acceleration from behind the pocket. Not much on the inside for Dane. It is a first wave for him. He's waited a little while, over 5 minutes, just wanted to get involved. The 6-5 has dropped in for Willem Watson, which is a really good way to start their heat. I think Dane Henry just realising there's an opportunity there to post a reply. He'll make the paddle back out, a little bit of energy starting to show out on the peak. Willem Watson with the early running here. He'll have priority as well. This was Dane's way from the start.
Great answer back from Dane Henry. A little bit of a downtime at first. From here, generating so much speed off the white water and left the lava down there and trying to get one more in. So it wasn't as long as the previous wave from Willem Watson, but definitely he did a great job on that wave. Maintain the speed, just staying in the pockets of the wave, and this time generating so much speed and straight into this lava slashing turns. Beautiful combination from Dane Henry. Nice answer back.
Yeah, just sort of serving a little bit of notice of what he can do on a wave. It just didn't offer a lot of power or juice for him, but you can just see in those turns, even as he kind of swings into them, just how loose that board looks, how crisp. There's a lot of motion, that movement in the hips from him. It just looks like everything's available each turn. Any turn, you don't know exactly what's coming, which always looks dynamic and exciting. And you'll get a mid-range number. It'll definitely keep him in contention here. It's a 5.83, so it's sort of similar to Willem. But overall, the better of that opening exchange is with Watson. He'll feel good about that. He's got priority as well, and as is often the case, Dane will go deeper under second prio, see if he can make something happen.
Wow, great answer back from Dane Henry. But just like you said, Willem got the better of the last exchange. But like you said, it's a similar scoring so far. It's nice and balanced in the heat. But it's interesting how Dane Henry took the position up the point a little bit further, creating space between them. And yesterday when I was surfing this point, Dane was practicing here. And he was surfing up the point, way up the point, and probably he sees something at the point.
Yeah, this will be something I think he's thought about and he's planned before going into the water, where he wants to be in the lineup exactly. All of this mapped out, not leaving much due to chance or just kind of vibing it. This is the heat strategy and everything kind of dialed in at this level. That preparation, particularly positioning out here, and particularly on today where the opportunities that come through, there's not loads of them. I want to maximise that when it comes. So he's sitting deep and he's ready to go and really continue with a bit of momentum, which has kicked in with that exchange. If you think about the way the last couple of heats are gone, it's down towards that midway point in the heat, really, where someone puts a stamp on it. It's similar in this, but already that opening exchange has been a bit higher quality. And I think that's not really surprised anyone, given the caliber of talent that we're watching right now. Cannot wait to see these two get involved with a legit set and a good exchange. Really looking forward to seeing exactly what this can do. And ask a different question here of our competitors in terms of their small wave game. And trying to maximise energy, surf up the potential of waves.
And interesting to see the equipment change from the older surfers. Some of them using, stick to the PU, but some of them using EPS. Dane Henry in this heat, he's using carbon surfboard, and it makes totally difference. When you creating speed, especially on those carbon surfboard, you push it and you get more speed. So definitely the equipment choice is coming into play right now, especially in this smaller condition.
Just under 20 minutes on the clock here. A period of calm for these two. Think about where they are in the heat. And what's coming next for Willem Watson, that priority. And will give him some decision making in terms of quality. He'll want to use it on something. He'll certainly be aiming for something a little higher. He's already got that 6.5. He'll think high sixes into sevens. A wave that's offering at least that will be something to pull the trigger on. There's no point really up against a surfer of Dane Henry's caliber and just throwing a kind of back up and throwing away that priority. At the same time, without priority, Dane will just look for anything really at this stage.
And then I can see he's just aiming for the section to take it to the sky probably. But each heat from heat 1 to heat 3, we've seen 8s and 7s at least one way. So definitely there's still potential to get those excellent range in that water.
Official merch, WSLstore.com. That's available. Looking forward to the CT firing up, aren't we? We were talking a little bit about it yesterday. That start over in Bells is going to kick off the season. It's been a long while since we've seen the very best in the world. And I just wonder, you think about surfers like Dane Henry, how long is it before we see someone like him and others in competition here on the CT full time? Not long, is my guess.
Definitely not long. In a couple of years, we'll be watching their surfing on the CT tour. It's exciting new seasons coming up, right, for the CT tours. A lot of legends are coming back to the tour.
A lot of world titles coming back, a lot of experience. Obviously the format and where we're going and how it's going to work as well. Going back to a familiar theme, starting in Australia, finishing at Pipe in December. No cut. Right now we're watching the best juniors try and get their first world title here. It's Dane Henry with glide from deep under the priority of Willem Watson. Flying over a section and he'll reverse that. And just gliding past white water, squeezing the juice. Sprightly snaps from him, displacing water. And just pushing it, really just trying to maximize at this stage. And this thing's ran the whole way. Wow. And when you don't have priority and you go deep, that's exactly the wave you're hoping for.
Well, that was exactly the wave he was looking for. He took off really deep, but he generated speed so much through the turn and off the white water, and did an air reverse, and then surfing all the way to the inside. So that was great wave selection, great surfing from Dane Henry.
Yeah, a lot of content on this, wasn't there? There's a lot for the judges to think about as well, where exactly this goes score-wise. It's going to be kind of a crucial number. It's sort of setting the tone. So let's see exactly where they go with it. Watson there in the lineup, just waiting, sitting with that priority. Henry going to town really on that, just sort of covering everything. And the variety in the maneuvers, that'll be significant. It's definitely a part of our criteria that's been key. It's a really good number for him. It's going to help him a lot. 7.67 for Dane Henry. So into the lead.
That is a healthy number to have. His second wave, 7.67. A lot of pressures now for Willem Watson, though. Has first priority.
Well, a couple of questions. Was he unable to get that wave? Was it just too deep? Could he have not gotten towards it?
Well, definitely. It's hard to explain, but probably Willem Watson has a different strategy in the water. Probably stick to the original plan, just getting those waves, breaking along the reef. I don't think he has the strategies to go deep. But just like I mentioned before, Dane has been surfing up the point quite a lot last couple of days, so probably he knows where to sit. But that was under priority, and he got that wave, 7.67. So it was a great decision from Dane Henry.
It's going to be really interesting to see the response here from Willem Watson. Just over 15 minutes on the clock. Bit of energy pulsing onto the peak. Watson says no. Henry says, yep, I'll go. Little crumble, bit of a ramp, but it'll just come around it, actually, and it will be a kick out. That's the reason why Willem Watson quite prudently decided not to go. And he sat for a while with that priority. And what you don't want to hear when your opponent goes deep,
right,
is them snuffle up a score close to excellent, a high 7. So it's taking a bit of a blow, Willem Watson. How's he going to respond?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to go up the point and sit in the deep. But this is the wave. He took off really deep of the white water. Well, that was the last wave actually. It was only 1.50. But Dan Henry is gonna sit up the point again, trying to get exact the same wave.
Got some lines coming through here. We've got some energy. William Watson just holding down that position on the apex of the peak here. Once again, Dane Henry going deep. Second priority for Dane, and that means he'll go and try and find something from further up. Let's get another look here. The glide, the way he's able to cover ground, come from behind sections is so impressive, as well as maneuvers like this.
It was clean landing on the kick reverse and straight into the next section. And he found this a bonus steeper section through the all the way to the inside, and even he got the bonus section right here and gets the finish. So definitely a great surfing and a lot of variety on that wave. I love how he pushes the tail so that he can throw a lot of sprays at the back, and he's just continuing his surfing all the way to the inside. It's hard to link through that section, the further section, but managed to well, and we're getting those finishing down there. So great surfing again.
All right, picking up vision of William Watson on the inside. He's ridden a wave, he's pulled the trigger, he's had to wait a while, he's decided to go, and he's making his way back out now, having used that priority. Let's see how he went, where it's going to put him in the context of this. Inside that 13-minute mark now to go. Dane Henry with a bit of a lead, 7.01 the requirement for Willem. Here's his last wave.
One of the smaller side medium set waves. Love that layback turn, a lot of flares, a little bit of a form climb there, and try to link through to the inside section. So this is where the wave sends up, and it gets a whippy down there, throwing back his spray. Beautiful combination from William Watson. Needing a big score. I love this layback turn here. This is a money turn. All the fins at the back. A nice, connection of the white water. He was just eyeing for the last section.
Really enjoying his nonchalant style. At times he looks a little disinterested between sections, and you think, this, he's going to kick out. Then all of a sudden another section pops up, and from nowhere he smashes it. So let's see where this number goes. But that really smooth, composed, kind of upright style, everything pretty quiet about the body, and then that just frames those major maneuvers when they do come. He suddenly flares up. Really, really entertaining surfing going down from each of these. Loving this heat. It's tense at the moment. This wave from William Watson's going to put him right back in contention here, though, bringing these scores a lot closer. 7.01, the requirement at the moment to go to first for Willem. It's going to be under that, but it's going to be a crucial wave just for keeping him in step. It's going to be sort of a similar number, I think, to Dane Henry's first wave. It drops in. It's real similar. 5.57. And whereas we were actually overall in terms of the requirement for him, because he doesn't improve on his high score, need to find a bit more of that. And you got to say, with the benefit of hindsight, that use of priority, not a great one.
Yeah, it wasn't not a great one, as he pulled the trigger with the first priority, but still, his surfing was there. It was just a wave-wise, I think, wave selection. Probably he needs to have better wave to get 7.01. If he can put everything together on a better looking wave, then definitely he's surfing there for the requirement 7.01.
Right, yeah. Dane's with him now, just kind of tracking him with that priority, just sort of sitting on Willem a bit. And he'll let him have a look at this if he wants to go. Willem will do, and he'll take it small away. What's he got here? He needs to find a bit of energy, build some momentum. He won't do it on this wave. It's a crumbly, smaller wave. That's exactly why Dane Henry just let him have that. Didn't even really look at it twice. Meanwhile, out the back, a little more texture on the lineup. A little wind ruffling through.
So he's not going to take that first one, but there's another line coming through the lineup. Looks like Dane's going to get on this one. Didn't like the look of it.
Live action right now. Willem Watson in
I'm with my
motion.
person.
9.5 on the clock. And he'll flare up, he'll blow the tail, and he'll reverse and click and swing again. Carving snap to finish on the insides. And he's going to have to get involved, just roll up the sleeves and do that kind of stuff. Be busy, find energy, get these sections and link them together. I think part of the reason on that 5.57, that kind of disjointed the fact that the wave had a bit of a soft period midway through, kept the score down. Meanwhile, Henry again gets the grab, lands the air reverse, and slashes, throws up spray in this sunshine. Once again, just burying the boards a little on that turn. Good enough for a finish. Might get a paddle battle here. We're having another look at this replay of Dane Henry. What do you think, Di?
Really enjoy watching that. You know, put the different approach, especially the air reverse. He grabbed it this time, so showing that he's got a lot of variety in the surfing.
Let's see where the judges go with this. In the meantime, time to get down to True Starling on the beach with an update.
Paul, thank you. I'm here for the SMC infrastructure conditions update, and we've got an update on the call as well. But first, the most important thing is the surf. Now, we've got a little bit of puff up of this wind, but there's still plenty of opportunity out there for the surfers. So with that, we are actually going to go straight into the women's round of 16. The plan is to run all 8 heats of the women's round of 16 as well at 30 minutes. So there's plenty more action to come for day 3. Heaps of beanbags, heaps of umbrellas down on the beach. So if you're around here at beautiful El Union and Mona Lisa Point, why not get down here?
Love it. Thanks, True. Great update as we look out to that ocean and we think, yeah, still opportunity, still good numbers coming through. Great numbers coming through. A lot of excellent scores in this round. And then we will have women as well right after this. That's the official update there as the drone from above takes it all in. Priority with Willem Watson. After that last exchange, he improved his numbers overall, but not really his position because his low score was the one he worked on. That means the requirement's the same still. 7.01. We're going to get number in for Dane Henry. Let's see if he can improve as well on his backup. Don't think he's going to threaten the high score. Let's see exactly where this goes. Tense heat, this one, isn't it? You can feel this tension.
It is a really tense heat. 6.40 for the Williams last wave. You know, it is a backup score, but he did a great job on that wave. This is Huey Vaughan getting ready for the next big matchup in heat number 5 of the run of 16.
Yeah, crazy matchup, that one. Winter Vincent, another surfer. A lot of people marking last year's finalist for glory here to take out that World Junior title. If he's going to do it, he's going to have to get past Huey Vaughan there with his dad, taking it all in, making their preps. All right, numbers in. Dane Henry, 5.83. Same score, actually, to his first wave, so it doesn't improve. It's as we were. Still the 7.01 for Willem Watson. Good news from his point of view. Priority is with him.
Right, so this is a preview. I mean, last wave from William. Nice second turn, and he gets it in the air. Beautiful reverse there. A lot of variety on this wave, so definitely great surfing from William Watson, but probably, you know, getting the 7-point range, definitely you need to have a better looking wave, better shape and better steeper sections, but definitely that second turn, throwing a lot of sprays and great off the top and straight into this kick reverse. Beautiful combination. 2 turns, 6.4 is really good actually. There's not many, you know, other turns, but still locks in 6.4, so he is capable of getting 7.01.
Winter Vincent making his final preparations for a tough heat with Huey Vaughan. Can't wait to see that go down. He's been impressive over the last couple of years, really, of his career. He's been surfing brilliantly. Really amazing performances in a variety of conditions out here last year. Kicked off 2025 season in pro surfing with an amazing final with Bronson Mady, and it was Bronson that got the better of him. If you just look at Winter Vincent's numbers from that final, he would have won pretty much every heat in the contest. Just that Bronson almost surfed that perfect heat, so that was a crazy final, entertaining. They'll take some key learnings from that. And look to go out and deliver against Huey Vaughan. They would have surfed together a bit. They would know each other quite well.
Definitely. Well, it's going to be a great matchup between them, Winter and Huey. You know, Winter is back, so definitely he's hungry for the win, the title next to his name. Run up in 2025 World Junior Championships.
Yeah, it's got this stage. Can't really think too much about that. It's got to get past Huey Vaughan. One of them's bowing out here, which will be, something of an upset. Whoever goes out competition. Meanwhile, Dane Henry here. Bit of a bigger wave, but some crumble and some bump. And with second prio, why not have a look from when you're on your feet, see what the wave's offering? The answer is not a lot, actually, but some time's ticked away. 3:45 to go here. Willem Watson with a little bit to do, 7:01. He's sort of come close to that with both of his scores, but he hasn't quite got there. Interesting to see a little bit of a spread on our score screen for that last wave for Willem Watson. So one judge going as low as 5.8 and one going as high as 7. So a bit of a spread there from him. And the crucial part of that, I guess, is if he had improved of his high score, it was just like 0.1 off that, would have brought the requirement down into the 6s, which just feels like a much sort of a lower number.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of what he needs to get. It's still that 7:01, but the picture in his own mind is kind of quite clear what he needs to do. So he needs his best wave, essentially. A couple of things you can take away from that. It is the task ahead of him. He can sort of size up. He knows what he needs to do. But also it just feels with 3 minutes to go, I need to do something that I haven't been able to do yet, which always just makes it feel a little bigger. Let's see how we'll go about dealing with that. I think he served really well in this. I've been really impressed with him. I like his style. I think it makes his turns look big. Just how cruisy he is in between them. Here he goes in action. Couple on the clock. First turn, a stinging hit with loads of spray, and then he gets tangled. And then not a lot happening for him. Meanwhile, here's Henry. Quick in and out for him. I think from deeper, he'll look where Willem is, and he'll look to get priority here. I think he'll do that.
Well, definitely Dan trying to, gain the first priority. But this last wave, the first turn, it was massive. And he was on the way to the great score, but that wave didn't really offer. And then Dan did a great call there, great decision, and then just pull out and quick in and out to gain the first priority in the last 2 minutes. So that is a great, smart competition surfing from Dan Henry. Now he's going to sit with, William. No, actually not.
Henry's up. Yeah, here he goes. Double pump, bottom turn, a slash off the top wave. A little sluggish, so he has to kind of regather now. He's got plenty of speed down the line. He'll open up and lay it back and just deal with an inside runner section. We know what's coming here. Nice punt above the lip. Getting it done with the rotation. And then trying to go for a finishing maneuver. Meanwhile, out the back. Quick in and out. A kick out for Watson. He'll have time to get in the lineup and find a wave. We're going to get a score for Dane Henry.
Wow. A great decision making from Dane Henry. I thought he was going to sit with William, but just pull the trigger, trying to get rid of the 5.83.
Yeah, do we see an improvement here, Di?
I'm going to say yes, because the, on the inside section, that laver turn was huge, throwing buckets of spray. And then, that's not only it, there is another air reverse. Little bit time in the air. Didn't get the last section to ride out of it, but still, there's a great combination.
All right, let's see where that number goes and how it changes the situation, if at all, for Willem Watson, who, well, the number's in. It is an improvement, 6.47. He's added a bit, so it's now a 7.65. You know what? Doesn't really change all that much. It's half a point more that Willem needs to find, but really still needs a similar kind of wave. He needs a really, really good wave, close to excellent now. Here he'll go. He's found an opportunity. Had to take this. It's a bigger wave. It's a bit fat out the back. Now it's steeper. That was nice. Into the lip, just snapping in it. And again, nice rhythm. He'll need an inside finish as well. What's he got for us here? Picking up some speed as the wave closes out. He tagged it a couple of times. Did it have that moment to get up there into the high 7s?
I'm not too sure if it's going to be a 7.65, but definitely great start. But unfortunately, I don't see that wave, meeting the requirement.
We've seen some real high-quality surfing in this heat. It's been really entertaining. Nice tussle between these two. Willem Watson just looks great, doesn't he? The style so composed, real precise. The timing's impeccable from him. And it feels like he's just come up against someone who's had a little bit too much on this occasion. Dane Henry getting the best of most of the, well, all of the exchanges really that came through. A little moment for the two Aussies down there on the inside. But it looks like, well, we'll wait for these scores to come through, see exactly where it puts us. Did feel like a bit of a big number that Willem was chasing down ultimately. And at this stage of competition, we are seeing heats that really are just absolutely stacked with talent. The numbers in for Willem Watson. It's not going to be enough for him. Dane Henry through to quarterfinals here. And Willem Watson just not quite finding the opportunities, but he shouldn't be disappointed really with the way he's performed. Just didn't quite have the waves. He had a chance to Dane Henry just to relax now, think about quarters, take the rest of the day off as well, get out the sun, and just enjoy the fact that he's through the quarterfinals. We'll keep it rolling here. An absolutely stacked heat about to hit the water. Winter Vincent taking on Huey Vaughan. An all Aussie affair. Will bring Stace back in for the call.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships at Mona Lisa Point here in the beautiful northwest of the Philippines. This is heat number 5 of the round of 16. Winter Vincent out of Australia taking on Huey Vaughan, also out of Australia. Central Coast v the Northern Beaches. It's a pretty big battle, this one. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Di Wacko and Di. It's been a great morning. We've seen some great heats, heaps of tight battles.
Definitely.
Some good scores, some good surfing. Wind's picked up a little bit now, but I actually think it's going to make it a bit more fun.
I think it's way more fun than this morning. To me, like, I love on short wind, and it gets more like the section to stand up. So I really love this kind of condition. But this heat, it's stacked, and this is very tense moment for you also. I mean, this is a stacked heat.
Look, life's intense, mate. This is just another one of those moments, isn't it? It's it's definitely a big opportunity for both of these surfers. I think that Winter Vincent, no doubt, being runner-up here last year, he's got one thing on his mind. That's going one better. And then Huey, no doubt, he's probably hasn't competed as much as Winter this year, but it doesn't mean he doesn't care. He wants this just as much as anyone in the draw, and his brother's on the world tour, Joel, doing amazing things, and then this is Huey's chance to sort of shine on the big stage, and he's going to get a good opportunity. But we'll see Winter get this heat underway here. Really nice snap in the lip there, beautiful board control, and as you can see, this is why this guy's been touted as one of the favourites to win this event. Unfortunately, comes unstuck there. I don't think he'll mind. I think that there's probably going to be two sets of strategies played out in this heat. I think we'll see times in the heat where the boys look to be really busy, and once they both kind of get their the groundwork in, I think that there's some really good quality waves out there, and I think we'll see them look to kind of be a bit more selective maybe towards the end of this heat. But while we wait for this heat to rev up and get into things, we're going to get down to True on the sideline. G'day, True.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, Dane, that was a grindy heat. Let's talk small wave surfing straight up. What's the thought process going into that one, and how are you attacking these smaller conditions?
Yeah, it's always tricky when you get to the morning surf and it's like that, and we all thought it was going to be called off, and then Luke came up, he was like, nah, looks like we're running. So it's just kind of getting in that mind space of trying to go as fast as you can. I'm really confident on my boards. I've got a couple of carbon boards that are just going insane. I feel like it's kind of, the speed's kind of separating crew, and yeah, I'm feeling really fast and really lively.
And as well, you and Willem were first and second in the Australia Oceania Pro Junior region. It would have been really cool to share that heat with him.
Yeah, it was sick. Obviously, me and Will had the whole last year. I mean, the whole of our junior surfing career surfing together. And the last couple of events, we both shared finals together at the Tweed Coast Pro in Port Stephens, and ended up 1 and 2 on the rankings. And yeah, to match up with him was pretty cool. Been hanging with him a bit, been going to dinner with them, and it was just, it's always good to have a heat against your fellow Aussie companion, but you wish it was later in the draw, but it is what it is, and that's just how surfing goes.
Into the quarterfinals now, you're one step closer. It feels like you've got, the same team that you had all year throughout that 2025 year, and you had some pretty breakthrough performances. I don't want to speak too soon, but, coming into this one, are you feeling good for a finals appearance?
Yeah, I've been, just trying to take it heat by heat. Obviously had a really good year last year, and I've just been working with my coach, Adam Duffner, and our whole thing the last year has just been put the work boots on and get the job done. And, that's kind of been just heat by heat and just trying to go wave by wave, heat by heat, and not really worry about what's down the line. And if I make the finals, I make the finals. If I don't, on to the next. But yeah, I'm feeling really good, and yeah, everything's feeling good.
Do you feel like there's been like maybe a little something that's kind of added into your recipe for success, or do you think everything's just clicking really well?
Yeah, I think there's my first half of the year last year was super slow and kind of had a little moment where I added a lot of fire to my belly, and I really wanted to prove a lot of people what I could do, and I kind of got a bunch of really good results, and that kind of just lit me up to I got to the ISAs, got to represent my country. That always fires me up, and then to clutch up in the last 2 events at the Pro Juniors last year and get here, which has been my goal for so long. And I think I've just got a lot of fire in the belly and a really good support circle around me, and yeah, I'm just really keen to do my family proud, do my community proud, and just do myself proud.
Easy done, Dane. I mean, it's been a great event so far seeing you surf. I know that you have a lot of people at home watching you. Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, shout out to my dad, my siblings, my girlfriend, my nan and pop. I know they're all watching, all the Kingy Board Riders crew, all the community in the Tweed Coast area. Hopefully all you guys are watching, and I'm doing you proud, and also all my family in New Zealand as well. Hopefully you're all watching, and yeah, anyone else watching, all the messages, everything, they all go to me, and they're fueling the fire. So ready to rip in and keep going.
Quarterfinals time. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Drew. Great interview there with Dane. He's feeling, sounding relaxed. He's looking relaxed, and beautifully spoken. He does. He represents his community well. And his mum got in maybe yesterday or late last night, the night before, and he's got some great support at home. Works hard with his coach Doof and Jared Terry down there on the north coast of New South Wales. And Dane's one of those kids that it's so awesome to have that like in your hometown, someone with that talent and doing the things that they're doing, because then when the people that they train with, they bring everyone else up. But Dane knows too that he's kind of the captain of that group, and so he has to be like a role, he's very young obviously, but he's a role model to a lot of people already, and he does a great job of doing that, and he's really well spoken. He doesn't mince his words, does he? He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's here to do the job. As we see outside Winter Vincent, beautiful first turn there, coming through to the inside, and an amazing finish.
That was a massive 3-ton combo.
He has just got some swing power that is undeniable, and he makes very, very average waves, very, very good.
Just like you said, it was one of the smaller size waves because it was under priority, and wow, 3-ton combo, but a lot of flares in it, and there's no downtime in between turns, so definitely great 3-ton combo.
Yeah, he's obviously a tall kid. He's the tallest kid in the draw. He'd be one of the tallest professional surfers of all time. But he uses that leverage to his advantage. Look at this beautiful surfing here.
Wow. Tags it in the right section, straight into the second. I love the last time there, just all 3 fins out. Little bit of fin release there. Yeah, just like I said, it's one of the smaller size waves, but still managed to get that flares in the vertical off the top. Beautiful second, setting up for the finishing down and just pushing his tail really hard. All the 3 fins out the back. Beautiful surfing from Winter Vincent, and great scores.
No surprise there to see that score. 8-point ride. Huey Vaughan needs to answer back. He needs to do it quick. He's been sitting out the back waiting patiently. You could see his little blonde mop checking out Winter's ride there from outside. And he goes to the reverse there to get his campaign underway. And a few of these waves have had a few little bonuses on them down the line, and this wave looks like it will have that as well. We'll just be hoping for one more vertical section to get this done. Not the case there. Nevertheless, on the board with the completion, and Huey's just going to have to set his own rhythm in this heat. Obviously, Winter started fantastically, and it looks like he's off on another wave here. You can just see that clear board speed there that Winter's carrying through his turns, even on waves that aren't that quality. He's still getting a lot of water flying off those rails as we check out the drone angle here, Di.
Wow, different approach compared to the last of Winter's wave. More longer wave, a lot of turns, and take a little bit of reverse there, so a lot of variety on this wave. Beautiful surfing from Huey, and probably he wants to get the big finish there, but unfortunately, wave didn't really cooperate. But beautiful turn there, beautiful, upper body movement from Huey. And love that checking turn there, just eyeing for the section here, and just kick the tail up and get the reverse. Beautifully done.
Really well put together wave. And he's going to get a decent score here. It's a score that'll keep him enthusiastic about the heat. And, it's going to be hard, I think, just to kind of find yourself straight on that program that Winter's on. I think Huey's going to have to do his best to build into this heat now from here. He's just got to hope that Winter doesn't get too far ahead of him, which thankfully for Huey's situation, his last 2 rides have been incomplete. But with the difference there in their first 2, scoring manoeuvres, quite clearly advantage there to Winter Vincent, and with good reason. He just incredibly well surfed that 8-point ride.
Definitely, but just like you said, 5.83 is not a bad way to start his campaign. You don't really usually get 8-point ride in the first couple of minutes, right? So it's always have a 5.83 is a good idea. So you kind of want to building up, and then I think that's what Huey's feeling right now. It's just starting, just first half of the heat, and 5.83 is not a bad, bad score.
Yeah, it's definitely a score you could look to build on. And I think he'll obviously know that. He'll look to kind of his next opportunity. He'll look to try to better or get near Winter's 8, or if not improve it. He will need a certain type of wave, though. Obviously, I think all these guys. Dane Henry mentioned it, like looking for a point of difference. Dane's obviously identified that having that good board speed is going to set you apart from the rest of the pack. I would say that both these surfers in this heat here, probably getting speed and generating speed is not something they're going to be too worried about. So what's the next point of difference that you look for? I think obviously Winter's so strong on the rail. Huey, I think, will look to exploit Winter by going above the lip, but we saw what Winter was capable of last year above the lip too. So it's going to be, it's going to be a good battle.
Definitely, it's going to be a good battle, and then they all know that. Two of them know that it's going to be a great matchup, and it's going to be hard to, up against each other. So definitely they're going to push the level up in this round of 16, and they'll do everything that they can do to just make it through to the quarterfinals. Yeah,
big time, because I feel like both of these surfers here with this particular heat, they'll both be thinking that whoever gets out of this heat will be really close to winning the event. I think that both these guys know that. Obviously there's some fantastic surfers in the event. We just heard from Dane Henry, he's still going in the draw, and there's Lennox Smith surfing really well, but these two young fellas, we know how talented they both are, and I think that the rest of the draw would be pretty stoked to see this matchup. They know that one of them's going home.
Right, it's a sad for the Team Australia.
Yeah, we had 2 double ups. We had the Dane and Willem, and now Winter and Huey, but that's just how it goes. It's good to see Huey wanted the wave. Obviously Winter with priority. He's already got an 8-point ride. Beautiful turn out of the lip there. Incredibly polished surfing. Another great snap out of the top. Just the speed in between the 2 manoeuvres is really impressive here. Down the line looking good. Beautiful carve to finish. Oh, excuse me, I probably could have one more on this wave here. Not to be, but a beautiful sequence of turns. And scary thing for Huey is Winter still looks like he's kind of in 2nd or 3rd gear.
Yeah, right. But just like you mentioned, it's super polished, beautiful surfing from Winter. Love the carving down and how he engaging the rail and then using upper board to swing all the way to, all the way back to the white water. Beautiful surfing. Definitely Huey wants that wave, but Winter had the first priority. Beautiful off the top there, all the fins out. And there's no downtime in between turns as well. Beautiful carve there to finish off this wave. So another beautiful, wave from Winter. His backup score is only 4.0, so it'll be a great number.
There it is, Di, a 6.83. A fantastic ride there from Winter.
Wow. Now Huey needs 9.0.
9-point ride for Huey Vaughan, now the requirement as he takes a look at that wave out the back there. And this has been an exciting heat. We've had a few different types of heats today where some have started a bit slow, others have been kind of a bit more scrappy. This has just been straight up professional surfing, particularly from Winter Vincent. Huey opened up his account with a 5.83, now sits out the back with priority, and he'll be hearing those numbers. He knows he's capable of those numbers, but he also knows too that he's going to have to be super laser focused on what this next wave looks like. It's a requirement already at 9 points. I think he'd be thinking with this much time in the clock, he'd be wanting to do it in one wave.
Yeah, definitely.
Not trying to do it in 2. I think he'd try to look to put the pressure back on Winter, but that's obviously the harder way to go about it. But just with the time remaining on the clock, I don't think there's probably enough to surf your way back into this heat, particularly with how good Winter's surfing. I think you'd need to want to join him in the excellent range pretty soon to make this a heat that will go down to the wire.
Definitely, Huey is thinking about what he's going to do on the next wave, and he will be staying patient, waiting for the right ones. Probably he's going to take it to the sky maybe, and a few whippy turns to get the 9.0, but we haven't seen anyone scoring 9.0 today yet.
No, we haven't, have we? Saw Lennox Smith with the 8.33 and a few rides. Obviously, Winter's had an 8 in this heat already, so we know there's excellent scores out there, but you're right, Di, there hasn't been a 9 today. I don't actually think there's been a 9 the whole event.
Right.
But I'm not really too worried about that, because if there was one heat where you think it would go down, it would be this one. So
could be this one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise to see this heat go right up into both of these surfers coming in with some pretty big scores.
A few,
little sets on the horizon.
A little bit of energy from the ocean. Hopefully, it's going to turn into the great opportunities for the both surfers here. Looks like they are paddling towards the channel. The Winter is having a look at this one.
A little wider on the bank here, but we have seen some pretty good double-ups come from this section as we got Winter with second priority here, up and riding. Beautiful big reverse out of the lip there. You can see how talented this young bloke is. He's got the amazing control of that surfboard. Just made the jump recently from Mayhem over to Sharp Eye as we see Huey in and out there. Looks like the jump over to those surfboards, it look like they're going pretty well for him so far. As we see Huey's replay here, Di.
Important wave for him. Quick first turn, nice whip in the tight section. And got this steeper section, but decided to just, pull out. Yeah, that was a good call for him. It wasn't the way that you can actually score a 9-point ride and try to, get the first priority. There's still 30 minutes remaining on the clock, but I don't think it's a long time left.
No, it's really not. And as we see Winter here, found a nice steep section, Di.
Great technique from Winter. Just like you said, he can do the big rail carve turns and as well as, kick reverses or take it to the sky. So he's got the skill set of everything pretty much.
Yeah, and that's why you see him on the Challenger Series this year. He's doing really well. Rated, I believe, number 10. And obviously they take 10 onto the World Tour. So that's where this kid's at. His level's right there, right on the borderline of looking like he'll be on the World Tour next year. Got a big event in Hawaii coming up. And, being a World Junior Champion is definitely something that he wants next to his name.
And definitely he just, super hungry for the title, coming to Philippines just before the CS event at Pipeline. It's always hard to surf Pipeline without any practice. So definitely it means a lot to be here for him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's a great point you make. We've been a few surfers on the Challenger Series that have come here, and they all have to make the jump over to Hawaii after this with a very different environment.
Very different.
Finally, the point, very different to Pipeline. But that's just the life of a travelling pro these days, isn't it? You need to be good in all conditions and in all types of waves, and have your equipment, like he's going to go from riding a groveler to riding a 6.8 or 7.0, big second reef Pipeline, hopefully. So, you've got to be able to do it all from 2 foot to 20 foot these days. And
yeah, it's a hard process. You got to surf smaller waves, and you got to surf one of the scariest waves in the world to be able to get the world title.
Yep, big time, which is a great thing. We see the tour go back this year just to a regular season. So
starting at Bells and finishing at Pipes. So
that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Sounds
pretty
great.
Good year. Throw a bit of J-Bay in there, a bit of Tahiti, a bit of Fiji, Trestles.
That's how I grew up watching CG.
Yes.
So I'm loving it.
11 minutes on the clock. Winter Vincent out in front. Huey Vaughan chasing a 9-point ride. He's touted this heat on paper to be one of the matchups of the round, and certainly had some fireworks so far.
It's a quiet time. It's a tense moment. Is there going to be a conversation between two?
They're very friendly. They hang out every day and go to dinner and that together. And look, everyone gets on pretty well in the Australian camp. But I don't think right now there's too much going on. I think surfers are the most chatty when it's barreling.
Oh, right. That's,
you know,
that's
just that
so
like
true,
genuine,
right.
like how was your one? You know, like not from a scoring perspective, but just like was it, you know,
A good one
did you
or
get
not?
in it,
Yeah.
you know, kind of thing. Was it a good
Right.
one? You know, I think that's when you see people the most.
That's so true.
Sort of just like not thinking about the Rashi at a 2-foot right-handed point where you kind of got to work pretty hard for your scores. I think all the energy is just going into like focusing on your wave and trying not to worry about what else is going on. But I mean, if Winter did want to start playing the game, it's probably not a bad time to start chatting, start trying to distract Huey. He's got the medal on him so far. He's got the 2 highest scores of the heat. Huey Vaughan with a big decision here. He does have priority. He does have the next choice of the next best wave that comes through. So maybe it would be the time to say, you know, what did you watch on the plane on the way over here, mate? What movies have you been watching?
A little bit of mental games going on. And I've heard a lot of people talking when they are in the first place and just trying to play some mental game in the water. Even they don't react to your conversation. They just keep talking and just putting some pressure.
Yep.
But, Winter already locked in as 8 and 6. Now, is he thinking about getting rid of the 6.83 or trying to, put the pressure on the Huey?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think we're going to throw down to True on the sideline with young Clancy Dawson. See Dingo, what's he thinking?
Thank you, Stace. Yeah. I mean, with Clancy, who's, here to coach and support a lot of the Aussie team. Clancy, this is obviously a really tricky heat. The waves have been pretty slow and 2 really different approaches between Winter and Huey.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bummer that the 2 Aussie boys have matched up this early. Very close to both the lads. So I'm a bit torn right now. It sucks seeing them knowing one's going to lose, but one will go through the quarters, and whoever does, hopefully they can go deep.
2 back-to-back heats full of Aussies as well. We had Dane and Willem in the last one. We saw Lance a little bit earlier on today. So the talent that Team Oz, I guess, are bringing to this event is huge. Yeah,
it's awesome. Like having 3 of the boys into the quarters, and Sierra and Isla coming up, like a lot of strength, and we've helped develop them from a very young age, and it's really cool seeing them as grown-ups here, like doing their thing and seeing how they match up. So, still only halfway through, so long way to go.
Yeah, it's a big event. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There's not much going on right now in regards to the waves, but between Winter and Huey as well, they're obviously 2 very different surfers. Huey's a little bit more sprightly. Winter loves to stay on rail. What's the kind of thought process for each of them, do you think, going into this event?
I think Huey knows like he can win the event going to his strengths, his air game, and he's got massive turns as well, but right now there hasn't really been a proper section for him to punt off, so he's playing he could really good section. He can get a 9, he can get a 10, so it's definitely not over, but it hasn't been one of those days where there's proper chunky air sections. So he'll be hoping for that. And then Winter, he's a big lad, and he throws a lot of water, and just the angles he creates on a wave is his point of difference, and he's just sticking to that. Like, he's got an air game, he's got heaps of innovation too, but he probably won't go there unless he needs to. He did throw a little one before, but like I said, the sections aren't quite there for it.
Well, we've got just about 7 minutes to go, so we'll send it back to you guys in the booth, but hopefully a couple more waves coming through. We're going to have to pray to the ocean gods.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Clancy. Some great insights there. And, it's been a little slow at the back end of this heat.
Yeah, last couple of minutes, there's nothing on the horizon, just providing, but tense moment for the coach.
Yeah, well, there's matchups, there's battles going down left, right and centre. No matter who gets out of this heat here, obviously Winter Vincent in the box seat, he will not take on the winner of that last heat. He'll take on the winner of the next one, Will Dean and Iko Watanabe. But yes, there's Aussies scattered throughout the middle part of this draw. And we did see Dane Henry advance out of the heat before. And then this is obviously another double matchup here with Winter and Huey. So Clancy's had a busy morning, but that's why you come here. And the women progressing well on the Australian side of things as well over there on the women's draw. So it's been a good showing so far for everyone from Australia. Lennox Smith got us underway this morning with a great performance. But yeah, it's good to see the talent from all around the world. These are the best under 20 and under surfers from all around the region. all around the world in their respective regions. So and this is where we all kind of congregate once a year for the World Junior Championships. This is the second time we've come to Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines. And then, yeah, you see, if you look back on the winners list, it's been all around the world. It's been in Australia, it's been in Brazil, it's been in Indonesia. And, yeah, it's a fantastic event. Like you said, Di, the names on that trophy, they mean something.
It means something, right? Next to the those legends. This on screen, we have the Japanese surfer coming up and getting ready. Iko Watanabe. We call him Ichi. Number 1.
I want to know, did he give himself that nickname or did you give it to him?
Someone else gave him the nickname Ichi. It has been there. Everybody calls him Ichi.
Yeah.
He's a great, great person. Always
great
surfer.
vibe.
Great surfer. Super entertaining to watch his surfing. So, yeah, cannot wait to his surfing in the next round. Coming up against Will Dean from States.
Out of the USA. Yeah, I believe from the east coast of the USA, Will Dean. And yeah, he looked really good in the warm-ups the other day, actually. I didn't catch his heat the other day, but he's obviously in the round of 16 for a reason. Been doing some good surfing in the Rashi.
Yeah, it's a 9th in this one. It's not one of 16. Even you are getting knocked out, you came 9th in the world. So it's a big result.
It is. It is a big result. It's really cool you point that out, because it's like, that is something you should be really proud of, like a 9th in the world of your age group is massive. But it is one of those results where you also you're so close but so far. It's,
that's
you're
right.
Close to the finals, close to a title, and it's definitely something to be proud of. But you know how competitive all these surfers are. As Huey Vaughan takes a look at this wave, he's going to roll in with the white water here and hopes it gives him a bit of energy down the line, which today has been hitting the reef really nicely. Just a bit of joinery work to start here. As it gets a little steeper down the line, some nice rail work on the inside here. But as Clancy Dawson mentioned, Huey definitely looking for the steeper sections to show his skills above the lip, which at this wave has been a little hard to find. And unfortunately, coming unstuck there, you can kind of see the body language not really giving the wave, giving it what he wanted at that particular moment.
As soon as he took off the wave, he was just eyeing for the section from the start. But he did a great job just engaging the rail, just keep the momentum going and maintain the speed. He was just waiting for the sections to stand up and going for the big air. But unfortunately, this wave didn't really offer the big, meaty sections. He actually threw it. Really unfortunate for Huey, but there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's winding down really quickly.
No, for sure. And I think, one of the greatest things about winter surfing so far, not just in this heat, but even in first round and even last year, just his ability to kind of put those turns in a really tight moment together. Very rarely is he racing down the line trying to look for a section. He always just seems to be able to kind of turn right on top of where his last one was, and all of a sudden he's done 3 turns in the space of, not very much wave, and so that's very, very appealing to the judges. It's to be that quick in the transition out here with how sort of soft the wave can be is definitely one of Winter's superpowers, and he's done that well today.
Yeah, definitely, and he's such a tall guy, and in this smaller condition, and he's able to put the 3 turns in a tight section. That is amazing technique.
Yeah, he was able to exploit that early in the heat, under not necessarily priority, but he didn't have the inside to the point. He was a bit further in and under, and he was able to identify the double ups and do that really well. And with 1:30 on the clock, he's certainly in a very commanding position.
Right, definitely. He's not sitting next to Huey now, but he's probably watching what he is, doing, and he's gonna capitalize first priority with a 1 minute and 15 seconds. Well, it's a good matchup, and I really wanted to watch more of the actions from them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of had a little bit of a moment at the start, didn't it? Obviously, Winter started strong with the 8. Huey answered back with the 5.83, and we kind of thought, okay, cool, this could be the way that it goes, and hopefully a few more big exchanges. But it was just Winter. He was like a boa constrictor. Just put the pressure on and started squeezing early, and he's left Huey needing a 9 for the better part of 20 minutes. They're chatting now.
They're chatting now with the 40 seconds.
Your shout at dinner, Winter, is what Huey's saying, I think.
Hopefully one more set.
Yeah, I think that all the
Right.
fans online watching and friends and family of Huey would love to see him ride maybe one more good quality wave, and I think Winter would be stoked to do that as well. He's only looking to better a 6.83, which for someone of his talent is something that he would definitely want to do, just to send a bit of a message to the rest of the competitors, as he just brings that one round pretty casually. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of it. He has left the door slightly ajar for young Huey. There was looked like there was 2 waves in that set, but maybe not hitting the bank as we expected. And there we go, victorious Winter Vincent. A fantastic performance from the surfer from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, Manly, Australia. And showing why he was running up to the world last year and looking to go one better this year. Unfortunately, Huey Vaughan bowing out. 10.16 total was not enough to get the job done. Stay tuned. This is the WSL World Junior Championships. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. This is the round of 16, heat number 6. We're moving through the draw here. Will Dean out of the USA taking on Ichi Watanabe from Japan. We just saw one of the matchups on paper go down. It lived up to its name. One of the scores. We got one excellent score. Winter Vincent convincingly over Huey Vaughan. Stace Galbraith in the studio. Jessie Starling. How are you, Jess?
Yeah, great, Stace.
Great to hang.
It's great to hang.
Been watching you run around out there all morning.
I know, it's been fun running around, actually.
It is nice in the morning, isn't it?
It was really lovely.
You sent your older sister out to barbecue in the afternoon heat.
Yeah, when I got asked, what time of day do you want to do sideline? I took a leaf out of your book and said morning.
You've got to be strategic at these things. It's a long week. We've got a lot of heats to get through. And, you and I are lucky enough to go up on the east coast of Australia. We're used to hot afternoons. Hot mornings. And the mornings here are nice and cool.
They're
Beautiful
lovely,
walk to work in the morning. But the afternoons are red hot.
They are. They're warm.
Yeah.
And the sun, it kind of comes down on an angle here as well. There's no real escaping it.
Nah, there's not a lot of shade. Yeah.
That's all right.
No, I mean,
beautiful part of the world. Sunsets are exceptional.
They are. They've got a bit of a Hawaii feel about them.
They do.
There is a bit of a mountain in the distance, and you kind of feel like you could be on the North Shore. Could be anywhere. Well, we are. We're on the northwest shore of the Philippines. This is the capital of the north of surfing. Great surf culture here. And Will Dean underway here, taking off deep up on the point, snapping his way down the line. He's looking real good in his free surfs, carrying a ton of speed. A beautiful snap out of the lip there. Spray's still coming down. And he did well there to carry his board speed all the way across that wave. Great way to get his campaign underway.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Will Dean.
Yeah, he's surfing good.
He surfs really good. Never really come across him before. 18 years old out of North America. And, yeah, I've been really impressed. He obviously has a good connection with that board. If you have a look at his Instagram, it's been living on the profile for quite a while. That board, or maybe it's multiple sprays.
Yeah, or
but
it could be a favourite.
It looks really nice under his feet. Great connection between surfer and board. Small looking wave to start this one off, but we've seen it steepen up through that inside there time and time again. Starting to slow down a little bit with this high tide coming in, but Will making it look nice and playful. I mean, really great surfing. Just great small wave surfing too. Made something out of not a lot on this wave. We haven't really seen a lot of scores being posted on smaller looking waves like this, but Will just carrying really nice speed all the way through. That connection there was, tidy. It was clean. I really liked it. There's that board. You can just see he seems really confident on it. It just doesn't feel like there's a foot wrong with this board. Maybe he's got the little foot divots from surfing it for a while locked in.
Yeah, that is a good feeling. And someone who else is feeling pretty good about himself is with True Starling. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stace and JJ Winter. That was probably one of the most anticipated heats for everyone watching here at the beach at Mona Lisa. How was it for you?
Yeah, I was so nervous. I don't really get, the heartbeat nervous when I go into heats, but I was my heart was beating because it's hard not to notice Huey this year, or past year. He's been going on a tear, and he's one of my good mates, so it's always a hard one, but I was excited for it.
You started off strong as well with that 8, backed it up with a 6.83. It feels like you've just picked up where you left off from last year.
Yeah, I love this place. I mean, this wave is one of my favourite waves is Kramis, and it doesn't have that bowl to it, but if you get the right ones, it kind of is a bit similar, and I love this wave.
Shows the similarities. Let's talk boards as well. It's dropped off a whole lot since the very first day that you surfed. Is there been a change in the equipment?
Yeah, in my first heat I rode a 77, so bit more like tail rocker and I think like a single concave and for good waves. And now I'm on an Inferno. Same size, like same dimensions, just like a different model. And it's a bit flatter and just like it flies. Like Mick Kay, my manager's been telling me this like whole of last year basically about the Inferno he's got one. And he loves it. And I'm pretty sure you'll be happy to see me win a heat on it now.
You're doing him proud. Into the quarterfinals as well. That'll be on tomorrow. We've got a huge day of surfing. After that, feeling the heart rate kind of elevate, what's, the plan to kind of rest and recover coming into the quarters?
Just go back to the hotel, cruise, probably hang out with Lanks and Huey. Like, there's no bad blood after a heat. It is what it is. So hang out with the lads and hop in the pool, I guess, chill out. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. I think there's a little bump in the swell, hopefully. So yeah, get to it.
Wake up and see. Is there anything you'd like to say to people at home?
Yeah, just thanks to my sponsors, O'Neill and all those guys. Love you. And all my mates back home, they'll be watching. So yeah, just thanks to everyone for watching.
Thanks so much, Winter. We'll send it back to you guys, Stace and Jesse.
Thank you very much, True, and congratulations, Winter. Yeah, he's on fire. You can tell why he loves this wave. He's he just matches it really, really nicely. Doesn't look like he's forcing anything. And yeah, like you mentioned, he's just had the equipment switch up. And obviously, yeah, a great team there at Sharp Eye and a great team at Mayhem where he left. I'll go out on a limb and say I reckon he could ride a wooden door out here and still look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's on fire. But yeah, Will Dean's been keeping busy, Jess.
I like it. I'm a big fan. 2 quick turns, nice and energetic as well. You can see he's not. Sometimes you rock up to events, you can see people be a little lackluster about the wave size, but he's making it work and making it work in a really cool way as well. I love the spring-loaded approach to this surfing. Just 2 quick turns there, but a lot of drive coming off that back foot. You can see he spends a lot of time surfing small waves. He's not phased just by the drop in the energy that we've had in the ocean. 2.5 straight off the bat. I mean, you definitely take that to start a heat.
No, for sure. And I think, like, you can see, a lot of the heats today have sort of had that. Someone's got a really good wave, and then they've sat and waited and been able to capitalise on that. But I've been surprised, I'll be honest, to not see more heats sort of start like this, where you just get your couple of 5s. The conditions they are what they are, and there's not a heap of quality waves. You've got to manufacture your own situation, and this to me seems like the most common way that I would have expected the heats to play out today. And it doesn't put you in a situation where you're going, oh, my heat's over, I've got 10 points, I'm going to win. But it just puts him in a really good position now to kind of just be able to play the priority game and start to think about kind of bettering what is a really, really handy start.
Well, you're not one of the best junior surfers in the world if you can't surf a wave up. And
totally.
That's what these guys are going to be relying on now, especially today. Like Wint said, there might be a little bump in the swell tomorrow morning. Iko, obviously from Japan, surfs a lot of small waves over there. Obviously, they get these great typhoon swells, but this time of year it's quite small and quite cold. So maybe advantage Iko has just been surfing in small wave steamers.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Board short, small waves.
Yeah, normally I would say that, but and I do completely agree with you. But when you come up against someone from the east coast of America, it is absolutely game on. Best small wave surfers in the world come from that part of, and they're just gnarly. They surf waves that don't even break, and some great waves where Will Dean's from on the Outer Banks there. However, when it's not good, it's very bad. About as bad as waves could get. And they produce some of the world's best surfers and also big wave chargers.
Yeah, I feel
it just
like
doesn't make sense.
There's always a highlight reel on social media from the Outer Banks QS.
Yeah.
And at least 1 or 2 days, they're like running from the beach trying to use the run-up speed.
Yeah, a couple of run-ins at Virginia Beach too when that event runs. And, but plenty of good waves around there as well when the seasons are on and they're getting those hurricanes. So, yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing when the waves get good. And same with all the crew from Japan. It's a very similar story. Like some of the best tube riders in the world come from Japan. And that's something that you're going to have to do at the next event that you guys go to, which might be in Hawaii or somewhere else around the world, but not here. Here you've got to show your small wave repertoire. And, yeah, like you said, both of these surfers well equipped at getting that done.
How cool is that, though? Go from surfing in the Philippines on a right-hand point break. If you're on the Challenger Series, hey, guess what? You're going to Pipe next week.
Going to Pipeline. That's a tour.
That's a tour.
That's got to show your full bag of tricks there.
Like, there's multiple tours going on, really. Like, even if you look at the Asia QS, that's a full tour. It's actually, kind of the dream tour as well.
Yeah, it's the baby dream tour, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Really?
Local dream tour.
Indo, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan.
Yep. And
Oz.
not just any old location. We're talking Cloud9, Nias, Cruy.
Yep.
you know, these are spots you go to holiday. And these young crew are lucky enough to have these events in these regions, which a lot of them are co-sanctioned in between Asia and Australia. So you can go over there and surf in them and earn your points and, you know, get on the path to the tour by qualifying for the CS first and then going on from there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Actually, Eco is a dominant force in those Asia Kiwis. He always goes really deep in the draw. But it's nice to see him in a different phase, you know, in a different style of competing where it is people his age. He's not coming up against a couple, you know, CT surfers who might be throwing their hat in the ring to keep surfing during that off-season, or Challenger Series surfers who are just exceptional. Eco is going to swing here, though.
Yeah, second wave of the set's been pretty handy. It sort of, you know, draws up a little bit and creates a bit more steeper section, as we see there. Two dynamic, fast turns, keeping his speed down the line. We'd love a couple more here, or at least one more big finish. Been a bit lateral so far. There it is, squares up a bit harder and just absolutely smashes it. Is this Little Marley or Mona Lisa Point? This wave's going forever. Doing air. Bang! Thanks for coming.
Oh, how good's a little fist pump claim?
It's got to feel good.
Finishing there for
Couple
Will
of back-to-back fist pumps.
What sold you more? Which fist pump?
I
kind of liked Eco's.
It's kind of rare for Japanese surfers to show any emotion, so I'm going to go with his.
This was Will on the answer back after Eco's. He would have seen a lot of water surfing from behind that wave. This is nice, though, for Will. He's keeping that speed, that really smooth, drawn-out line that we've just grown to love this event. He's putting up a good fight. This is a great matchup between these two. Beautiful-looking finishing. It's kind of a short, sharp fist bump. Eco's was maybe a little bit more convincing. Not that they have any play in what goes on anyways, but Eco, yeah, I liked that wave a lot. Like you mentioned, a lot of good speed down the line at the start, maybe a little lateral, but made up for it right at the end.
Yeah, that was an awesome exchange. Probably the best exchange of the day, as far as, like, you know, they're both going to be great scores. And no one kind of got left wanting more. They both got the most out of those waves. And this wave here I thought was kind of going to go off into the channel, but it just stayed perfectly on the reef and gave him a couple of great steep sections. You can just see he took a breath there. He knew he was going to get the big finish.
Boom.
Bango. Thanks for coming.
Such a nice pocket all the way through.
Yeah,
that was like exceptional wave selection.
This one at the end did really well to sort of square it up and not get too far out in front of it again. After this floater here, sort of knew he'd done a couple of lateral turns, so he had to get this nose a little more up to the sky, and he did indeed. Absolutely whacked it.
Yeah, Eco looking really good, really good. And what a way to answer back as well, because you hear your competitor, all right, he's locked in 2 5s already. It kind of leaves you being like, all right, I just need to get a 5 or a 6 and I'm straight back in. But he overperformed, went above and beyond. He said, I don't want a 5, give me something more. And that's exactly the way to do it. Will Dean, though, he got a good score as well, that 617, but Eco's looking pretty nice right now.
Yeah, Ika's definitely going to get the better of the exchange, I think, just by way of the speed that he carried through the whole ride. It won't be by a heap, though. It's a 667 up to a 75 for Iko. So both surfers there getting great scores on the board. And Will, importantly, improving his position. And it's left Iko now chasing a 4.34. So, yeah, this is game on.
Yeah, 7-5. These guys would actually, actually all of the competitors, obviously that last heat, there's a lot of attention around it, and fair play, because two of the best junior surfers in the world coming up against each other. With Huey Vaughan now out of the draw, the best aerialist in this draw, it would be a big sigh of relief at this point, and you can see these guys not letting the momentum of Winter Vincent really phase them. Winter got an 8 in that last heat, kind of still sitting in second or third gear, and these guys have just been like, we'll show you some excellent surfing as well. So rising to the table for these two, and Eco 7-5, great way to kick off a heat. We're going to look at another replay here of Will Dean's. Went a little slopey after that second turn, but he just has so much speed. He does really well to generate his own speed too when the wave is lacking a little bit, but just surfing nice and tight in the pocket. That's a way to keep your speed up from start to finish, and over exploding on that last one. I loved it.
Straight back into live action here, Jess, as we see Eco's board moving around all over the show. Lead me to believe he got some good stuff done out the back. Little reverse there. He's going to get another little finish. This wave just keeps on giving. Oos. Sakata. Bango.
Yeah, love it. Eco straight on the reef on the inside there too. That's a good feeling when you've got one from out the back and then next minute you're up to your ankles in water on the reef on the inside. That's when you know it's been a good wave. Looked average from out the back, if I'm being honest. I would have left that one thinking it was maybe a fat wave, but Iko you can just see he's done the time, looking really sharp on these boards here, surfing beautifully and tight in the pocket. Pretty similar to Will Dean. They're really staying nice and tight in that bowley section. Gives us a bit of flair with a reverse and a little 2-for-1 on this inside and finishing off super strongly. Yeah, Iko, 7-5, a 4-3-4, absolutely on this last wave.
Yeah, just I agree. That wave was rubbish. It just made it look really, really good. Had this weird bend in it the whole way down, and never really gave him like a proper steep section, like a genuine moment. But he made the most of it, and I think he did about every turn you could do in the book.
Ooh,
there.
I loved that
Shuffle.
quick shift back to the back of the tail pad there.
So Will Dean outside now. He is chasing a score. He is chasing a 6.67 as we see Iko there chuck up a 5.83. Probably the hardest worked 5.83 we've seen all event, but it's just by way of how bad that wave actually was. The judges couldn't go too high on it. They want to see a bit more steep face where possible, but he certainly showed great board control, great board speed.
It was probably the worst wave selection I've seen maybe today, but best surfing I've seen on.
Oh, he lit that thing up.
Yeah, Iko, you can just see he's kind of got that energy on land as well. He's kind of got a lot of swagger.
Yeah.
He's kind of that guy.
Good drip.
Yeah, and he's really carrying that over because although that was, not the best wave selection, he backed himself from start to finish and performed. Loved it.
And not a bad time too. He's only chasing a small score. He knows he's got the single highest score of the heat so far, so obviously just getting that lead. 13.5 on the clock.
Yeah.
And now he can kind of keep sort of adding to that total nicely from here, knowing he's out in front. It's up to Will Dean to make the right decision on the next wave. Will need equaling his best.
Yeah, I know I said at the start I am impressed by Will Dean. I'm having a look. Looks like he usually rides that Lost Surfboards F1 model, and you can see why he's carrying so much speed, because that board, it's all about speed, and he's keeping it nice and tight in the pocket as well. So the young American, a little bit to answer for right now, 6.67, like you mentioned. We've got a couple more heats as well after this. Looking at that next one, Ollie Zeitz, Connor as well. That's a cool matchup, those two kind of different styles there.
Yeah, we've got the tall natural footer who is representing the Netherlands out of Kauai, and Connor Donegan de Santos from the Canary Islands, and two completely different styles. I think I saw Connor go on the left this morning out there, so we'll see if he brings that into the heat.
Seen a couple go left.
Couple lefts, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, Keone did a nice air, but you're probably not getting more than a 4.
No, I don't think
left.
so. Yeah. Well, when it's a bit bigger and it breaks out the back and it kind of is a bit more dumpy, you could probably see someone doing a big air. I think Bronson actually had a few attempts last year. But, I think we're sticking to the long rides today. Length of ride is where it's at. Everyone knows the length of ride counts.
Oh, absolutely. Just like style.
Oh, well, that's another argument. I think that whether it's written down on a piece of paper or not, I think that just instinctually, I know the judges can be called robots, but they're not. They're actually human.
They're lovely people.
I mean, that's up for debate as well. No, just kidding, of course. But no, style's not in the criteria, but it's in your heart.
It is.
We're going to take a short break here. We'll come back with more philosophical surf chat right after the break.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best-tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to World Junior Championships 2025 edition. Yes, I know it's 2026, but this is the 2025 trophy that we're giving away here. Stacey Galbraith in the studio with Jessie Starling. Jessie, style's not in the criteria.
I was wondering where you were going to go.
But you just know that it matters.
It does matter. It has
to matter.
Yeah. I would rather watch a beautiful, stylish surfer do maybe less on a wave than an ugly surfer do more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's solved. It's solved.
Yeah. Mystery solved.
Speaking of nice styles, as everyone from Japan does, it's just a matter of fact.
Ooh.
Iko getting it done there.
On a nothing section
Another
too.
nothing wave, but he's making the most of it. Maybe he needs to think about that next wave and what that looks like, because I don't think he's going to better the 5.83 on that one.
Nah, definitely not. And you know what? Not that there was really, when you saw him paddling, looked like there was 5.83 on that last wave, but it definitely wasn't on that one. Will chasing the score here.
Working it over. He does need to match his best wave. He's done some good surfing, but they've been on pretty good waves, and so he's going to elect to get out of that one and make his way back out the back. It's just under 10 minutes on the clock. He's starting to look a little frantic, isn't he, Jess?
Yeah, a little bit, and you can see just these waves are starting to get a little bit slopey out the back here. He was really hoping for that bowling section. There's not much really happening, and you can see that little bit of frustration. It's definitely starting to creep up there for Will Dean, but you just saw those smooth lines from the start. He essentially needs what he's already got. So it's doable for him. This, again, love you, Iko, but horrible wave selection on this one. Super impressed, however, by the air that he got done on this nothing section here. This was actually, not that there was a massive air, but how he got that on pretty much nothing. It's pretty impressive from Iko. Yeah, went down. Haven't seen him fall this heat, so unfortunately, that one was never going to better his top two. It comes in at a 4.1, but you can see just how ready to go he is.
Yeah, big time. He's fired up, which is good. There's no lack of enthusiasm.
No, and I love that. And these, you know what? We are at a junior event. These guys should have that frothing grom energy about them.
No defense, all attack.
All attack.
Yeah.
No mind games. No, not like just surfing.
Maybe a couple little mind games.
Maybe from a few.
Teenage, sort of high school style mind games.
Yeah.
Probably at their peak.
Teenage high school mind games. Wouldn't wish it upon anyone's face.
No. Still scars. So we see Connor getting ready there. His younger brother Dylan's been on an absolute tear. Back-to-back ISA World Junior Gold medalist.
Wow.
16 into the 18s.
Wow, pretty cool.
Pretty skits achievement.
How good's an Irish accent with a sprinkle of Spanish in there?
Oh, you could listen to it all day.
Never heard it before.
No, it's a rare mix, isn't it?
I'm a big fan. I was like, oh, that's a combo.
Big, good combo.
Any other combos?
Not coming to mind. We're pretty straightforward for the rest of the draw, I think. But it's good to have that kind of heritage all over the world. Both great part of the world for surfing too. In the Canary Islands, some great waves. Just don't annoy the locals.
Thinking about the surfers left in the draw, right? Let's stick with the men's right now. Obviously, Lennox Smith moving through, Winter Vincent, or the some of those top guys you really wanted to see. Dane Henry. One of them gets us a free ride to the Challenger Series. Not a free ride, they've earned it with a win. Is there anyone you can see really slotting in there other than Winter? You know, pause that thought. Chat through this wave first. Yeah,
Will Dean, he's seen something down the line because the wave didn't have a lot on the start there. Beautiful snap in the middle part of that wave. So, working it through here. He's going to need a big finish. Throws the tail. Gets the spin. He's chasing a 6.67. And what that wave lacked in flow, it definitely had some big individual moments from start to finish. So it's going to be definitely a score the judges are going to have to think about. The frustrating thing for Will is he only has one option. He's either going to get the score or he's going to just be in the same position. Well, what I mean by that is with the 6.67, he's not even. If he doesn't, he's not going to improve on his top number. So it's not going to make the requirement any less. He's either going to go to the lead or he's still going to be in exactly the same position. So there's no what's the word I'm looking for here? Consolation prize from this wave. You know, sometimes when you rip a wave and you don't get the score, you can move a bit closer to what you need, and so you're kind of stoked. Whereas this one, it's either just going to be a very black and white yes or no.
It had all the wow moments it needed for Will Dean. I mean, great first turn. We know that, you know, the judges want to feel something, especially right at the start of this wave, especially on a point break. Came through, we got a little bit of flair. Obviously, we saw this reverse here. Did really well to manage this. And then to regain, you see that shuffle back to the back half of the board, came through, gave us something to think about on the inside as well. So he has ticked essentially all the boxes
Big
here.
time, yeah.
It's just whether or not it had enough wow factor, because when you think about a 667 and maybe back to his 667, maybe it's not quite as good.
Yeah, I think the judges have really been appreciating the combos, like the turns close together. If you can get that done, they're still giving decent scores to waves that have like, a big start and a big finish. But if there's a lot of daylight in between the major turns, haven't been losing their minds over it. So, and as we sort of expected, I think that's the score there, 5.97. So unfortunately, it comes under the requirement, and it leaves Will Dean still chasing, as we mentioned, a 6.67. As we see Oliver and Connor there getting ready for the next heat, getting out the swallowtails, boys.
Heaps of swallowtails today. Lots going down. I feel like you don't come across swallowtails as much anymore.
Yeah, they're definitely the sexiest tail.
I love them.
Yeah,
I think they're
great.
really fun.
Yep. Good boards.
Yeah, I feel like maybe more often than not we've seen a swallowtail today. You know what? Might have to put that back in my repertoire. I don't have one at the moment.
Oh, Darren Hanley loves a baby swallow, especially on his longer boards too. You're about to go to Hawaii. Get yourself a 6'4" swallow, baby swallow.
Darren, if you're listening, put an order in.
just ordered. Maybe 6'2", 6'4", 6'6". Big
Oh,
quid.
3 boards.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
10-foot sunset.
Yeah. I'll be crying.
Same. If you're on the road to work or you're sitting at your desk, you can always check in with Dave Proden on the lineup. He's got some fantastic guests and the big season coming up underway. You can check out Dave and what all the surfers and crew around the grounds have been up to. As we see Will Dean chasing a 667. He's definitely he's got a great piece of equipment under his feet there. You can tell it looks like an old favourite. And he's got the skills to do it. He just needs to find himself a wave that gives him, a couple of real big moments back to back. It's, a 667 is no small score on a day like today. We haven't seen too many scores go above it.
I just feel like these underneath waves, even if we think back to Ecos, I mean, Will's showing great surfing here, and these guys are surfing out of their skin, and you can see just how much it means to them, but you're going to be capped at a 5.
Yeah.
Or you're going to be stuck in that 5 range because the judges have been critical about wave size, and it's nothing to do with the surfing. It's honestly got zero to do with it, because even Will's 597, exceptional. He essentially ticked every box, but just the wave, unfortunately, letting him down.
Yeah, exactly. And you make a good point about wave size. It's like on today, there's not too big of a difference between, say, a medium and a set wave. They're very, very similar, but it is that shape and that steepness that it gives you. And I think today we've seen a lot more scoring opportunity than the bigger days. It's sort of sometimes a bit harder to look at just because surfers are having to grovel a bit more. But when they get through to that part of the wave that stands up, the turns are coming in real quick succession, and it sort of cleans up as it comes through the inside. So it's been really nice to watch who's kind of got their small wave act together, as opposed to yesterday, a bit burgery, a bit out the back, heaps of cutties. I've really enjoyed today, but it is still tricky to identify that wave that is going to let you let off a few turns without having to hop around too much.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the women tackle it, because maybe some of those girls who are enjoying that bigger swell on those first and second days, full different approach today, where we are on the smaller side of the swell, but then you've got people like, thinking about the lady that really stole that opening round, Isla Huppets. It was one big turn. She's going to have to go to a combo of them at this point with these smaller looking waves. Minute 40 here. Nicer looking cup here for Will.
Yeah, that's a beautiful first turn. Tail of that board, driving through that section, lovely. Oh, unfortunately, this comes unstuck, but I reckon that wave was going to run away from him anyway. You can see he's got the skills to do it. Just needs to keep trying. He's got himself a nice bit of distance between him and Iko. Iko hasn't really paid attention to want to even come down and sit on him, which I think is probably the wrong thing to do. I think he should be, rather than paddling away from Will, I think he should be either staying still or edging towards him. Obviously, he's going to want to look to better that 5.83, but you don't want to give Will too much room in the lineup sort of to himself. You want to make sure you're kind of trying to do both. You're trying to take the next best wave and sort of cover him off.
Not when he needs a score that he already has, and there is 2 peaks out there.
Yeah, there is. There really is that sort of difference today on the inside and the deeper points. So you see Iko outside all on his lonesome.
Yeah, it's a risk there for Iko, but he's going to back himself in the position he's in. Oh, now he's started to... Oh, no, he's just paddling for a wave. I was going to say now he's started to move further down, but Feels like he's just having a look around. He's maybe not happy with that 5.83, but pretty strong performance right now for Iko.
Yeah, it's all well and good to want to better your situation and put on a huge total, but at the end of the day, too, you've got to think about, okay, time remaining on the clock. What have I really got to do? You want to be surfing in the next round.
Yeah,
and sometimes that means being a bit meanie.
Also, I feel like it's just in the competitive surfing handbook. 2 minutes to go, you have priority and the lead, you sit on your competitor.
Yeah, it kind of is in the handbook, isn't it?
It's kind of, it's stock standard competition surfing.
Particularly in a break like this, like you said, that is shifty. You've got to make sure. But he won't need to execute that here. There's only a few seconds left on the clock, and the ocean does look like it's taken a bit of a breather. So it will be Iko Watanabe victorious over the USA's Will Dean. Both surfing great, but it was the 7.5 that set Iko apart. This is the World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. Do not take a break. We have got more action coming right up around the corner. Paul Evans is going to jump in the studio.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla, kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Di mabilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. With sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon.
Welcome back to the action here. We'll bring a new heat on deck. Number 7 features Ollie Zietz representing Netherlands out of Kauai. Connor Donegan dos Santos from Spain, specifically Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Comes from the north side of that island, Famara. Good beach bait there and much of amazing reefs as well. And him and his brother have been making some serious splashes in surfing across Europe and beyond in recent years. Love this matchup with Ollie Zietz, who done a bit of a tear of his own. Impressive performances and a variety of conditions for him, and he's highly competitive, brings the intensity to all of his heats. Jesse, from the matchups we've seen so far and the sort of way these surfers are competing, anything really leaping out at you in terms of surprises, the way it's gone down, particularly like the surfing in relation to the cons?
Cons?
The conditions.
Oh, right. I was going to say like things I'm not enjoying. I was going to say, Paul. Conditions. Look, it's really shifty out there, and it always is when this tide's coming up. It still looks really fun, if I'm being honest. I mean, these guys are under 21. They probably surf small waves more often than they surf big waves. Maybe other than Ollie Zietz, who lives in Hawaii. If you came down the beach and saw a fun little right rip bowl, you wouldn't be complaining. You know, so these guys, although it's smaller and it's not that fun-looking size that we saw in those first couple of days, I actually think they'd be really enjoying it.
Yeah, definitely. When you package up the highlights and you put it together, there'll be some really fun ways, big performance sections as well. These two, but watching the round go down, just keeping an eye on the front runners and the markers and the statement performances, particularly where the scores are coming. Here's Connor, backhand attack, super loose and liberated. And he'll make some room at the bottom of the wave. Kicking up some spray into the lip now. Really nice technique for him. Pretty whippy. Flatter board, maintaining speed for him. And he ain't done yet. He'll juice this all the way through. It keeps providing sections. So a nice rhythm to the surfing. Not a lot of downtime, multiple maneuvers. Great start. Ollie Zietz replies straight away in the pocket, just whipping around. This is set up business, really. And he wants that runner and a bit of a lip line to go at. A little bog for him there. The wave is always kind of running out of juice anyway. Advantage, Connor.
As something you notice straight away, wave size. Connor on that bigger looking wave, and what a great first way to start off this heat. It had great pace to it. Had that nice bowl back towards him all the way through. Not many waves like this coming through. I'd say maybe 1 or 2 per heat. So definitely advantage Connor being on a wave looking like this, and even better that he completed it all the way through. Love it extra from about this point in, where he starts to get nice and vertical. You can see just the speed coming off the bottom of this board here. Had to kind of grind through this inside section, but there's definitely points being added, especially with a strong finish like this one here from Connor. So a couple of great turns on the board there. And then that was a cool flary first turn. This actually, it had a good amount of size to it at the start, but just the direction of this wave let him down. Unfortunately, through this midsection here, you can see it really started to slope out, fatten out ever so slightly here. And then unfortunately with that, just the nose of the board getting buried there.
All right, little under 25 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We reckon the better of the opening exchange is the guy on screen. In the meantime, let's get some updates from the lineup. Surfer out of Japan, Watanabe won the last heat. He's with Dai.
素晴らしいヒート展開でした。最初の半分は少しこう波を待っている時間が続いたんですが、そこから反撃をして7点をスコアし、そして5点とつなげていきました。まずはヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
やっぱりこの30分っていうヒートの中でその1本は絶対に一番そのいい波に乗りたいってずっと思ってたので、待ち続けてきたので良かったです。
ラウンド1は少し緊張したというコメント残してましたが、ラウンド16気持ち的にはリラックスできましたか？
そうですね、結構この重圧も結構気持ちいい感じで楽しめて、いいヒートだったと思います。
板すごく調子良さそうです。これは PU を使ってるんですか？
これシャープアイサーボードの板で、この試合に向けて頼んだんですけど、超急いで3日で作ってもらって、もう超調子いいです。ファイル50めっちゃいいです。ファイル50、はい、っていうモデルです。
He's just enjoying a lot of pressures. He was a little bit nervous in the first round, but now into round of 16, he's enjoying every moment, and he knew that there's gonna be one good wave, and that's exactly what he was looking for, and then that's how he got through the heat. And he's actually sticking to the PU surfboard 50 file from Sharp Ice, and it's made in Japan. It's made in 3 days just for this competition. So beautifully done from his team. それではたくさんの方見てくれています。とても、見ている方も緊張したと思いますが、何か最後メッセージあれば教えてください。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。ここの波ちょっと自分にもなんかその自分のサーフィンのペースに合ってる波質だと思うので、次のヒートも、この調子で頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
この後はどのように、過ごして、明日に備えますか？
もう僕の泊まってる宿がもう一番山の上で超足腰鍛えられるんで、そこ登って下って、いいトレーニングして寝たいと思います。
ありがとうございます。Good luck in the next round and see you soon. And back to you guys.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Dai. Really impressed by Iko. Pick up live action right now. Dos Santos belting it again. Great rhythm for the finish. He likes it. The little fist clench. Real even on the opening exchange. It actually went the way of Ollie Zeitz. We didn't see the start of that wave, did we, when we picked it up?
Yeah.
When we saw the full thing, it's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, there was way more swell out the back. I love being proven wrong, honestly. There was way more swell out the back there for Ollie, and he got some nice turns done in. I also still loved that long wave for Connor, and he's just found another one under priority as well here. A bit of foam to deal with, but you can see he's just got that backside flare. He's really winding up. That turn in particular was pretty special. A lot of spray coming out the back with a finish that's pushing back towards him as well. The fist pump has become the claim of choice worldwide. It really has, but you can see very well rewarded here for Connigan. For Connigan,
I like it.
Mixed his
I think he should go with that.
But I love this surfing. Like I was saying, very well rewarded fist bump because he did some great surfing on this wave. Got a solid looking finish too. So Connigan goes to the lead.
Really nice on that finish. It looked great, didn't it? He enjoyed it as well. Love this heat. Love the action judges. They've lapped it up 7-1 for him. And he's feeling good as he paddles back out. Plenty of time on the clock. Love this matchup. These two really focused in with a chance to watch most of this round. Does feel like a bit of an advantage to sort of see the conditions settle in. This morning it was a little bit, everyone figuring things out a touch. Right now, these guys have been able to watch exactly where the scores are and a better idea of what a runner looks like, what a good wave is. That's what's on the mind of Ollie Zeitz at the moment. As he thinks about his task, 684 is the number that he's facing. And I think someone of his skill set the confidence he's afforded by virtue of that. He'd be thinking, just give me a wave. Next one, back in the lead, smash it out. But a really evenly poised one so far.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I really like when you get to see just back and forth, you know, when you get to see the leaderboard switching a couple of times, because it's very fun to see someone absolutely dominate and run away with a heat. But we're talking the world's best juniors right now. I really love when you see this matchup. They're going hit for hit, swing for swing. And I think that's what makes it really exciting for the entirety of the 30 minutes, because each of them have that taste of victory for such a short amount of time, and then someone might steal it away. And I actually think it forces these guys to improve and lift.
I've had a thought.
Tell me.
Just thinking about Iko, winner of the last heat. What's an RB?
Yep.
Just thinking about conditions that we've got.
Yep.
A little smaller, certainly than the first day. It was kind of solid. There was some bombs. Still some sides out there yesterday. Less energy today, and maybe, you know, we could be finishing the final, even in similar conditions. Will we maybe start to shift a little bit in our minds who the front runners? The surface light on their feet. I'm thinking of guys like Iko. He's so sprightly. He can cover softer sections with ease. He's going to be dangerous.
He really does fit that dark horse character, doesn't he? And you know what? I love Iko. I think he's a really cool guy. Had pretty poor wave selection in that last heat, but surfed the waves up and got 13.5 points on not very good waves. They weren't the best waves in that heat, and still took away the win. So he's doing that on not the best waves. Imagine what he can do when he's on the best waves. So there's definitely still more room for Iko to improve, which I think is the scariest part.
Absolutely. Not a lot of pressure on him as well. It'll be one to watch for quarterfinals whenever they happen to run. Still 19 minutes on the clock here to see who's going to our fourth quarterfinal. We're waiting for Ollie Zeitz to find a second wave. Really good start from him. And then since then, hasn't really had to think about too much. In the meantime, Connor will swing. There's that bottom turn to the top combo and just kind of sweeping that board nice and vert. A little slopey, so just sort of half away from him, hence the lack of interest from Ollie.
Do those two turns improve a 5-5? I quite liked them. They were pretty solid combo there. You can see if we get that little pulse and swell tomorrow morning, some bigger size waves that actually really suit his surfing.
He looks really sharp, dialed in, doesn't he? The speed generation, pretty effortless. On the backhand, can really sort of amplify that swing off the bottom, frame the turns.
Big fan of these two turns here, especially the drive off that first turn into that second one where he just unleashed even further. Obviously didn't get that inside section. There was not much there, but a lot of good surfing done here just on these two turns. Seen scores go high for single maneuvers. We still have a great looking combo here. I actually think that could challenge the 5-5. I really loved those two turns there for Connor. And he's staying busy. I can appreciate that.
I think you're spot on. That first one almost sort of set the room. He put himself so far back. He had loads to swing at. And that combo looked great, didn't it, in slow motion. Pretty much sort of textbook backhand technique there from Connor. Let's see what the judges make of that from his point of view as well. Just staying in motion where you don't have the priority. Feeling out this lineup. Decent way to get it done. Under that 17.5 minute mark. Just wonder now, Ollie, how long's he had priority for? 6-7 minutes? What time do you just maybe, does that influence your decision making? Do you maybe make a poor choice just based on a little bit of time pressure while the score is going up around you? As you thought, Jess, 5-7-3, an improvement, and you know what? We'll go again. Here he is. Dos Santos once again on the backhand. It's a sluggish wave because he pushed pretty hard. Just buried the nose a touch.
If we're gonna be honest, which is what we should be doing in our,
I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
in our job,
all day long.
Yeah,
honesty.
The sit and wait strategy hasn't worked really once this event so far, and as much as I can appreciate wanting to be on the sets, that you just got to make it happen. And those people who are winning heats right now, they're making it happen on anything that's coming through.
Let's talk about spark. Let's talk about fire.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about Cassidy. He's got loads of it. He's got real spring in his step, literally mad air game. And super intense as a competitor as well.
He would have really had his eye on Huey as well. A heat, you know, we could have seen a pretty solid air match go down between those two. You'd have to say Luke is probably leading the charge for air games now. Lennox Smith's pretty good as well, but after that 10-point ride in Bolito from Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah, that was madness, wasn't it?
Yeah, thinking he's probably got that front runner.
So final heat of this round to set up our fourth quarter. And the prep getting ready. Just kind of keeping an eye on time, but final preparations and the obligatory kind of finger surfing, which is just all part of it, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
You can't not sort of go like that.
No,
finger surfing.
absolutely not.
Judges do it to each other.
Yep.
Oh, they're describing waves.
You're doing it to me right now.
Good. Everyone's doing it.
It's part of it.
Be a sad day when one of us didn't do some of that. It's a happy day here in the Philippines. It's bright sunshine. It's blue water. It's balmy. There's a little bit of a breeze just kind of tickling the surface of the sea. But we've still got some energy, a little dialed down. I like the glimmer of optimism for maybe a little pulse tomorrow. That's cool.
Yeah, well, if you look at the period in the swell, it remains the same, but the size of the swell jumps up. We're looking at a 2.7 feet swell right now, potentially 4.1 tomorrow morning.
Oh, here we go. Connor belting, precision, backhand surfing, no downtime at all. Just one turn, linked to the next, connects, and inside. Little runner for him. Gives it a hit. He's put a lot into this. He's winning on wave count for sure. That's wave number 5 for the Spaniards. And Ollie Zeitz, patient at the back. And the proof will be in the pudding whether that pays off. He takes off and gets a high 7 or an 8. We'll be thinking genius. If he continues to sit there and let Connor add points on him, we'll question it. Here's another look.
He's already added points once under priority here, so really fast surfer. He's finding a lot of bowls on these smaller looking inside waves, probably the most we've seen in competition maybe today. He has really good wave selection as far as shape goes. Took this one all the way through, had a lot of speed to kick out of that one as well. Tick a box in Stace's eyes there, and I just really love the wind up. You can see really leans into it with his body. And just that hand going in the water on the bottom turn, it's a game changer because that's what's going to give him the drive all the way up to keep that speed, keep that same momentum, and give the judges something to think about because that's where you get to really release on the top half of those turns there. So 5.73, he's staying super busy. I haven't seen too much of Connor's surfing. You'd see a lot more of him than me. Strengths, weaknesses, if any?
Haven't really, in terms of weaknesses, I mean, I've only really seen him surf in sort of similar kind of conditions, but I mean, from where he comes from, it's a place with massive barrels. There's some crazy slabs, so I mean, really some of the heaviest waves in Europe or really anywhere, really. So,
have you been to the Canary Islands?
Yeah.
Oh, dream. That would be really cool.
Yeah, it's a great spot for winter time in Europe, particularly when you get the big swells coming down from the North Atlantic, and you're right out of that zone down there. Quite windy as a place, sort of where the trade winds are kind of born in that region. So it can be quite breezy, but when it's clean, it is amazing. And it's quite sharp rocks around there.
Careful of the sharp rocks.
Someone else comes from the place with some sharp reefs. Ollie Zeitz, and well, sat forever with priority, and he has surrendered it very meekly indeed. A weird wave choice. He stumbled and he fell. And he's in a little bit of trouble here. The number goes up for Connor, 6.33. Good total, 13.43. It's been good value for that. He deserves it. He's earned it. He's worked hard. And Ollie decided to be patient. That 7 that Connor got would have just kind of dictated the sort of shape and the wave he was looking for. And ultimately, he waited in vain. He's got a bit to do now, 7.66.
Yeah, he just got a 6.33 on that last wave for Connor. So, yeah, that's kind of nightmare material right now for Ollie Zeitz because you've waited all that time. You've taken off on a wave. Unfortunately fallen. Common mistake. We all fall. But as he's gone to get back on his board, his competitors paddle past him and regain priority. So, yeah, look, now Ollie's kind of got to do what Connor's just done. He's found 6 points under him. He needs to really start to break that score down of that 7.66. Next best wave, you've got to think Connor's going to take it. Love to see if this is going to shift Connor's approach, and maybe we won't see him catch a couple more waves, but let's see that wave count go up for Ollie. I'm loving this already, this lift in intensity from him.
Yeah, it's almost just a shift in the roles, isn't it now? And a chance to do some reps, and he needs it. Here goes Ollie Zeets, representing the Netherlands in the Philippines, and on a decent wave.
Oh, no.
Doing nice work up until he just gets the timing a little wrong. And you can understand why he's forcing the issue a bit. He's in a little bit of a corner. It's definitely nothing insurmountable. He's still got over 10.5 minutes, but 7.66 as a score. It's looming ever larger as the minutes and the seconds tick by. Time for a quick break in the action here. It's the men's round of 16, penultimate heat of that round. We'll bring the women in after we conclude this one. We're settling quarterfinalists. More live action from the Philippines right after this. Welcome back to the action here. Picking up heat number 7, men's round of 16 World Junior Championships. It is the Spaniard out of Canary Islands, Connor Donegan Dos Santos, with a bit of a sizey lead here. And he's really got work done under priority throughout this heat, Jess. He's been super busy. And when you do that, it just helps to stay in motion. But if you can add to your score, then he's absolutely done that. He'd be feeling pretty good.
And he's put himself in a great position right now. He's got first priority. Ollie Zeets having a look on his inside. Any wave he goes, he can shut down. So as far as smart surfing goes and smart decision making, yeah, Connor's really having an exceptional heat right now. This was on its way to being something really nice here, just really nice rail surfing. You can see just burying that nose there. So he's going to go again here. We love a bit of energy right now from Ollie.
Yeah, the busier approach is what he needs to bring. He's nice and sprightly here. Good, vigorous slash off the top. So he kind of just smacks it. Throws some nice spray. Is it up there in the high 7s? Not sure we saw that caliber. And it's the wave really setting the pace. It's been a theme throughout the day. We do need to find some quality sections. Ollie Zeets will still be chasing him by the time he gets back in the lineup.
Look, it's not going to be a 7.66, but it is a momentum shifter. This is exactly what he needed. A really nice completed ride from start to finish. Started off slopey as well, so he did well to get one of those waves that builds down the line. Unfortunately, just had to get a check turn in, but now starts to open up. 2 really nice turns, kind of bang, bang. Lot of energy in those 2. So like I mentioned, don't think it's going to be that 7. The judges are going to like it though, so it's going to put him right back in this heat here. Like I said, it's a momentum setter. This is going to be a confidence builder. And now that he's got that taste of, oh, I can actually make something happen under the priority of my competitor, just like he did to me, maybe I'm going to do it back to him. So, yeah, big step in the right direction here for Ollie Zeets.
Yeah, momentum in the heat for sure. Momentum just on the wave. How good does it feel to get that acceleration? Have the feeling of speed and connection with the lip, and you'd be feeling very different about life. Having ridden this wave, 6.77, the dividend paid out by the panel, which brings that number down. He needs something real similar, a little less than that now. That's good news. He won't have priority in order to do it, so he'll just keep swinging.
Yeah, another wave. How good does this bowl look through this inside? That looks super fun. It's starting to build down the line here. It's going to be a 2.33, but a 6.77 under priority as well. That's actually like a Uno reverse card back on Connor, because that I really, like, you want to kind of do that back to your competitor. You get frustrated, being like, can't believe I let him find 2 scores under my priority. But now, instead of letting it phase him, he's gone, all right, watch this. I'll do it back to you. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We love these back and forth heats between 2 surfers.
Nadav Attar getting ready. Sizing up the conditions. He's got a tough heat against Lucas Cassidy. He's got some skills. Let's see how he can go about finding his spot in the quarterfinals. That's the prize at stake today. Under 6 minutes in our current heat in the water. Advantage still with the Spaniard, but tell you what, that gap has been closed significantly with the number coming down for Ollie. Looking for 6.67 at the moment. Having to try and find that from underneath the priority. And that's not been a problem, actually. We've seen multiple 6s being ridden from second priority in this heat. Now, that question for Connor. What does he do next? Just stick with his game? Does he let the positioning of Ollie kind of play in his mind? He's going to follow him around for a bit, which is kind of standard fare. And he'll have a little look and say, if you want that, no worries, have at it.
Yeah, well played. Smart decision-making there from Connor. You know what? This is when your heart rate goes up because all you can think is hurry up. These 5 minutes, hurry up, because I really want this to be over. Connor's surfed an exceptional heat. He really has. He's got big scores. He's also found scores under priority as well. He's built every single time he's got onto his feet. And now it all comes down to playing defense. We know he's incredible in that offensive strategy. And now the shoe's on the other foot. He really has to show us that he has that entire range. He's got the rep to be able to do it in both offense and defense. But Ollie, as we've already seen, he can create and convert something, especially through that inside section. So this is where, like I mentioned, the nerves are going to really start to creep in for Connor. And it's so hard. The only way to get good at situations like this is being in situations like this. So no matter how this plans out, there's going to be a lot of learning for both of these surfers here.
What about positioning? Connor underneath and inside? You happy with that, with priority at this stage?
I don't hate it. He could sit wide if he wanted to and just shut down anything. But, I mean, obviously that's the peak that these guys have been getting the waves on. Could leave a little bit more room, but maybe he's also trying to force something there. You can get really tactical with it. We've already seen an interference in this event on the first day for a pretty similar situation to what's going on right now. So, yeah, it could be sitting a little bit wider if he wanted to, but I think he's just applying some pressure.
How close are you allowed to get?
I don't actually know the rules, but as far as I was aware when I was competing, as close as you wanted.
Are you allowed to sit on their board?
No,
Sort of
no, come on, Paul. No, I wish.
Sorry, I thought that was mine.
No,
I'm really sorry.
Well, that's your board.
Oh, but hey, I've got priority, I'm just saying.
Whoops.
A little bit of time will tick away here. 3 minutes and 15. And about that on the clock. There's about a point between them. And that has kind of been a reflection of what's gone down so far. The scoreline tells the story, but the momentum shift with Ollie Zeitz came at a crucial time in the heat. But then, since then, a little quieter. And what he would have wanted was just to keep surfing and keep opportunities coming. Here we go. We've got some lines coming through. Is it going to be enough to tempt Connor into taking away as a block or even a chance to improve?
These guys are hand in hand at this point in time. Look exactly the way that Connor, he's got his board horizontal for trying to block Ollie Zeitz. So he's really just trying to breathe down his neck right now. Show him that he's there and he doesn't want to let anything slip away. I think it would feel tense out there right now.
Game of chase on the peak. I think Connor will go here and just block this way from Ollie, which he knew. He didn't really paddle for it because he just knew Connor was going. Backhand attack from the Spaniard off the top with that backhand technique, super crisp. He'll just open up. It's just a little wobbly in terms of the lip line out the back, so unable to really find a nice steep pocket. He'll do decent work with the board. He'll stay lively. He'll throw spray. Didn't see anything major in terms of maneuvers, but he did take that opportunity away from Ollie, and that's probably a smart move.
Absolutely. Ollie could have surfed that to a 6.67. I thought he did really well to keep going down the line. That wave was really quick along the reef here, but oh no. I thought this was going to be trouble for Connor there. There might be a little bit more energy out the back too. It's dangerous when you have surfers who can surf waves up, and that's what both of these guys are. Like I mentioned, love just the carry of energy down the line here. Two really nice turns to kick it off, and then through this midsection, it was really crumbly, quite foamy, but he just did really well to manage that speed and even create some more speed to come through this inside, get one nice finishing turn there. I don't think it'll go into his top two. I'm feeling like it probably won't better that 6.33, but still I've been really impressed by his performance. Great decision making. He needed to play a block here, unfortunately for Ollie Zeitz. 50 seconds to go. He'd be really hoping that this ocean goes super quiet. But honestly, hats off to both of these guys, especially though to Connor, because I've been really impressed.
Here's the opportunity for Ollie Zeitz, looking for 6.67 in motion here. Set up, turn, nice pocket for him, good energy. As he uses the rail to throw spray and then into the lip and uses the tail to tap it once again as a combo of turns. He's got a runner of a section.
No.
He'll get a slash off the top. He's got some fire in his belly. And he loves it.
Yeah, that is trouble for Connor. When you start and you go back to comparing waves, his 677 was basically those 2 turns at the end. He's just strung together about 5 or 6 of them. So what has been an incredible heat for Connor could potentially come undone in the last 30 seconds here. So we do love a buzzer beater, not scared of one here.
Really clutch surfing from Ollie Zeitz. He was facing adversity for major portion of that heat. At the beginning, he sat forever with priority. When he finally used it, just fell off on the takeoff essentially. And he's been on the ropes, and that is the way to keep a cool head in the final seconds, to get a wave and just belt it. Multiple sections. We're going to get another look here. 667 the number, Jess.
Look, I think this is best wave of the heat. I mean, it had really big moments on it. It was a good looking wave. Just in these pockets as well, you can see it was driving really hard through the calves. But the thing I love most about this wave is this N2 turns. That was a really springy turn again in the pocket here. He actually gets a third one, so 3 nice strong turns back to back. You can see he was really feeling it. Super tight surfing in the pocket here. That board, obviously we spoke about it, he's on a swallowtail epoxy and it seems to be working for him here. I think when you compare it to his other waves, it's definitely his best wave with the heat so far, and he's chasing a score just under his best. So yeah, look, it could go either way. I've been wrong before, happy to admit that, but Ollie Zeitz, I'm pretty impressed by that last wave.
Yeah, brilliant performance for him. Entertainment for the neutrals as well, really enjoyable. The panel, they're tight-lipped for the moment. Giving us any indication as these nervous moments, a buzzer beater. This will be agony really for both camps.
What are your thoughts?
He's going to get the score.
Yeah.
I think it's his best, as you said quite rightly. And here we go. Yeah, numbers coming in. He's going to get it. 717 for him. A really close heat. Commiserations for Connor. Been unlucky, really. Surf well. And Ollie Zeitz, from a situation where he was under all sorts of pressure, he'll get that done. Connor's devoed. Ollie elated. He's through the quarterfinals here. It's brutal. It's relentless. There's not a lot of margin for error. We'll keep it going. Another great looking heat. One of the outstanding performers from day one. Lucas Cassidy taking on Nadav Attar as well. He's a ripper. Daiwako's going to come in for the call. We'll be right back. We're going to wrap up men's round of 16 of the World Junior Championships from Mexico. Lucas Cassidy taking on Nadav Attar of Israel. Daiwako back in the booth, mate. Another great looking matchup. Big aerialist, Cassidy, Attar. He's got all sorts as well. A really well-rounded surfer, very dialed in. Can't wait to see this go down.
Definitely, you know, I remember Lucas from Balido Pro just showcasing his air technique. Scored 10-point ride. That was a great one to remember. But what a end in the last heat.
Well, you know what, speaking of that, let's go down and hear from an elated, a delighted, a relieved Ollie Zeitz. He's with True Styling.
Yes, thank you so much, Paul and Di. Ollie, hey, buzzer beater finish. That was insane.
Oh my God. I was getting so nervous at the end there. Yeah, it was just like, I've been collecting like shells on the beach here, and like kind of every time I get a new one, it's like been adding up luck for me, I feel like. So I was shaking them in my pants and just hoping that like something came, and I got a lined up one with a bunch of turns, and was so stoked.
A new shell per heat?
Yeah, I think that's the call. Just even if my shorts are just like extra heavy, it's like it just adds up, and I feel like it's a good omen.
Part of the luck to keep you grounded. That was a crazy heat between you and Connor. You both were going back to back, but I just felt like at the end, that wave, it was just gifted to you, and you absolutely went to town on it. How did you just kind of approach and go, this is my moment?
Yeah, I've been working on like a lot of breathing. Breathing is super important, and then I don't know, I just been using the luck from the shells. Yeah, I guess that's just my recipe right there. Make it happen.
Love it, keeping it simple. It's a World Junior Championship. You're into the quarterfinals. That's huge. Could be on tomorrow. We'll see, I guess, what it looks like when we wake up. It's, you know, everything is changing. It's different each time, but it feels like maybe the structure and your kind of preparation is the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you make your preparation before a heat like an everyday thing, it makes the nerves like a lot less heavy, and then allows you to treat it like an everyday thing. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say hi, or anyone you'd like to say hi to at home?
I gave a shout out to my grandma and my auntie back in the Netherlands, but today I'll give a shout out to my mom, dad, and sister. Hi guys, hope you're doing good and hope you're scoring some good waves at home because it's firing on North Shore right now.
Well, they're getting psyched up watching you move into the quarterfinals. We'll send it back to you, Paul and Di.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. Great job, Ollie Zeeks. Who doesn't love a buzzer beater? Meanwhile, Cassidy with Spark. Look how quick he's going across the water with loaded up energy. Oh, there's a punt. Able to rotate that with the board quite far away from him. He'll just about manage to cling on to stick it, but serving a bit of notice about he can find ramps absolutely anywhere. No surprise to see him going to the air.
No wonder, he's fired up, and he's still, young. He's still 17 years of age, and he's got to fire up now. And that was a great, wave selection there from Lucas. First down, generating so much speed. Little bit of form climb there, and just, eyeing for the section. He wanted to go into the air, and he did, and he right out of it. So I would say that's going to be completion, and that's a great surfing from Lucas Cassidy, showcasing his air skill.
Yeah, just the early part of this wave. I mean, it looked like it was being fast forwarded. He was just that quick coming around that white water. And they put him on this section. And the wave just kind of paused, and it doubled up. He always knew what he was going to do. Widens the stance, has this technique, board quite far away from the body, but he's got enough momentum and speed and just textbook rotating around, managing to stick it.
Wow, beautiful air reverse there. It's going to be a great number for Lucas Cassidy. It is a good number, 6.5.
Yeah, great way to kick things off for him. A solid start to the heat. He's not going to hang around or paddle straight into one while he's making his way back to the peak. Whippy stuff out the back. And a real similar kind of turn. And it's complete. Get a little runner through the inside as well. Cassidy, couple of hits. Just squeezing every bit of juice out of the wave. And he's already posted 2 numbers.
Wow. Within a minute, he got the 2 waves. And he got 2 air reverses. And like you said, similar approach from the previous waves, but another beautiful air reverse from Lucas, and surfing all the way to the inside and just capitalizing that sections on the inside. And that was great surfing again. It's one of the smaller size waves that breaks along the reef, and nice off the white water, generating so much speed. Again, a little bit his surfboard is far away from his body, but he was able to rotate cleanly and surfing all the way to the inside. This wave just kept giving him opportunities to hit. So much speed off the white water. He's just good at creating that speed and into the air. But this is gonna be a good answer back.
Yeah, really nice technique from Atar right here, ripping in a couple of times. Look at the flow, beautiful point break style surfing from him. Variety in the maneuvers, really smooth and powerful, speedy. Good chance of a paddle battle here. I think Cassidy will be way out in front. Let's see if Atar decides to have a swing at him. I'm not sure he will. But that was well surfed, and a real different energy to the wave. Rather than kind of wait and see in a section and kind of clawing at it for a ramp, he just drove the board rail to rail from the start, which always looks nice for the purists.
Definitely different approach compared to Lucas's waves, but more like classic style of surfing, engaging the rail really nicely and just maintain the speed, maintain the rail, and then that was a beautiful textbook surfing from Nadav. It's one of the bigger set and beautiful first down. I love this drawn out carve from him. Love the third down, throwing a lot of sprays. I love how he just sticks to the classic surfing style. So it'll be a good number, but definitely he wanted to get a good finish, but still a lot of damage is at the back.
See him just eyeing up exactly where he wants to place these rail turns. That one, the biggest of them, displacing water, compressing the body. And again, similar sort of technique, but it's really smooth and controlled. And on a wave which has got a steep pocket, but then kind of tapers off pretty quick. There's not loads of room in terms of where you're going to find that energy on the wave. I thought that was really precise from him. Numbers good as well, 6.83. It is the high score. Interesting to see how that compares with the air, or the first air particularly that Cassidy did. And it's slightly better.
Right. So Justin's loving it then, that is, classic rail game there. 6.83. That is a healthy number. So it's a great matchup right now. 10 minutes in and already seeing a 6.5 and 6.83.
Yeah, pretty evenly poised, really. Just the one wave ridden for Nadav so far. So we'll get a legit combination for the pair of them when he rides this next wave. Priority is with Cassidy. Let's see what he does. Will he be patient?
Yeah, wonder if he's going to change his strategy on the wave, or maybe he sticks to the air game on the next one. Looks like there's something at the back.
Here goes Nadav. So from under Lucas's priority, able to go. Not a lot on offer. Decent decision to take the wave. Not a lot happening on it, or look to just try and keep doing that all the while that Lucas has that priority. Really interesting to see in that last heat how those priority holds paid out, and it kind of put Ollie's Eats some way behind, waiting a while. What a comeback story with a buzzer beater. That was really entertaining. Right now we're looking at the biggest set of the heat so far. Some major energy coming through, and the lineup position needs to be adjusted because they were sitting a little further inside. Cassidy gets his way out to a takeoff spot. Now he's got momentum building, a section in front of him. He'll go over that and around it, back up again. And just trying to force things there. He liberated the fins and the tail completely and just kind of drifted sort of with the lip as it threw with the white water, but unable to control it.
Right. It was unfortunate for him, but I love how he started to open up his campaign because, Nadav is in second, but needing only 4.50. So, Lucas is trying to get rid of the 4.83, so he had to go big, and that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck, but he was on the way to the good score, I guess.
He uses the priority, doesn't use it real wisely. He'll get a 2.5 and he'll hand that back to Nadav. And let's see what he does with it. This one pulsing a little bit. That's what we want to see. See opportunities, ideally just throughout the heats. Right now we're just over 18 on the clock. Still plenty of time for scores for each of these surfers. Already seen the air game. I'm going to play for Lucas, and we know he can go much better than that. That first one took him a while to get the recovery. That does cost you points, though. It wasn't super clean, and he even got a 6.5 for that. So imagine something bigger and stomp more cleanly. He's going to go excellent for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, and that's probably he's aiming for right now. And now he's under priority. He's going to get this smaller size waves, probably trying to find the inside ones that breaks nicely along the reef and which has the the steeper sections that he actually takes it to the sky.
Yeah, we've seen the equipment changes pretty much throughout the field. Everyone going on that step down stuff. We've seen more epoxy, the carbon, those wider noses, the sort of wider templates, and ultimately in smaller waves, that's all about speed generation.
Definitely, it's a great time to change their equipment. But from Iko Watanabe from Japan, he sticks to the PU actually.
It was really interesting. You talked about that in the interview. I just thought he was so light on his feet out there. He just seemed to be someone in it, and he didn't make great choices in terms of his wave selection, but he does seem to be someone that, because he's so light on his feet and so quick, even on that equipment, I think he could be really, really dangerous throughout this event as well. There's not a lot of pressure on him as well, certainly, but, you know, outside of Japan anyway. We're not maybe looking at him as one of those real big names on the men's side, but he looked really dangerous.
Definitely, you know, he's getting, he's a super strong competitor as well, and he knows that his strength, and he's just been busy training, practicing in Japan on the smaller size waves. And yeah, he's a big, you know, competitor on this kind of waves, definitely, and he's ready.
He's through to quarterfinals. Fans enjoying the action on the beach here. It's pretty warm down there. Finding some shade is a good call. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, the action remains pretty red hot as well. Cassidy with a lead. So slightly confusing, really, in that he does have the lead, but in a way, Natav is in a better position. He's got the high score. He doesn't really have a proper backup wave, and he's got priority as well. So it's sort of one of the vagaries of just how the scoring works. Probably his advantage with the Israeli right now, even though numerically he's currently in second place. Let's see how he goes about finding himself that number. It's a 4-5 is the requirement, but that's not what he's going to try and surf towards. He's still trying to go up 6, 7s, 8s.
Definitely, you know, every heat they scored 6 or 7. So definitely, you know, Nadav is not looking for a 4.50 just to go into the first place. Definitely, he's just looking for another 6-point range or 7-point range, because Lucas has a skill to get excellent point. You know, he scored 10-point ride at CS events, so higher competition, higher level of competition. So definitely Nadav is now looking for the good waves and trying to score the 6 or above.
This one just settled down for a moment. It'll wrap up the round here. We'll have our 8 quarter finalists dialed in when it concludes. Looking forward to round 16 for the women as well. One of the outstanding surfers, Arena Rodriguez Vargas, the Peruvian, coming up in that first heat against the Spaniards, Carla Morera de la Val. Here's live action from Atar. So uses the priority. Bit of a bumpy energy out the back, but a nice slap into the lip, pushing with the tail.
Right, different approach. It's a shorter wave on the smaller size waves. It looked not a good looking wave, but still he managed to, you know, put 2 turns, especially to the last turn. That was huge. That was a money turn, definitely. So I would say it'll meet the requirement, and it was a great combination.
Yeah, let's see where the number goes for him. Wasn't quite, I think, what he would have been hoping for when he used the priority.
Right.
Should be enough to get him into first place. Let's see how we go. We're going to have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, it looked really tricky wave to surf, but he did everything he could do. And that last turn was amazing. It was huge layback turn. More of a check-in turn on the first turn and just setting up for this last section. He's eyeing for the closing out section there and just pushes the tail, throwing a bucket of spray. It was clean landing as well. So it was a great 2-turn combo. Pretty much all the points will come from the last turn.
Still waiting for the judges to deliberate on that. Still looking forward to a round of 16 for the women. Heat number 2 featuring the highly rated young American Talia Swindle taking on Vi Inso of Hawaii. Heat number 3, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri taking on Isla Hupperts. That promises to be an amazing heat. Heat 4, an all-Japanese affair. Mirai Akeda and on Matsuoka. And then we're going to see Bella Kenworthy taking on Luara Mandeli. Here's live action from Mexico. Lucas Cassidy, a little stumble. He'll recover it though. He's got a nice looking section here if he can set this up. Little slash to get his line in. Nice vertical stab. A bowl is steep on the inside. It just keeps providing. It's kind of twitchy surfing at the moment. The linkage not quite there. Has he got an explosive finishing maneuver? He'll give it a crack. So many sections.
Wow.
This thing is just running and running. Still making his way down the line. He's in pretty shallow waters down there. He went a long way. Quite a lot happened on that wave.
It was a long wave, just like you said. It's a lot of turns on that wave. And he needed to answer back to Nadav because Nadav's last wave's 5.23, enough to go into the lead. Now Lucas needed 5.57, and I think he's done a lot of damage at the back, and it was one of the bigger size waves, and it had a steeper section, but probably he was looking for the air section on that wave. Yeah, let's take another look on this one. Starting with form climb, little bit stumble there, but like you said, recovery nicely, and this is where everything gets deeper. Nice couple of turns, and just still, he's still waiting for the section to actually stand up. Here, nice floats the section, generating so much speed, and surfing all the way to the inside, and it gets this bonus finishing down there. What did you think of that ride?
Loads of speed. He covered loads of ground. If you look at the maneuvers sort of individually, and then you just look at the kind of flow between them, maybe just a little underpowered. That the kind of speed turns, aren't they, a lot of them? You just think about the score and ultimately going all the way up. They are kind of set up turns. There wasn't one where he really got hold of it a little bit on the end, but he more just kind of clicked the board with speed rather than really physically taken on the lip. Be interesting to see where it goes. He only doesn't need a big number, actually. 5.57. So that's the requirement for him. A 5.23 for Natar puts him in first, and that number, the 5.57. I think multiple maneuvers, a lot of content in that, some speeds. He's got a really good chance of getting that, Lucas Cassidy. Let's see, the judges are dropping in numbers. It's pretty close. It's going to be right there. 2 have said yes, 2 have said no, and it's really close. Comes in as 5.5, just under, so not quite there. And it's as we were in terms of the requirement. The Dav with the priority. Cassidy feeling the exertion a bit. He put a lot into that. He went a long way. It's a big paddle back out.
Definitely. It was 0.07
so close.
Under. So close. It was there. But just like you said, probably needed to have one big turn to just score that requirement. But wow, that's super close. Nadav just sitting out there, probably feeling relieved right now.
It was one of those that you wouldn't have been surprised if he got it. Or if
definitely.
He didn't. It was always going to be kind of round about that 5.5, that mid-range sort of stuff. He hasn't shown us his best surfing in this heat yet. I think that we can say. Seen a couple of good punts. The landings haven't been kind of that clean, and we haven't really seen Lucas really just get hold of it in the way that we know he can. That's just down to the sort of waves he's ridden. I mean, he's only had 4, just 3 waves ridden by Nadav. It has been a quiet one, actually, in terms of opportunity. Let's hope with still 8 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go, it fires up a bit and we see more opportunities. Just still looking forward to women's round of 16, which commences around about 8.5 minutes time. We're going to see in heat 6, the American Reed Van Wagener taking on Sierra Kerr. Heat 7, Laura Halp of Brazil taking on Catalina Zirke of Peru. And then wrapping things up, the Basque Yanni Gonzalez Echebarri, Zoe Kaina represent the USA. Great looking matchups in that round. And that'll be happening. We've had the call just to keep going here.
Yeah, why not? Because when the set come through the lineup, then there's so many opportunities for all the surfers. And in the last heat, we see a 7-point ride, and pretty much every heat we see a lot of 7s and 8s. So there's still potential out there. A little bit of onshore and a little bit of texture on the surface. But I like the texture on the flat surface. You can hit the section really easy now with the onshore, little bit of onshore wind. So it's still fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really enjoying all of this round, the quality that we've seen. It's a big performance.